And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
125! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
In late August of 2019, accompanied by a multitude of Wenhop rallying calls, a funny-looking still-covered water tower took to the South Texas skies. 150 meters was the altitude, but Hopper would rise much higher in our hearts. Despite pretty much slamming its legs into the pad concrete on landing, Hopper survived this and numerous ruds, pops and splashes, and lives on to witness what we now hope will be the launch of the world's most powerful rocket in human history. So we raise a glass to the immortal Hopper as a trailblazer and look forward to the future. Welcome to NSF's live coverage of the first fully integrated Starship launch.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, 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 everybody, to a historic moment in spaceflight. That was NASA Spaceflight Actual, founder of NASA Spaceflight, Mr. Chris Bergen. Chris, thank you so much for that opener. I couldn't think of a more fitting one. I am Jack Beyer, content manager, videographer, photographer, all the things for NASA Spaceflight, and I will be hosting your stream for a little bit here. We're going to be doing a classic NSF marathon stream, so if you know what the deal is, we're going to be rotating some commentators in and out, and to start us off, like I said, we have Chris, we have myself, and of course, drumroll please, we have Mr. Nick and Sweeney. Nick, how do you feel right now?
I feel very, 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 very tired. Excited! I'm very excited! This is the first time we're gonna have a Starship flight test flight, whatever. Yay! Exciting times.
Exciting indeed. I mean, excitement guaranteed even. So thank you everyone for joining us. If you are a first-time NASA Spaceflight stream viewer, we do a little bit of a, Q&A sort of thing. If you have any questions, be sure to throw them into chat, and we will be able to answer them. You can just type at NASA Spaceflight and whatever your question is, and we'll be able to answer your questions with some nifty software that Michael wrote. But of course, it's not just us three gabbing on comms. We also have Kevin in the background. Kevin, thank you for all you do. And we have Patrick in the background. Patrick, thank you for all you do. And thank you for getting that Starbase update out. All right. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. You're looking at the world's most powerful and largest rocket ever created. And not only that, it's like the largest and most powerful on the drawing board. Like there's nothing bigger coming down the line unless they expand this thing. So quite a momentous occasion. Hopefully today we get, oh my God, I can say today. It's today. It's 12:05 a.m. So today is the day of Starship's first integrated flight test attempt. Holy cow.
Not 2 weeks, right? We need to confirm. Today is not 2 weeks, right?
Not 2 weeks, not 2 months, not 2 years. It's today. I am sorry.
It's today.
I'm sorry.
It's not 2 weeks, it's today.
Yeah, thank you for that. Are you Sawyer?
I try.
But no, really, it's kind of just hitting me right now. It's today. We're just under 8 hours to go. Nominally for liftoff. If everything goes smoothly in the count, obviously there could be some last minute delays and whatnot, but yeah, that's where we're at. If you have any questions, ask us in chat, and I will very quickly thank some of the people who are already throwing some support into chat. But I do want to point out there is a poll in chat because Mr. Bergen is a fan of doing those, and I'm a fan of him doing them. So the poll is who is a part of No Sleep Squad, The potential responses are me, I will take naps, and my time zone is a winner. I'm going to go with me because I am indeed going to be part of the No Sleep Squad tonight, because how could you? This is like Christmas morning wrapped in Halloween, wrapped in 4th of July, wrapped in a whole mess of bacon, which would probably taste awful, but hey, that's what I'm going with. Really just want to thank a bunch of people for throwing their support on the stream really quickly. We've got Squawk Gaming, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Pink Bunny becoming a Capcom member, thank you so much. Jared J becoming a Capcom member. You show your names on screen there. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support, Musical Wolves. One of those names we always see pop up when we're live streaming. They say we need a poll of how many others can't sleep. Oh, that's why we got the poll. There you go, Musical Wolves. Ask and ye shall receive. Zach Blair asking if we have anyone in Hawaii. I don't think so. I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying that. Dean, thank you for the support. Lauren, thank you so much for gifting a Red Team membership. If you got that from Lauren, be sure to thank them. And Musical Wolves ask if the FAA inspector has arrived on site yet. I mean, there's not like a big FAA bus that is driving around that, with flashing lights and whatnot. So I haven't seen anyone wearing a large FAA sign on their chest. I don't know, Nick, have you seen anyone wearing an FAA sign on their chest?
No, I unfortunately have not seen anybody with a huge FAA T-shirt on, but I have seen some people with some NASA spaceflight merch. I got to give a huge shout out to everyone we've seen who's visited all the way down to Starbase, Texas over the past couple days. It has been insane the number of people that have come down to visit and enjoy this Starship full stack, and hopefully we're looking at the first test flight. But yeah, it was great meeting everybody, and I saw lots of NSF T-shirts.
Yeah, it's quite surreal to see people in person wearing the merch that we sell, which is it's touching. Like, thank you everybody for all of the support. We really appreciate it. Whether you're buying merch or you're throwing super chats in the queue or you're just watching the stream and telling your friends about us, hitting the like button, all the YouTube things. We really appreciate it because it's sort of like a distributed effort here. There's a lot of people that can't contribute monetarily, and those of you that do, absolutely. You're providing this stream to everybody who cannot. So thank you everyone for the support. We really appreciate it. A couple more here really quick before we get into some viewer questions. Speaking of, hey Chris, if you have the panel up, throw some questions in chat.
Oh, I will have a little look.
Have a go, as they say. As
Yeah.
I'm told they say. Let's see here. You can't be typing stuff like that in the back channel. I'm going to lose it. Let's see. Bryce X, thank you so much for becoming a Red Team member. Randomly, thank you so much for the support. They say, when exactly does a T-minus clock start for loading Starship? Let's see here. Loading Starship, I believe we did have a timeline. I do not have it up in front of me right this moment. There we go. There's the timeline. So LOX load begins at T-minus 1 hour 39 minutes. There you go, randomly. Thank you for the support. Richard Morgan, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Senpai, thank you for the support there. Moldy Space, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. What's up, Moldy Space? Another one of those names that pops up all the time. Love you, buddy. I hope you're as excited for tonight as we all are, or this morning, or whatever it is. I don't even know what it is anymore. What is time? Okay, so I'm never going to be able to get through all these. I do want to make sure everyone knows that we appreciate the support. I am just going to start cycling through some of these as we go and answer your questions, because you don't have to pay money to ask questions. We don't operate that way. But Taco Bell's 5-layer burrito, is that native advertising? Thank you for the support. They say, thanks for everything you guys do to bring us the coverage of this history-making rocket. Let's go SpaceX, full send. Full send indeed.
I think that's a reference to Demolition Man, where Taco Bell was the main restaurant of the era. Taco Bell. That was
perfect.
That was their top dish, yeah.
Oliver picking up a whole mess of stuff from the store. If you don't know, when you get something from the store, you can choose. You don't have to. You can stay anonymous, but you can choose to put your name in and put a message there for us. It shows up just the same as all of the super chats and all of that stuff. So Oliver bought a patch and a whole mess of other items. So thank you so much, Oliver. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to cycle through some of these, and let's get to the questions. First question here, I'm going to throw to Mr. Bergen. Lauren is asking, did y'all see NSF in lights on the high bay?
Yes, and I will put the actual tweet of it into chat. 1 second. There we go. That's a clip of it. It was amazing because we were watching it and we've been enjoying it for the last few nights. And we were just talking about the great displays we're putting on then, and suddenly this laser guy came into chat and started saying, appreciate you all liking this, and then watch this. We're all like, okay. And then NSF starts flashing across the screen. And it's like amazing. And he just basically gave us a tour. He just said, look, next we're going to do the X logo, and next we're going to do this. And then we're just watching it. It was like getting an actual commentary of the laser show. It was fantastic. So, yeah, it was brilliant.
Absolutely. Don't forget, everyone, if you have any questions, just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will answer them. We'll do our best to answer them, I guess I should say. Let's see here. Chris B is asking, latest on wind shear, man lift at the tower. Yeah, there are 2 lifts up on the tower right now, it looks like. Not sure what's going on there, but what's the latest on wind shear? Nick, did you see that tweet that Adam posted?
I did not, but I am sitting about 50 feet away from Adam, and we were talking about the wind shear factor. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just yeet it, you know?
Yeah, did you get to? I mean, I know we've all been running around like chickens with our heads cut off today because getting remote set up, getting the last minute touches on all the equipment for the stream, all the things that we had to do today. So I don't know if you got a chance. Did you listen in on the Starship Spaces that Elon did? Because somebody on this stream right now got to ask some questions.
No, I did not. What happened?
Chris Bergen was on the stream. And it was I bring that up because, one, congrats, Chris. That was a way to go to ask good questions. It's always hard to do.
Thank you. I've been confused by chat. Chat all started spamming. We're on BBC, and I've just put BBC on. We're on BBC. I presume it's BBC Breakfast. They've just gone to the weather. So I think apparently BBC's breakfast show has been showing Starbase live as a kind of like a little reference point to their piece on Starship, which is amazing. We literally were live on BBC just about 5 minutes ago.
Nice. But yeah, I bring that that Twitter Space thing up because Elon mentioned, that they really want to get rid of the vehicle.
Oh yeah,
basically.
yeah. That was surreal. If anybody didn't catch up with that, what happened was Elon was doing a private kind of like chat just to subscribers, and there was several thousand people there because obviously, as you imagine, a lot of people would subscribe to Elon. So we all go into this Spaces thing, and Elon comes on, and there's like 4,000 of us, and he goes, "Okay, right, we'll start this on Starship. I'm going to invite Chris Bergen to talk with me." I was like, "What the heck?" What? Really? I'm like, I'm on the phone. I'm not even on a proper microphone. So I come across like I'm eating something in my mouth at the same time as I'm talking. But we get through it. I'm with him for 20 minutes asking him questions. And he's talking back and he's enjoying it. We're talking about how the Falcon 9s keep coming back in left, right, and centre, and how they've got all these vehicles down the production site ready to go. And he was laughing at it, he was enjoying it. And then suddenly I thought, well, I can't keep talking. There's 4,000 people here. I've got to try and invite someone else. He goes, well, I'm not sure how to invite anyone else into this. I was like, oh, God. So he makes me co-host. So there's Elon as host, there's me as co-host, and everybody else. I'm like, I just started inviting like Zach CSI Zach in. I invited Joey Roulette from Reuters.
Thank you. This answers my question. I wasn't sure if all of the people that were on were invited by you specifically or somebody else. Like that was a really good selection. Like I'm glad you got Zach on. I'm glad you got Joey
Alien
on.
Space.
Yeah, Aliens. Like that was a really, really good selection of people. So way to go on that. Anyways, I bring all of that up just to say, Nick, you mentioned that they might just yeet it. Yeah, I think they might just yeet it. Now, at the same time, Elon did say that they, there's a high likelihood of abort if they see some stuff that they don't like. So who knows? I'm kind of 2 minds here. Like they don't want to blow up the pad, but they also want to get rid of this vehicle so they can start testing the next ones, which have so many improvements. So it looks like that lift is going down, which is exactly what we want to see. But yeah, there you go, Chris B. There is the latest, not actual Chris B, but imposter Chris B. Sorry, Chris B. But yeah, that's the latest on the wind shear situation. Hopefully things trend positively. We do have a weather forecast for right now. Now, it is not at the pad. It's the weather forecast in Port Isabel. But this is the current weather in Port Isabel. I guess that doesn't makes it not a forecast, but either way, there's the current weather in Port Isabel. It's about 5 miles away from the pad, and that is what we are looking at. Humidity 63%, wind gusting 24 miles, coming from the east-northeast. So yeah, there you go. And we also have a forecast. This is okay. So this is 7 a.m. This will be the forecast at 7 a.m. Looks like the winds have calmed down, at least at ground level a bit, and the direction's changed a little bit. So there you go. That is the latest on the weather. Obviously, the wind shear issue is at altitude. That is so. If you don't know, as the rocket is ascending through the atmosphere, the shear is when the rocket is ascending. The wind is let's say 150 miles an hour going east, and then suddenly, as the rocket gets higher and higher, it transitions into a different layer of air that is going 150 miles an hour west. And that can be occurring at multiple places at multiple levels in the atmosphere. And obviously, the vehicle would experience extreme stress when going through those sorts of things in flight. So, I mean, even okay, I don't want to get too into the weeds on this here, but Mr. Bergen, I've heard tell that both shuttles that were lost sort of experienced significant shear on the way up. Like the strut for the SRB on Challenger might not have gone so bad if they didn't hit a large amount of shear. And I forget what the shear issue was with shuttle, but point being, wind shear is a significant and serious issue to consider when launching a rocket. Yes.
Yes, actually, very few people know that. So props and bonus points to you, Jack, on that one, because Challenger, yes, of course, the issue was the blow through the O-ring, which had failed pretty much at T0, but the gap had been plugged by debris in the booster. So that's why it kept on going. It should have exploded on the pad with that failure point, but it kept on going. It was a wind shear during first stage ascent that knocked the debris clear again, and that was where the flame came through and hit the strut and went through the external tank, and that's when caused the vehicle to break up. That's what happened with Challenger. So it was horrendous, really, because they almost survived it. They were just seconds away from SRB set, which would have been the point where it wouldn't have been a problem. With Columbia, the firm liberation from the bipod, which was the size of a suitcase, it was firm, but because it was traveling so fast, it caused an impact on the rock. It was such a bad luck thing. It hit just the wrong area of the RCC on the wing leading edge. Yep. And that bipod came out because of a wind shear. Wind shear had knocked out the bipod ramp firm, and that's what hit the wing at that point in ascent. If it'd been 10 seconds later, it might not have had the velocity to hit it hard enough to cause damage. Just so unlucky.
Yeah, so I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be safe to say that both shuttles that we lost, wind shear was a significant contributor to both of those events.
If the wind shear wasn't there, if there wasn't that amount of wind shear at that time, they both might have survived.
Yeah, and obviously I'm not saying they would have certainly survived, but it was a contributing factor in everything that happened. Anyways, sorry for everyone for going on the sort of the deep dive there into the shear question, but it's pertinent, and we're about 17-20 minutes somewhere in there into the stream. I figured we might as well get our first shuttle reference in, and an important one. Those are two tragedies, and wind shear was sort of at play in there. Anyways, how about we do some viewer questions? Pew 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 pew. Viewer question time. You like my sound effects? You like the sound effects?
I do. Actually, I think we're gonna hire you. You're no longer gonna be merch buyer. You're gonna be sound effect buyer.
All right, I'm into it. Let's see here. 9 clicks is asking, any chance it could launch later than 9:30 a.m. Central? Nick, what's the deal with the window, and do you think they would break the window?
Well, I think they're gonna break lots of windows on the South Padre Island if this thing goes stoichiometric. All right, I need to stop trying to pretend Sawyer tonight. I just am operating on zero sleep. The question was whether or not they're gonna bump up against the window. As far as I know, the window opens at 7 and closes at 10, right? Something around there.
I thought it closes at 9:30, but I could be mistaken.
9:30, yeah, somewhere around there. Again, sorry guys, there's been zero sleep in this department. Yeah, so it opens and closes in a certain amount of time, which I'm not seeing anything useful right now. So, someone come bail me out.
Yeah, no, I don't think they would. I don't think they. I mean, in the past, when they have been doing testing, we have seen them extend the window or blow through the window without extending it. That's more like when they're doing static fires and sort of things like that. I think in this case, the window that they have is very intentional, and I don't expect them to launch later than 9:30 a.m. Central. Bergen, any thoughts there, or shall we move on to the next question?
Move on to the next question.
Moving right along. Let's see here. Herbert Bautista is asking, what do you think will be the success rate? The success rate. I'm not sure how to I'm not sure what we mean by success rate. Like success rate of the Raptor engines,
I can help.
success rate of the how successful will the launch be? Yeah, I don't know. Bergen, go for it.
Yeah, I can help because I asked Elon that very question.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
The success of the vehicle will be getting to max Q and staging. Because I said to him, I said that'd be a massive. He said that'd be a massive win if they can get to max Q and staging. He says the success is not blowing up the launch site. So that's to him. If he gets up there after about a minute, it blows up. It's cast as a success because that's what they want to avoid. They want to avoid destroying a launch site, obviously. But as far as people's expectations, which he was setting accordingly, as he said, they don't want to have people think that if they get through everything where the booster comes down, the ship lands, but the ship explodes before it lands on the water, that's not a failure. The success is getting it away from the launch site and getting the data from Ascent.
Yeah, definitely a lot of expectation management going on in that Twitter Spaces that you did with him earlier, which is kind of a crazy sentence that I just said. You did a Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk earlier. How cool!
Yep.
Gotta love it. So yeah, that is something to consider. He is absolutely managing expectations now. Now, part of me thinks, when Falcon Heavy was launching, he did the same exact thing. He was saying, oh, as long as we don't blow up the pad, that's great. As long as it clears the tower, that's great. As long as, 50% chance of it working or failing, I think that's what he said. So Elon frequently will sandbag, I will say. Now, was this an instance of him sandbagging, or no? I honestly don't think so. I think this is an extremely complex rocket. This is the very first launch of the entire system integrated together, and it's the sort of thing where you underpromise and overdeliver, and if you underpromise and deliver on your underpromise, then that's much better than saying it's gonna do great and it explodes and it has a pad fallback and all that. So, good question there from Herbert. Mr. Bonkers, thank you for the support there. They're saying the intro was amazing, Chris. Gave me goosebumps. Here for the entire ride. Netherlands checking in. Hup Holland. Thank you so much, Mr. Bonkers. That is, exactly. I was going to try and say something Chris G worthy, but Chris B, I think you did a great job. Thank you for that.
Thanks. I think that's the reason why SpaceX took Chris G and not Chris B.
They took the good Chris. We still have bad Chris. There's good Chris
Yes,
and bad Chris.
No, it's true. It's accurate.
It might be accurate, but we all want to keep our jobs around here.
Sorry, I went in full insanity mode for a second there. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say 2019 was only 2 weeks ago. I might just be sleep deprived, but I get what you're putting down there, Musical Wolves. Thank you. Dean Andre, thank you for the support. They say, Chris B, your intro brought tears to my eyes. Very well. Thank you so much for the support there, Dean Andre. Nathaniel, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. If I can click on it. Can I click on it? Come on. All right. Well, thank you, Nathaniel, for becoming a Red Team member. Let's see here. Madara PUBG is asking, how likely are we to see a successful launch and splashdown of at least the booster? Nick, what do you think? How likely are we to see a successful launch and splashdown of at least the booster?
Well, the booster is the part that doesn't have to go all the way around the world, so it does have a shorter path to take. Given that, perhaps it's a slightly better chance. But I'd say, if you want my honest opinion, I am not expecting any gentle splashdowns. Obviously, if it leaves the pad, it's going to be landing in some way. Yeah, it will probably be a little bit of a rainy Starship day over the water. And the booster, as much as I hope it makes a nominal, boost back burn and you know does its splashdown as they want, I don't know. This is the same company that we saw try to lift ship 24 the other day with a rope attached to it. So there's some room for humanness in there. We'll see what happens. Excitement guaranteed.
Yeah, for real. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Madeira. And we'll do one more. How about how long does it take to recycle, assuming an abort within the final count? We don't know exactly what the deal is with recycling. With the Starship test flights, they were able to sort of do a hold at 25 seconds or 25 minutes, I think it was, and recycle in that way. So the possibility of recycling is definitely a thing. And now in the final count, that's a very good question. I don't think we know the answer to. So there you go. All right, I think with that, we are going to have Mr. Chris Bergen jump off here. Chris, thank you so much for, one, creating NASA spaceflight, and two, that excellent intro and your insightful shuttle commentary. I'm glad we got that out of the way so that we could check that off the bingo card there.
It's my pleasure. And by the way, I just want to quickly mention that our integrated flight test members only multi-screen, wonderful name for a title for it, is now live. We've got 9 pure feed cameras for Red Team and above members. If you are Red Team and above, just check out the member area of the Discord, the YouTube channel, and you will see we have 9 cameras up and running right now on a non-commentary multi-screen with a chat room as well. So it's probably quite a chat room if it gets too busy in the main one for anyone who's Red Team and above. So that's something that's now live.
Yeah, if you've been hearing me thank all the people becoming members like Red Team or Padrat, or like right here, Christopher Delo becoming a flight engineer, the membership program is an amazing way that you can support what we do, and we just added that new perk, the multi-screen, just for members. Red Team and above has 9 cameras, all in one feed, and it is just for members. So there you go. All right, Chris, we'll let you go. Thank you so much, buddy. We'll see you, I think, a little bit later in the stream, right?
Yep, thank you, and Godspeed.
Godspeed indeed. All right,
Godspeed.
and with that, I believe...
Is it just going to be us now?
It's party time! Woo!
Woo!
No, I think with that, I am going to...
The party's getting bigger.
I'm going to hand the host baton over to Ryan, and I will become a blathering idiot, and yeah, we can go from there. How about that? Ryan, how we
Hello,
have
everyone. Hopefully you have me well. It's quite early. Didn't get a lot of sleep, but luckily, unlike a lot of people on site, I did manage to get a few hours in of shut-eye. So fingers crossed, what I'm going to be saying is going to be at least somewhat coherent this very early morning in the marathon stream.
What's that like? Does it feel good to sleep? I don't remember.
It's
I was going to say, you're assuming that this is going to be a coherent stream. This is an NSF marathon stream, so there's going to be some
nothing but coherent. There you go. Yeah, so sleep is when you spend some time laying down with your eyes closed, Jack. I don't know if you recall from a few weeks ago. But anyway, we've got loads of questions coming in, as Jack mentioned just a short while ago, at NASA Spaceflight in chat. And we'll do our best to answer them. And also, loads of people coming in, becoming Red Team members, just as we were showing off the multi-view there. So, yeah, big thanks to everyone. We'll get to those in a moment. But we have loads of questions coming in. Let's see, which one should we go with first? We have a question here from Jay asking, when will they start shipping boosters and ships to the Cape? Because they won't be able to make it there for a long time. So yeah, Roberts Road, they're currently constructing a construction facility. But Jack, do we have any word on how or when ships and boosters will start to get shipped over from Starbase to the Cape?
Yeah, I think that's something that we've heard is going to happen eventually, TM. I don't know that we have a date on it or anything yet. There's nothing official. It's just sort of some scuttlebutt that we've heard here and there. I believe Elon did mention something about barging ships and boosters over to the Cape early on before they get the Cape Star Factory up and running. But I think ultimately, eventually, they'll just build them there. But until then, they plan on shipping ships and boosters via barge. We always get asked, how about they fly ships and fly boosters to the Cape from Boca Chica? And as cool as that would be, it would require overflying many populated areas of Florida, including a small little town, sleepy little town. You may have heard of it, called Orlando. So yeah, I don't know about all that. It would be really cool. Don't get me wrong, but barges exist, and contrary to what Mr. Peter Bick says, marine assets don't necessarily always stink, or I think he said suck. Either way, we don't have a finite date really, but we know that that's something that we sort of expect to happen in the near future, in the near term, until they are able to build vehicles at the Cape.
And we have a $50 tip here from Octavian. Thank you very much for that. That's a big contribution over at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, along with a question asking, can you summarize the terms of the orbital license, any caveats, and maybe the environmental reevaluation? P.S. Full send. Well, there's a lot in the license, Jack. We went through it a couple of days ago when it came out, but I don't know if it's that easy to summarize to just a few bullet points, any kind of environmental things that are included in there, kind of what the launch license says. I know it's off the top of my head, I know it'll last for 5 years maximum.
Yep, it's a 5-year launch license. I mean, obviously it won't take them 5 years to do this, but they
I mean, I hope not.
Yeah, right. It's sort of one of those things where there's like a blank line in the form, and they have to fill something in. They're like, 5 years. That's what that felt like. But the FAA launch license, it did say that they were in compliance with all of the environmental, regulations. They released a reassessment of the programmatic environmental assessment that sort of reiterated that they were in compliance. There was a bit that basically that they were, how should I put this? Just authorized to do the launch. I mean, obviously it's a launch license, so that was part of it. There was a lot that not only just dropped in the launch license, but also in various other documents that went along with the launch license. For example, there is some wording that led us to believe that Ship 25 may not fly. Like, Ship 26 could be the next one. But yeah, the wording was along the lines of the next two vehicles, like in the first 3 flights of Starship, they're going to expand the debris field north of Kauai, so that to accommodate for a potentially larger debris field for starships that are, quote, not configured or not designed to survive reentry. Something along those lines is what it said. And if you think about it, even if they don't expect it to, Ship 24 is designed to survive reentry. It's got flaps, it's got tiles. Now, Ship 26 and Ship 27, they do not have flaps, they do not have tiles. They are not designed to survive reentry. So that is sort of what another little tidbit that we saw there. Ship 25 exists, but Ship 25 is more of a facsimile of Ship 24. It is configured to survive reentry. So we could be reading into that a little bit too much, but that is also what we saw there. I don't know, Ryan or Nick, if you remember any other little nuggets of joy in there.
Well, I'm just having a look
I
through.
have not looked at it.
Go on, Nick. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I am looking through here. I am looking through here real quick. I'm trying to see if anything is sticking out. But I feel like, Jack, you kind of hit the most important points in there. Very quickly, though, it looks as if we have another checkpoint to tick off on the timeline, because I'm being told in the back channel that the road has actually been closed. So yeah, that's a very important part of launch day preparations. Because if your road's not closed, then we can't really launch because people can get in the way. So there you go, pad clear, road closed. There you go. Approximate times on there actually happened at about T minus 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, I have another one. Sorry. The document said that Starship will impact the water in a horizontal configuration. So they're not going to do a flip and burn. They're not going to attempt a soft landing with Starship. It's going to hit the water, and if it floats, or if it's not immediately destroyed, what they're going to do is open all the valves and basically scuttle it, just like you would scuttle a ship. I mean, I guess it is a ship. It's a Starship. But the idea is you open all the valves, seawater flows into the tanks, and the entire thing sinks. So there is that. But there was like really interesting wording along the lines of what they expect is for it to hit the water horizontally. There is supposed to be a like cracks propagating through the steel at supersonic speed, resulting in a breaking of the transfer tube, which is the tube that goes down through the LOX tank that carries methane to the engines down through the LOX tank, and that would result in a mixing of methane and oxygen, and that would find an ignition source, and Starship would explode on impact with the water. That's what they expect. If that doesn't happen, they'll open all the valves and try and sink it. But yeah, there you go. A couple little nuggets of joy from the document. Sorry, hope I didn't blather on too long there.
No worries, Jack. I'm just being told in the back channel that the graphic malfunctioned. The pad isn't actually clear yet. It's just that is part of how the graphic works. So the pad is not clear, but the road is closed. We actually have a question here from Harrison asking what is still going on at the pad. There's people working on the tower. Jack, do we have any idea of kind of what work is going on at the moment at the pad site itself?
Unfortunately, I do not. I wish I did. I wish I did know, but yeah, I mean, we saw those lifts up on the tower a little bit earlier. They're not there anymore. I think the tower might be clear now. I did hear some talk of there being law enforcement at the pad earlier, so it's just seems like they're clearing the area and you know, tying little bows on every last little bit of things that they need to do. So nothing to fret about. Hopefully, we progress efficiently towards the next steps here.
And we have a question here from Jack Dyer saying, do you think my history professor will give me an extension on my paper that's due tonight if I tell her that I was watching history? Well, it depends if it actually goes off or not. I'm going to say if it's a scrub, it might be a little bit embarrassing for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's still history though, right? Like, it's the first attempt. I will call it. I know some people roll their eyes when it's like we call everything historic on our channel, but at the same time, it is. It's history. So you know, Jack, if you're enough of a smooth talker, you might be able to pull that off. I gotta say, you know, you never say never.
Herbert here is saying I'm scared of the vibration of 33 Raptors. It might destroy the rocket before leaving the pad. Nick, do we think that the strength of 33 Raptors will destroy the pad before it actually lifts off? I mean, we've seen a 31 engine static fire.
Yeah, we have seen the 31 engine static fire, and yeah, the 33 engines at 90% or whatever. I think it was 90% or whatever, an amount of thrust. It's gonna toast some things, chief of which is probably my cameras, and that's a really sad thing. But hopefully they get some good shots. Yeah, it's gonna be quite toasty. The 31 engine static fire had quite the fireball. It was about 4 times bigger than I was expecting. I just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I was like, wait a minute, I have cameras right there. My cameras are in the flame ball. Oh no! Thankfully they all lived, but yeah, hopefully they at least catch something this flight.
Speaking of cameras living, oh boy,
Yes.
oh boy,
you have some. I didn't want to talk about this, Jack. You're the one bringing this up, so
no,
go ahead.
I'm bringing it up. I have had multiple cameras destroyed by that 33 engine static fire. It was not fun, because I'm a big dumb idiot. Basically, is the reason why I didn't protect them well enough. Protect your kids, folks. But I bring that up because one of the remote camera locations is essentially the same distance away as my cameras were. And there were lots of cameras. There was lots of cameras at the remote setup that didn't have sandbags, weren't tied down to anything. They're sort of just sitting on the concrete, not even stakes in the ground. Like just so I don't want to be the harbinger of destruction here, but I am sort of worried that a lot of remote photographers will have nuked cameras as well after this, based on my own personal experience. So maybe that's a hard lesson more people are going to have to learn.
There's a non-zero chance that I am looking forward to being a nuked camera, because so far all of my cameras have survived, and I want to encase it in resin or something and remember it as that one little camera that could, and then it couldn't all of a sudden.
I'm not gonna lie, Nick. I saw your orange box and was like, that thing's toast.
Yep, that's exactly what the purpose is. So that little camera that you saw has been almost dead, hanging on, gasping for breath for like a year.
Nice.
And I was like, okay, you're going to die with a 33-inch static fire. And he lived. And so I'm like, okay, now you're really going to die. And we'll see if he actually dies.
No, that's awesome. That's gonna I'm
fully expecting a scavenger hunt on the pad for my my camera.
$20 says you find it under Starhopper. Definitely encase it in resin and definitely like record that, and maybe even we'll do a member stream.
Member
or something.
content.
Yeah, that would be really fun because I could encase mine in some resin too. That would make them less depressing
like
to
a
look
resin
at.
party.
Yeah, resin party. All right. It is known. Anyways.
Whilst I hit a few of the super chats, thank you everybody who has been contributing. A little while ago, you may have seen some lights rotating around like the base of the orbital launch mount, and I'm being told that was the foreign object debris inspection. Basically, there are some people looking around, shining torches on the legs, and there's also a drone up there right now, which is a shining light on the OLM. So if you can see that, that is what you're looking at. There you go. You can kind of see the bright light there at the bottom. So yeah, that is what you were looking at there. So of course, thank you everybody if you have been contributing. Sorry you can't read everything out, but looking at the queue here, there is so much support pouring in, and we are still over 7 hours away from launch. It is wonderful to see. It is just Nick, we're counting down. We're counting down. Fingers crossed. But yeah, thank you everybody. It goes a long way in helping to keep making this possible. And I know it makes me sound a little bit like a broken record, especially with my early morning voice. But seriously, thank you everybody so much. It goes a really long way in helping to keep the cogs turning here at NSF. We are very, very grateful for everything that everybody contributes. I'm going to run into a question here real quick. Quite kind of similar to the launch license we were talking about I don't know, 5-10 minutes ago. Fantime is asking, will Starship be destroyed upon splashdown, or will it survive? Now, Jack, what are we expecting if Ship 24 gets that far?
Yeah, we were talking about that a few moments ago. If Ship 24 does indeed get that far, it should be destroyed on splashdown. Although, if that doesn't happen, they will open all the valves on the ship and attempt to scuttle it.
If it isn't already in a bajillion different pieces in the Pacific Ocean, and then
basically if it somehow manages to miraculously hit the water at terminal velocity and not explode, they will attempt to scuttle it.
And do we have any idea what they're going to be doing with the booster along those lines? It won't be hitting at terminal velocity, fingers crossed. They plan to do some kind of burn to retrieve it, or not retrieve it, but to perform a soft water landing.
Yeah, I think they are going to scuttle the booster as well. Although I can't quite remember off the top of my head the verbiage or the wording in the document with relation to the booster. Maybe somebody in the back channel will let me know what the deal is.
I'm going to go to this question real quick from Mile Hunter, so I can stall for a second and look on Flight Radar to see if we've got anything. But Mile Hunter is asking, will NASA have their aircraft flying in the area during the launch window? So I'm going to quickly look up the registrations to see if the WB-57 science aircraft, where they are.
Those are the coolest aircraft. They are 1950s era bombers, like World War II bombers, that have been converted into aerial science platforms. They have a giant camera gimbal in the nose, all kinds of instrumentation, all kinds of amazing cameras on there, and they produce absolutely stunning imagery and very important science. So gotta love those WB-57s. They are just amazing pieces of aerospace technology. Amazing airplanes. If you're a nerd for rockets and you're not a nerd for planes, I don't know like what plane wronged you at a young age, but but it's definitely like I love jets of all manner, types and manners. I love aircraft, and the WB-57 is really special. I think there are two that are currently flying, and a third that is like in maintenance, and they just sort of do a rotation where at any given time one is in maintenance and the other two are flying. Did you manage to look that up, Ryan?
Yeah, so I have the details here. I was just looking at it. Both aircraft. So if you want to look up the data for yourself, just go on whatever flight tracking service you like. So the two registrations you want, they're very similar. You want November 926 November Alpha and November 927 November Alpha. Those are the two registrations of the WB-57 science planes from NASA. They are not airborne at the moment. They are both back at base in Houston, and the last time they were both flying was on Saturday for the return of SpaceX's CRS-27 Cargo Dragon. They were both doing some kind of orbits over the Gulf of Mexico there, just off the coast of Florida, where the Dragon was splashing down. So yeah, they haven't flown since then. Fingers crossed. I'm not kind of sure what the timing on T0 that they'll take off from Houston. Jack, do you have any idea? Because Houston is like roughly an hour away by plane to Starbase, Brownsville kind of area.
Something like that. That sounds about right. I don't know when they would take off. Somebody go back and look at the day that, one of the Starship test flights, I think it was SN8, there was a WB-57 for. Like, go see when they took off. It's probably still on flight radar or what have you. That'd probably be a good facsimile. But this does answer the question. Both of them are in Houston. That means there's not going to be one at Hawaii. So they're both going to be here. Now, Starship is splashing down, if I'm not mistaken, in like a military controlled range. So I suspect they'll have some good optics on it either way, even if they're not airborne. But yeah, both WB-57s are in Houston, and so both would probably be used for launch, if I'm not mistaken.
And as we come up to just nearly at T-minus 7 hours, we're going to be saying goodbye to Nick for the time being. So thanks for coming on for the first, how long are we going? First 50 minutes or so, Nick. And talk to you again soon.
Thanks so much for having me, and good luck, Starship, and thank you, SpaceX.
See you later. So in the meantime, I'm going to get another question real quick. And 21 Volts is asking, what is the deal with launching at night, first SLS and then Starship? So Jack, do we have any idea of why these kind of nighttime launches are being used? And is Starship even launching at night?
No, it will be launching originally it was going to be launching at the opening of the window at 7 a.m., which was, I think, like 10 minutes or 16 minutes, somewhere in there before sunrise. Now we are expecting, and I think SpaceX has tweeted that they are launching at 8 a.m., which is a full 45 minutes after sunrise. So no, they are not launching this at night. SLS did launch at night. SLS launched when it did for various reasons, including the position of the moon relative to the Earth. It was a whole thing. So there were many opportunities of SLS's launch attempts that were daytime launches, and it just so happened that due to the drift of things, it ended up being a night launch. There was night launch potential days, and there was day launch potential days, and it ended up being a night launch day for SLS. Luckily, for Starship, we are expecting a day launch. The whole entire window, 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. is daylight, so not an issue. In terms of what's the deal with launching at night, I mean, if you're launching a specific payload, or you're launching into a specific orbit, or to a specific celestial body, sometimes you have to launch at night. That's just how it goes.
Hopefully that answers your question there. We just got an official tweet from Elon Musk saying Starship launch attempt in approximately 7 hours. So Elon's keeping an eye on the countdown. And if you want to be able to rep your love for spaceflight in more ways than just watching, why don't you try out wearing? Because we have our patches. They were restocked only a few days ago. They're a very popular item, and you can, I don't know, sew them into your jacket, put them on your bag, maybe put some Velcro on it so you can change the position if you don't like it. Anything like that, which you would do with any other type of patch, you can do with our Starship orbital flight test patch, available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a very popular product at the moment. We've been getting so many store messages of the patch over the last few days. Everybody seems to be loving it. So yet again, the patch, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, if you would like to get your hands on one of them. Speaking of shop messages and the like, I'm gonna try run through them because, as I mentioned earlier, we have got so much support coming through. Musical Walls are regular here in the super chat queue, asking if the second stage ignites, would it be the first methane rocket to make it that far? Now, I'm going to introduce someone here who should know a little bit about methane rockets. It's NSF's resident German. Hello, Adrian. How are you doing?
I am doing absolutely wonderful. How is everyone doing here? I'm so much looking forward to this launch. It's so cool to be here. And yeah, we might just be 7 hours away.
It's very exciting indeed. I'm starting to, I've been saying all along I don't want to get too hyped in case it scrubs, but I'm actually starting to get hyped. So Adrian, I'm going to throw this one over to you. Have there been any methane powered rockets that have had its second stage ignite?
Absolutely, they have. That would be the Chinese Zhuqi 2 from Land Space, which made it into second stage flight, but not into a third stage flight. So if Starship gets into the point where the second stage would be the second methane-based rocket that got to the point where they would ignite where they would ignite their engines. But it would be still pretty cool. And also, it's the last stage. Zhuqi 2 has three stages. Starship only has two. So it would technically be the first methane rocket to ignite their last stage.
There you go. Hopefully that answers your question there, Musical Walls. We have some gifted memberships here, 10 gifted Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Gifted memberships are awesome because not only do you get to support the channel in a similar way to Super Chats, but you also get to give other people the opportunity to become a member, and they might not actually be able to financially afford that themselves. So it's a great way to not only support the channel, but also support the community in giving them... giving other people the opportunity to see things such as the members multi-view, which is available for Red Team and above. We have many super chats here. Again, apologies we can't read them all out. We simply don't have time. We've only got 7 hours, so we need to try and showcase as much support as possible. So thank you everybody who has been contributing financially. And of course, oh, there's a big one here, $50 from Payden. No message, but thank you very much for that, Payden there. And we have some Red Team members and a Capcom member later, and that means you can now get access to the Discord. But yeah, thank you everybody who's becoming Red Team members, and we will be trying to showcase as much of the support as possible. And of course, just watching, just commenting, just liking and subscribing and doing all the things that everyone says you should do. It's free, but it does go a long way in helping to make the channel look more attractive to the YouTube recommendation algorithm and showcasing spaceflight content to more and more people. And there we go. That's the Elon tweet I was talking about a few minutes ago. Starship launch attempt in approximately 7 hours. And yes, the Starship launch attempt is indeed in approximately 7 hours. I'm going to look through here for a few more questions to run over again. If you have a question, put it in chat, tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and if we have the ability to, we will bring it on screen. Euro is asking, what is the chance of the scrub today? Jack, well actually I'll throw this one around the room first, but first to Jack. And what are you thinking kind of chances of scrubs?
80%.
Okay, that's a very solid and precise answer straight off there. Adrian, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure if I want to. I don't know. Is it chicken of me if I just scoop out of it and do not give you a number? Do I have to give you a number? I don't know. It feels hard to pick because on the other side, some part of me says no way it goes on the first launch. Like my part of me is like it cannot literally go on the first launch. I wouldn't expect that. But something else also tells me they're ready. Like it feels they are very much ready and they're very prepared for this. And looking at that rocket here right now, I don't feel it 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 might work. I don't know. I give it a 30% chance of scrub. I'm very hopeful it will launch today.
I'm right there with you, Adrian. There's part of me that thinks, the wet dress rehearsal went so well. The 33 knee 31 engine static fire went so well. They seem very, very ready and apt to get this vehicle off the pad so they can get working on the next set of vehicles that are much more advanced and launch those. So yeah, I could absolutely see this launching on the first attempt today. Absolutely. So maybe I should revise my chance of a scrub. I'll say 50%. 50% chance they scrub, 50% chance they go. Because 50-50, I don't know, can't really get much better than that. But yeah, the other part of me thinks, it's a brand new rocket. It's never been launched in a fully integrated configuration like this. They've only ever launched Starship. 33 Raptor engines haven't ever fired together. They've only ever gotten to 31. So it's hard. It's hard. So I will revise my chances to 50-50, and I will agree with you, Adrian, that sort of part of me feels like it's ready to go. It's going to go. Part of me feels like there's no way that happens. So that's part of the excitement of today. Excitement's guaranteed. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Absolutely, Jack. It feels so good that this day finally is here, right? I'm so glad to hopefully get into tests, like into a real countdown today and see it fuel and see it being alive. I don't know. I want to at least get to that point. Will we see it launch? Not. But at least getting this close and really getting to that moment, that would be already really, really cool to me.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you're here, buddy. Like, good job. You did right. You did good. I'm so glad you're here to see this. If anybody deserves to be here to see this, it's the guy who meticulously counted cars and made spreadsheets on all the valves and different little nuanced things he saw on stream to figure out a countdown for Starship within like a couple seconds. Like, holy cow, buddy. You did it. You're here. Congratulations.
Thanks. Also, I wished I was here 2 years ago because I already understand way much more about this than I did before just from being here. It gives you such a different perspective.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about that a little bit later. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, but I won't derail us right now.
I'm sure the Brownsville or Board of Tourism will appreciate that comment, Adrian, for flights into Brownsville to see Starship. And there's a question I wanted to bring up. Oh, there it is. From Vishka. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Saying the next two Starships are expendable. Adrian, is that SN25 and 26 or S26 and 27?
I believe based on documentation, it's 26 and 27, if I'm not fully miscorrected here. And so 25 seems to be more a Massey's and general test article, like we prove a vehicle and prove if our new system works thing. And also Elon said 26 is next with Booster 9, so that's also a very big indicator. But yeah, it's at 25 it was probably more for proving out Massey's.
And Jack, I don't know if you have any idea on this question from Renzo, who's asking how many cameras currently rolling out for NSF. I know the team down in Boca over the last few weeks have been prepping for this event. Been very busy prepping for this event. Do we have any idea how many cameras that we currently have pointing at Starship?
Defines how you defines. Depends on how you define rolling. But Adrian, you did a count, Adrian, while we were at one of our camera locations. What was the count? Like 16?
Yeah, but that was one location. Like that's literally
Yes.
one location.
Yes. So I'm gonna say we could easily have 50 cameras deployed for this, maybe more. And that's like between remote cameras. Yeah, you can see the multi-view right there. Hey, there's a new perk we have for members. It's the members multi-view. And that's kind of what it looks like, I think, right?
That's exactly what it looks like. So that is for red team and above. If you want to see as many cameras as possible with your 2 human eyes, make sure to check out the red team membership. I believe that's the second tier of membership, and that gives you access to see all of them views live. There you go. You can see all the flashing lights on the OLM going off.
Right. It's like a techno rave or something like.
Yeah. There you
But
go.
yeah, they're they're.
That's actually just the launch team's pre-launch playlist.
There you go. But yeah, when I say we have 50 cams, maybe somewhere in that area, it's not all live stream cameras. Some of them are remotes. Some of them are video cameras that aren't streaming. So yeah, that's sort of. I mean, I have put down. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have put down 6 cameras, and then for launch itself, I will be shooting with 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras. So I personally am responsible for 10 cameras, which is not even a lot. Like there's people that are controlling far more than that. So, but yeah, that's sort of what we're looking at here. I said it before, and I meant it. We have pulled out all of the stops. There are no stops. We pulled them all out for Artemis. We put some back in, because you gotta stop sometime. And then we have pulled them all out again. So no stops. Really just doing our absolute level best to bring y'all the very best views of Starbase that we can, because it's what we love to do. And with all of your support, we'll continue doing it, and hopefully keep doing it better. That's the best part. Is with all this. I mean, I'm just looking at this queue right now. With all the support coming in from everybody, it's just amazing what we're going to be able to do in the future, and really helps us continue to do what we're doing now. And we're always trying to add new things, like, hey, the members multi-view. So there you go.
Yeah, speaking of the support, I go through them and then suddenly the list fills up to the exact same point where it was before. So I'm going to go through these again very quickly, just thanking everybody who has contributed with super chats, become new members, Capcom member here. If that means you get access to the Discord. So if that's something that you fancy, that's Capcom and above. We also have a new red team member here, which, as we were just saying, that's the level for the multi-view. We have a launch director member here. Thank you very much for joining that. That's the penultimate tier, I think. It's a very high tier, a big contribution every single month. Thank you so much for that.
Yep, thanks, Franz.
And we also have some more red teams, some more Capcoms. So everybody who is joining the member program, thank you so much. Apologies we can't go through and name every single person one by one, but hopefully you'll be able to see your names on screen as we roll through them here. I'm just going through here. $20 here from Matt. Thank you very much for that. And we have a store message here from Harry saying, planning on heading to Starbase next month. I wish I booked my tickets sooner, lol. Godspeed 724 ad Astra. Yeah, you're a few weeks out on that one. But Adrian, how busy has it been down there over the last few days?
It has been crazy. I really today was probably the most crazy day. Basically every parking spot close to the launch site was completely taken by people being there. Everything was full. Everybody was just there, and it was kind of hard to get from A to B because you had always people looking at the rocket, trying to go to the beach, getting different angles. And it was just buzzing, and yeah, we were already. So we were all out there until it was dark before we were going to our location. So yeah, it was quite a cool day, and now I'm looking at this rocket, which hopefully lifts off soon, and it's really cool to see the blinking lights in the background, and also I can see, for example, the roadblock from here, which is really cool. I see the blue and red lights of the roadblock from here, which is
nice.
Very nice.
There was, I gotta say, you're right. I've never, ever seen Starbase as full of people as I saw it today. I mean, I've been here during spring breaks. I've been here for all of the Starship hops. I was here for SN6. I was here for Star Hopper, even the 20-meter hop. Nothing like this ever. I mean, to use a technical term, it was basically ham jam. It was insane. It was just scads and scads of people everywhere. Like you said, every single parking space was taken. Just swarms of humans going to and fro. The border patrol checkpoint must take me like 30, 45 minutes to go through, just waiting in a traffic jam trying to get through the border patrol checkpoint up by Brownsville. Like, it was nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And you know what? It's really great to see because it means people are excited. People are excited about the future. People are excited about going to space. People are excited for what this is. And that's great. No, please go ahead, Adrian. I'll shut up.
Also, the traffic is not over. We have what we cannot forget here. The launch is still many, many hours away. There will be traffic jams on the way to the launch, to the viewing areas here. They are already starting to. I think some car queues here, which are already forming. It's gonna be a crazy night here, I think, and it's really everybody's excited for this, and everybody just wants to see this, which is it's infectious. It's really you sit here and you're getting infected by the hype.
It's almost like a music festival, for lack of a better comparison. But it's just you're in a place. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that are here with you. You can basically bet that they all have a similar interest and a similar temperament and a similar desire to see this thing launch, and we're all excited about the same thing. It's really great. It's really, really, really great. And just to quickly follow up on your talking about the cars queuing, if I was going to be watching from Isla Blanca Park, if you were watching this stream right now and you are in Brownsville or South Padre Island or you're in South Texas and you are planning to watch from Isla Blanca Park, maybe start heading that way. They don't open until 4 a.m., but again, it's going to be ham jam. So please take that into account and prepare accordingly.
Jack, I'm just going to ask you quickly. Do you know what the kind of local response has been over the past few months? Because obviously Boca Chica village itself has expanded massively with the addition of the production facility, but also just like in South Texas generally, this is a big thing to be coming for that region. Because historically in the US, if you wanted to see rocket launching activities, has been primarily dominated at Cape Canaveral, and a sprinkling at Vandenberg and a sprinkling at Wallops. So what has this been like for South Texas?
You know, I'm just a guy with a beard from California, so I don't feel comfortable really speaking for South Texas. I know there's some people who are very excited that this has come to the community. I know that there's some people that are grumpy that this has come to the community. There's, people of all walks of life in all situations. So I hesitate to speak for South Texas, but certainly there are a lot of people who are excited about it, and I can't imagine that local businesses around here are bummed about the increase in visitation. Like every single gas station, every single Walmart, every single grocery store, just everywhere has got to be experiencing an influx of people and an increase in commerce for that reason. So that's good, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Completely respect that decision. We have a $30 Australian super chat here from Tamas. Hopefully, I was looking at the time conversions last night in the kind of Southeast Asia Pacific kind of region. This is going to be some late night prime time entertainment on this Monday night. So fingers crossed, it does go within that window. That's kind of how the time zones work out. And Musical Wolves asking, does the launch license apply to the full stack plushie? I'm sure that you can launch your full stack plushie at any time you like. I don't believe that an FAA launch license is required in order to get that. So yeah, there you go. And of course, everybody.
We haven't mentioned that yet. We haven't said that on stream. That's the thing.
Yeah. So the. Yesterday, I believe it was, the pre-order opened. So if you want to If you want to get your full stack plushie, we had Jack. Tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but I believe in 2021 we had just a ship plushie, but this is the full stack now of both booster and ship.
Yeah, the store team really knocked it out of the park on this one. I don't really want to speak for the store team too much because I'm not Adrian or anybody else on the store team. But really just got to quickly say, holy cow, they really knocked it out of the park. The ship and the booster connect with Velcro. It looks amazing. I cannot wait to get one in my own hands. Adrian, I don't know, any other full stack plushie thoughts? Thanks for making sure we got this done.
I want to first thank Pauline and Mark, who also knocked it out of park here. They provided so much in the design process and over refining this design. This was really a week-long, month-long process to really get to this point. So thank you to these two especially. And yes, I'm really happy with the product we can now present to you all. And I hope you like it. That's all I can say. I can really say I like it. I wouldn't like it in our shop if I wouldn't like it. So yes, I really think it's a great design. And I love the engines below the ship. That's my highlight about this is the engines below the ship.
It looks great. In fact, it looks so great. I was like, that should be a design on a t-shirt. And it might be something we're doing. So definitely get a full stack plushie if you so desire. We really appreciate everyone for even considering it. But it can be scary. It can be scary to make a custom product like that because the process costs money. Getting them made costs money. And it's like, how many are we going to sell? Are we going to sell enough of them? It's a whole entire complex thing beyond just like getting the design of the thing right. So thank you to everybody for having faith in us. Thanks for everyone who bought the original plushie. And hopefully y'all... Ooh, venting. Hopefully y'all like the new one.
You got a bit of a plush kind of sound there.
Yeah.
Wasn't too loud. Fingers crossed that's a good thing. I just want to bring this question in here from Ahmed saying $20 for the Cape Flyover Fund. Thank you very much, Ahmed. Question: does Ship 24 or Booster 7 have an FAA registration like all aircraft have to have, or is that only for airplanes? I'm not sure how rocket registration works. So Jack, to my understanding, every aircraft gets a registration number from basically wherever it's registered. That country's aviation authority gives it basically a license plate for a plane. Is there any kind of similar registration process for rockets?
You know, I don't know. I think not, but I hesitate to answer too definitively. I will say, yeah, all planes have an N number or a tail number. It's kind of like a license plate on a car. It's a unique identifier to that specific vehicle. I don't think that's a thing for rockets, mostly because up till very recently, rockets are destroyed after a single use. So it's like, why do you need a unique identifying number if it's just going to be destroyed after a single use? That's a really interesting and good question. I sort of wonder if, as we enter into a world where rapidly reusable rockets are a thing, we'll start having like R numbers or something. I don't even know what they would be. But that's a very interesting question, Ahmed. I like it. I like it a lot. I like what you're thinking. Sorry, Ryan. I don't know. It wasn't necessarily the best answer, but there you go.
No. Well, I mean, I don't have any idea either. My closest guess, if something like that was to happen, is with space planes, because they are spacecraft and they are aircraft. The shuttle didn't have them, but that was when it was in aircraft mode, it was a glider. It couldn't. There you go, bingo cards. But when it was an aircraft, it was a glider. It couldn't, take off from a runway conventionally by itself. So I'm not sure if that would. But then again, gliders, they do have. Anyway, tangent. Getting sidetracked. Let's go through more of these membership things.
I think part of it too is there just needs to be enough of them. Like if there's 100 ships, we probably want to have unique identifiers for the ships. But if there's 5, it probably doesn't matter quite as much. But yeah, interesting thing to think about.
I know satellites get like tracking numbers, if I'm correct there, Jack.
Yep.
So there you go. That could also be an interesting way to try and identify ships from each other through that kind of method. I I've been going over the last few minutes here. I've been going through some of the super chats and tips, such as this one from Philip. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com. A bit more of a direct way to support us. Thank you, everybody who has been contributing. $25 here from Brandon. Thank you so much for that. And wow, $50 here from Jeff. Thank you very much for that. No message, but that is greatly appreciated. That'll go a long way in helping to keep the robots fed down in Boca.
May I say, hail yeah, because it's Jeff Hale. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna go through a few more questions here. And Musical Wolves is asking, this is like a fourth or fifth question. Oh no, great questions this morning from Musical Wolves. Will we, or rather when, will we see the first Starship jellyfish? Adrian, do we know any kind of launch times yet, or is this kind of way far out for OFT2?
Well, for OFT2, first off, I guess we all hope that OFT2 will be. I'm not sure. It won't be for this one. It will probably be too late. So yeah, we didn't know really a launch time until like 2 weeks ago. So I wouldn't dare to guess. I guess it might only. I see them at the beginning starting to fly these basically at the beginning of daylight all the time. So we might get lucky. It seems they want to fly these in daylight for first, and once they get really operational and we get missions that are kind of influenced by which trajectory they need to go, then we might get lucky with the jellyfish effect. So yeah, that's I hate these answers if I cannot give people the answers they want, but I do not think it's happening very soon.
But holy cow, when it does happen, it's gonna be amazing.
Yes, it will be amazing indeed. I'm just gonna look here quickly, stalling whilst I can open a link here. I'm going to look on here. There's a question here from Marcus asking about weather. Will it be favourable for flight? Now, Adrian, SpaceX have pushed by an hour. I don't think we've got any official word why that is, but could it be because of a poor forecast weather-wise for launch?
It could be. I don't know if they would have pushed that early or if they would wait for more data before pushing it, because they basically pushed it before they even went close to fueling. So I'm not sure if that might be the reason. I can't tell. It's hard to see the weather right now because it's very dark. I can tell you certainly it's not raining. And I see stars, so that's good. And it doesn't seem particularly windy to me. So that's that. But besides that, I do not dare to speculate about weather, because what we lack so far with Starship is the fact that we don't have really a good overview of the envelope it can do. Like, we don't have any good idea right now which is really the borderline limit where they don't want to go over in terms of wind shear, in terms of upper level winds. That will be something that we will probably find out over time with Starship, but as long as that's not the case, I guess we are still waiting for that.
And this weather, I'll just do a little bit of a disclaimer here. This is from Port Isabel. It's about 10 kilometers away, so this isn't exact launch site data, but it's as close as we can get without trying to, I don't know, beg SpaceX to use their weather station that's on top of the OLM. So yeah, this isn't, unlike launches out of the Cape, which are controlled by the Eastern Range, we don't get any kind of official weather out of them. We just kind of have to just basically look online in the weather app, and just that is literally our closest prediction of what we can kind of get, because that is just how Boca Chica and Starbase operate. Gonna look at some more questions here.
Ryan, you got an angry cat on your hands.
I know, he's just got up.
He's woken up and he's like, "Give me food. Why aren't you feeding me?"
Fix is asking, what's the time between the launch and splashdown of Starship? Jack, I don't know if you have it in front of you, but could you give us a rundown of some of the timings we're expecting for today's launch?
I don't have the Jonathan McDowell tweet in front of me, but I think it's something like 80 minutes. It's somewhere between 80 and 90 or so minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so from the point of launch, I'd say count on your fingers, but you run out. So just count 80, 90 minutes. That's roughly when Ship 24 should be getting back, if Ship 24 does indeed get that far.
Yes, indeed.
We have a interesting question here from a start. Oh, here we go. That's the trajectory of the flight, starting in Boca and going around the world. So this is kind of it'll be threading the needle between Florida and Cuba, Bahamas, going
This is
down south over the Atlantic, over just north of South Africa, actually, just kind of touching the tip of Madagascar, north of Australia, over Papua New Guinea, and splashing down there, just or re-entering rather, just south of Hawaii, and then hopefully impacting just there's the splashdown hazard zone, impacting just north of Kauai, which is one of the islands of the state of Hawaii.
This is
And that's
superb. Did you make these, Ryan?
I did indeed. These were for the trajectory video. Oh, wait, which one was it? Trajectory. It was for the trajectory video or the countdown video. So yeah, they've been repurposed for the launch broadcast.
Absolutely
for everybody.
fantastic work.
Yeah, this is you do not want to know how long I spent trying to get ChatGPT to convert the coordinates from the not Mars to coordinates that Google Earth would accept. That took a little while, but eventually it cracked it. We have a question here from Starro asking, do you know exactly the most or the point that will get the largest amount of stress on max Q? Adrian, do we know which point of the vehicle will be stressed most during max Q, or is that something that we don't really know?
That's more a question. I actually that's not. I don't know where the maximum aerodynamic pressure would hit. I would imagine it's at the top. But that's based on what I think is right. So I'm not sure how it will look like. We know that max Q is after 55 seconds. So just to point that out, we know max Q will hit at about 55 seconds into flight. And just to answer that question from earlier, Starship splashdown will be exactly according to the timeline of SpaceX at 90 minutes. So then, yeah, that's what I can answer about this, I think.
We have another question here from the Let's Player, kind of to do with the timeline and trajectories and everything we're talking about, especially with this graphic on screen now, the timings of everything. Do we think that they'll be able to see re-entry here on Oahu, if I'm pronouncing that correctly? I will admit my Hawaiian pronunciations are not on point. I'm just going to quickly brush up on my Hawaiian geography to see what would be possible. But Jack, do we know, even from the closest point on the Hawaiian archipelago, do we know if people will be able to see anything, or is that kind of unknown?
I don't know what the visibility is going to be like. I wish I did. But I put this question in the queue specifically because just go outside. Just go outside and look up, please. Because it might be spectacular. You never know. So if you're anywhere in the area out in Hawaii, go outside. Look up. You might just see the world's biggest meteor shower.
Except it'll be a Starship shower instead.
Yeah,
I've just
there you
looked on maps. So Oahu is the next island along in the chain from Kauai, and then the ship will be aiming to splash down north of there. So it'll basically be going from the majority of the islands' perspectives. It will be a south towards the north re-entry. That's basically what you want to be looking for, and from there, I think it will probably have stopped glowing, and plasma will have stopped by the time it kind of reaches the islands. By that point, it'll probably be going most of the velocity will be going down instead of horizontally. So yeah, you may need to be looking more to the south than to the west. But we can't say for definite if you'll see anything. But what we can say is get outside, have a look, and you may or may not be able to see Starship re-entering. Again, we don't even know if it's going to get that far. As Elon said in his little spaces he did a few hours ago, anything past max Q is a bonus, pretty much. So, yeah, stage separation, that would be epic to see. Ship getting all the way pretty much to the other side of Earth, also epic to see. And we have a radar of the weather of Hawaii on screen right now from the National Weather Service. So that is the current weather in Hawaii. I'm not sure if we can get the data on visibility or anything like that at the predicted time of a splashdown. But what we can see is, at least at the moment, the clouds are clear. There isn't a lot of precipitation about. It just looks like a nice Hawaiian evening. I'm going to get to this question here from Marcelo whilst we're on the topic. Will re-entry and splashdown follow the launch in the same orbit, or will there be several orbits in between? So, Adrian, what is the actual trajectory of this flight? Is it going into a full stable orbit, or are we just going once around, or nearly once around, to Hawaii?
Yeah, it is not entering a stable orbit. Like this vehicle will never get to a point where you would consider it a stable orbit. It will basically simulate a kind of orbital attempt, but would stop completely burning the second stage to an orbital trajectory. So technically not an orbit. They will just have enough energy to go once around the Earth and then splash down in Hawaii. Basically almost doing a full circle around. That's the plan for this trajectory here. Yeah, but I guess it basically simulates everything you want to test, because you could just burn your second stage just a little bit longer, and you would then be able to reach a stable orbit. So
I love this.
It's just about verification.
Pars in chat says transatmospherical orbit.
I love the name coming.
Part of an orbit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not an orbit. It's just on its way to a vacation in Hawaii.
I said this a long time ago, but I jokingly called this point to point the long way round, because technically it is point to point, and it's going the long way around Earth. But that is the only way they can launch out of Boca Chica so far.
Happy Chris Bergen noises.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Bergen is somewhere. So Chris Bergen right now is very, very happy.
Point to point stuff. There you go. The first flight of a fully integrated stack is going to be a point to point flight. It's the future, everybody. Point to point travel on Earth.
It happened way sooner than we all thought.
Yeah, indeed. We have a question here from Chris. Many good re-entry questions coming in here. Thank you, everybody. Do we have to worry about the tiles falling off the nose cone area and hitting the bottom Starship flap? So, Jack, we were talking about re-entry a little bit just a few moments ago, but do we know about the security of not kind of this... trying to think of the right word here. Do we know if the tiles are going to fall off or not? Because I know that the forces for static fires, because it stays on the pad for a static fire, the forces are actually more than during ascent, if I got that correct.
Yes, that is what we've been told, and that is what I believe. That said, we were talking at the start of the stream about wind shear. You know, maybe the launch itself, the vehicle gets off the pad without losing any or too many tiles, but once it's high up in the atmosphere and really cooking along, and it gets hit by some shear, and that knocks some tiles off via, applying stresses to the vehicle, and like flexing it in a way that causes tiles to fall off. Tiles could just fall off from vibration alone. So yeah, I expect it to lose a lot of tiles. I don't know if we have to worry about it, but certainly, Space Shuttle Columbia was damaged by foam falling off of the bipod ramp on the external tank, and that's foam. Like, the tiles are very lightweight, they have to be, but they can still do damage when they're traveling at a large velocity. So definitely something to think about, something to maybe consider. I don't know if you want to worry about it or not, but you can. I would understand it if you did. But yeah, that's sort of hard to say what's going to happen tile loss wise, other than I definitely expect them to lose a lot of tiles. Shuttle famously lost a lot of tiles when they were transporting on the back of the 747 or in the first couple of launches, and I think it was STS-27 where Shuttle lost a large number of tiles, and basically the only thing that prevented a Columbia-style burn-through and destruction of the vehicle was the fact that underneath one of the entire tiles that was lost was... yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I believe we have cars leaving the pad here.
You can see flashing lights.
Yeah.
We
I'm not sure if that is that the full closeout crew. We will see, but that's certainly an interesting sign to see cars leaving the pad area of Starship. We might be very soon to have a pad clear situation for Starship's first fully integrated launch attempt.
Exactly what we want to see.
Very exciting.
Just to finish that thought really quick, the only thing that stopped the burn through on STS-27 was a steel plate that was covering an antenna, and if that plate hadn't been there, it would have been a big problem. So anyways, hopefully we don't see tiles fall off too much, and hopefully if we do, they don't damage the vehicle catastrophically. But either way, I would be shocked if S-24 survived re-entry even without losing any tiles whatsoever. So I'll shut up about tiles now, but good question.
I'm going to go through some of these memberships and super chats and things like that because we've been sitting on them a little while. Thank you. We have a new Red Team member here. We also have a super chat here, a store message, another new Red Team member. So many people joining the Red Team rank and above over the last few hours as we kind of soft launched and then announced that multi-view for members. Some New Zealand dollars here again in New Zealand. This is going to be some pretty much well, it's actually going to be early morning entertainment for you. It's currently 1 a.m. New Zealand Standard Time. I think the launch or the predicted time of launch is from SpaceX. We've got some new Capcom members here. Thank you very much, Brit, Ginger. That means you now get access to the Discord if that's something you'd like to get into. You now have access to that. We've got a few more Red Team members here. Thank you very much. And we have another store message here. Thank you everybody who's been buying off the store this morning. It's greatly appreciated. It's a fantastic way. Not only do you support the channel, you also get some pretty nice swag to go along with that contribution. And we also have Bruce becoming a launch director member. Thank you very much. That's a big tier of monthly support. That's greatly appreciated. And we have Glenn buying many items off the store. Thank you very much for that, Glenn. And we have 10 gifted memberships here from Ian, gifting Red Team membership. So that means 10 people who might have not necessarily been able to afford a Red Team membership now get access to the multi-view. Thank you very much for that. And we also have another Red Team member here. And we have William, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who has purchased many items off the store. That's loads of stuff. Thank you so much for all of that purchases. Or all of them purchases, rather, if I try and get my English correct. We also have an upgrade to Red Team here. Thank you very much for that. A large number of people upgrading to Red Team, joining Red Team and above. Rich asking here, do we think us Floridians will see it from the Cape, or is that too far? Now, Jack, thinking about Floridian geography, do we think that it will be visible that far north, or do we kind of still have to be towards Texas to see anything upon launch?
I don't know. Maybe if you're in Key West, you'd see it. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I always struggle with the questions of like where will it be visible from kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, because we really don't know. We haven't seen a launch of Starship before, so we don't know what will be visible and where. I'd say Key West. It would be kind of passing. Not directly overhead, but pretty much overhead at that point in Florida, if I am thinking correctly. We also have...
so that would be
would
probably be a pretty cool spot, anyways.
Yeah, indeed. We have a store message here from Alec. Thank you very much for that. And $20 from Mike and Marilyn. Thank you very much for that 20 USD. We store messages more from Michael. We've got a store message here from Kevin. Got some euros here from Philip. Thank you very much. More store messages, more super chats, and such as this $20 from David. Thank you very much for all of these. Again, I'm going to say it again. I may sound like a broken record, but I'm going to keep saying it so people don't feel left out. We are very sorry we can't read out every single message we're getting, but we appreciate everything that everybody is contributing financially or just watching or just commenting and the like. Every single piece of contribution that we get, it goes a long way, and we are very, very grateful for every single thing we get, especially the financial contributions. It's not expected. We're not. It's very useful, but we're not going to look down on anyone who can't financially contribute. Just liking, commenting, it goes a long way, and we are very grateful for every single person who's decided to tune in very early this morning for the majority of where our audience is located. So thank you everybody who has decided to tune in, and if you have decided to contribute, thank you very much for that as well. Some more Australian dollars here. So again, very late this evening / early tomorrow morning for you. This launch is currently on schedule to be. We've got some more store messages coming in here. Thank you, everybody. JP buying many or multiple items off the store. Thank you very much for that. And we've got some message here from Germany. There you go, Adrian, a fellow German in the store there. And we have some more store messages here as well. Another super chat. Again, thank you everybody who has been contributing. It means a lot. And again, sorry we can't read out every single message. We have just been getting so much support recently, and it's really amazing to see. But of course, the more support we get, the less time we have to answer questions and stuff. We still want to answer questions from everybody. So if you do have a question, put it in chat. Tag us at NASA Spaceflight. Then I'll bring it into the queue that we have here, and we will do the best, or we will try and answer the questions to the best of our abilities. I want to bring in this point here quickly from Shadon, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Do we think an engine or two may shut down mid-flight? Adrian, firstly, what are your predictions on engine out during this flight? And also I want to know, do we know what the engine out capability of the booster is?
I will start with the second first. I do not believe we have a complete overview yet what the engine out capability of Starship is. In general, it is in a way that the later you are in the flight, the more engines you're allowed to lose. So that's probably the case for Starship as well. So sadly, we don't have any good overview as of now when in which point in the flight Starship can lose engine and still reach its goals. That might also always depend on the mission and what it wants to achieve on that particular flight. But overall, I would expect some engine out capabilities, as Elon Musk has talked about it before. And what also is part of this is the fact that initial first flight vehicles tend to be a bit heavier, tend to be a bit more on the unoptimized side. So there might be some margins for future flights that are not yet available for the first flight of a prototype. So a lot of talk about the answer that we don't know exactly. But in general, the later the flight, the more engines you can probably lose.
Makes sense. And we're going to do a little bit of a commentator switcheroo here. So Jack, who's been with us for nearly the last hour and 45 minutes, thank you very much for joining us at the beginning of our marathon stream of Starship's orbital test flight as we approach T-minus 6 hours and 20 minutes. Do take a little bit of a break, Jack, and fingers crossed we'll be hearing again from you a little bit later into the count.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry, I was yawning. Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. It means so much to us, and it means that we can continue to do what we do, and it means we can do even better in the future. We have a lot of cool ideas that we'd love to try and execute sometime. It just takes money and support, and y'all are really showing up today and helping us out. So thank you so much, everybody. I will be back, much like General Douglas MacArthur. I will return. Like 3 people in chat will get that. But seriously, thanks, everyone. Enjoy the... Wait. Wait, it's gonna be you, Alex, and Adrian? Is this like a European takeover? Am I gonna have to throw some tea and like a bratwurst and some fajitas into a harbor? What's going on here?
Oh no, Jack. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but it is indeed a European takeover, as the person's name, who I will not try to attempt to pronounce in the slightest whatsoever. We have an Alex with us, NSF's favourite Spaniard. How you doing, Alex?
And the only one so far.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Yeah, very excited. Well, I'm doing great. Within possibilities, I guess, because I've already tweeted out that I tried to sleep a little bit, but I couldn't. I'm very excited, and yeah, right now it's like a mix of tiredness and being excited. So let's see who wins. I hope it is being excited what wins today. I already have alarms just in case, though. I don't want to miss
Yes.
anything.
I had many alarms this morning trying to get up very bright and early to compensate for you all, as we are still counting down to the launch of Starship. If you are now if you're in kind of Europe, Africa, that kind of region, and you are just waking up at a normal civilized time, unlike everyone here at NSF, you're unaware of what has kind of been happening in the last few hours. Alex, do you want to just kind of give a little bit of a rundown, because we got a tweet a few hours ago from SpaceX saying that the launch time they are pushing for slipped by approximately 60 minutes.
Yes, 60 minutes. Boy, it's like, how long is that? Yeah, it's an hour. Okay. My brain is a little bit slow right now, so forgive me. Yeah, so they pushed that. They had a window from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Central, and so what they did was like, hey, for whatever reason, they were not able to target that opening of the window at 7 a.m. So they're targeting 8 a.m. right now. If they were to, need some more time, they already have another 90 minutes into the window that they could take in case, they need a little time here and there. And we will still see a few holes, once they go into fueling and stuff like that, that, they could take those minutes to solve whatever issues might crop up, all that stuff. And definitely, it's good to have a window instead of, instantaneous launch opportunities that we see sometimes with Falcon 9s going to the ISS or things like that. And yeah, definitely cool. We've seen road closure already happening. We believe that the pad is most likely clear. We saw like a caravan of basically cars going down the road up to past the roadblock, and leaving the launch area. So hopefully that means that indeed the launch pad is cleared and we're going into that, next step, which will be tank farms pulling up. There we go. I was waiting for that.
There's the time. I just combined countdown and timeline. I tried to say countdown. That's not a word, Ryan. That is the timeline.
It can be a word.
For the launch.
It can be a word. We can make it a word. We did it before.
The Starship countdown. There you go.
Tank down, yes. Also, can we just, like, you said it so casually in your introductory of Alex, but we are legit still counting down for Starship to launch. Like, this is not a wet dress rehearsal. That is not a static fire. This is not another cryo test. This is a countdown to launch. How is this real?
It's happening. Can you believe it? Well, it hasn't happened yet. Fingers crossed, it is indeed happening. It is bonkers indeed, Alex. We've seen wet dresses, we've seen static fires, we've seen every kind of test you can imagine, and it's been a long time since we've seen a vehicle depart Starbase going up. The last vehicle was SN15, which, Alex or Adrian, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was May 5th, 2021. So we're coming up on 2 years since something has left the pad here. It's a different pad that did not leave from the orbital launch pad, that left from one of the suborbital pads, which they're essentially now test sites at the launch site. But that is the last time something left Starbase vertically, or at least intentionally left Starbase vertically. So yeah, a long time since a flight. I'm going to hit this question here from Sean quickly, saying, how much will Starship weigh at launch? Adrian, do we know the mass of the ship and booster at T0?
There's a good chance that I get this number wrong, but I remember out of my head it's 5,000 metric tons. Alex, am I right with that?
About 5,000 metric tons. Yes, I think. Hold on. Yes, 5,000. Was trying to do the math mentally.
There we go. Yeah, it's 5,000 metric tons.
It's a
So
beast.
that's quite a lot of tons, actually.
Yes, there is quite a lot of tons indeed. That's just an insane number to think about. What is that? That's 5 million kilograms, which is just, you know, an insane number to think about. And this thing's flying into space, you know. I have to be honest, I don't understand how this vehicle at all complies with the laws of physics, because the scale, it is gargantuan, it is absolutely massive, and yet it can fly. It doesn't make sense whatsoever. It's like when you're at the airport and you see like a 747 or an A380, you're like, that's a big thing. There's no way that hump of metal should be able to be airborne, right? That's defying the laws of physics. And then you see Starship, it boggles my mind every time. It's just absolutely massive. And the fact we're going to see this go in just over 6 hours, wow, just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and also it's kind of
Go on,
just
Adrian.
to quickly add to that, it's kind of a statement about these Raptor engines, right? And like about rocket engines in general. You have this massive 5,000 metric ton block, and these engines are efficient enough and produce enough thrust to lift this into space. It's mind-boggling.
And there's only
it's insane.
33 of them.
Yeah, only 33. Yeah, it's such a low engine number.
Yeah, I know. Compared to other vehicles, that's quite a high engine number. But thinking about it, 5,000 metric tons, and you only need 33 engines. I mean, it's not actually that much if you think about it, is it?
Yeah, I mean these Raptors produce quite a lot of thrust per engine. They are very powerful. It's about like 3 Raptor engines for a Falcon 9, I think, if I remember correctly.
Hold up. I'm gonna grab my calculator. Because Raptor is 230 tons at sea level. 230 tons of force at sea level. And Merlin is 86, so that should be 2.67. Merlins is 1 Raptor.
I would say I would call that accurate enough that I would call that a win for me.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they could have definitely built larger engines, but then it would have been more complicated because larger engines take a lot of more, you know, engineering to get through. Even Raptor, it's already complicated because of its own cycle, full flow stage combustion. So, you know, sometimes smaller, but a lot of them, it's better than a big one. And also for usability, you don't need to do any sort of, you know, stupidly low throttle settings on your single engine or something like that in order to land. You just basically light up different engines, and they are smaller, so just use multiple engines that are smaller.
So as we approach T-minus 6 hours and 10 minutes in the count at the moment, this is towards 8 a.m. Central Time, the provisional rough time SpaceX has published on Twitter for when the launch will be. We've got a quick video for you, about 3 minutes, about the test history at Starbase. We're talking about the last flight, which was May 5th, 2021. So take a look at some of these previous test flights and other kinds of tests from Starbase.
my god, it lifted off. Oh my god. Folks, it's going. Look at that.
Alright, now this is the part where SNA breached successfully as well. The next step will be that landing flip maneuver, hoping for a better outcome on SN9's flight.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa!
Oh my god!
There you go.
There's your methane leak.
Yes.
There's your...
Folks.
Boom. Did it?
Our camera,
It hit the ground.
our
Okay.
camera flying debris.
Starship heading back to the landing zone.
Look at this! Right here!
Oh my god.
I landed on the hopper!
What an amazing video. I really wow, that actually got me close to tearing up here because it really showed you all the history we have seen so far in Starbase and watched it now for years. And that was I cannot say that was a great video, and I really enjoyed that recap of what we have seen so far in this spaceport to be kinda. So yeah, I'm really glad for that recap. Thank you so much. It really got me emotional. Wow, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, same
Um,
here.
I mean, you say history, but that's all happened pretty much within the last 3 to 4 years. Like on aerospace timelines, this is really like a fast-tracked kind of timeline. This isn't like this has taken decades to develop. Like if we go back to the National Launch System for SLS, and then it's got shuttle hardware. This is a very, very quick design to maiden launch process. If this is indeed the maiden orbital flight. So yeah, this is a very fast-tracked aerospace
wonder, do we
rocket
have-
program.
Do we have something like the Oscars when, some actors pass away and things like that? Do we have the same here for boosters are scrapped and ships are scrapped and things like that as well? Because that will be also emotional, to be honest, because we saw so many vehicles that were scrapped, like SN12, SN13, all of these vehicles, going to most recently, Booster 8 and Booster 4 was retired on the Rocket Garden along with Ship 20 as well. So yeah, there's been so many things going on in just the last 3 or 4 years that it's just bonkers. It's not just the flights; it's also all the testing, all the production that they have been doing. It's crazy.
And
What's
of course,
your-
if you have any
what's your-
questions, sorry, Adrian, but if you have any questions about the history of testing on Starbase, don't hesitate. Put it in chat. Tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer it. Adrian.
What's your favorite flight? Like what's your highlight so far of the Starship program? I will just, to give you more time to think about this because I already thought about it. I would say SN10 actually. I think my highlights of it was SN10 because A, we got the first landing. Also, it didn't it didn't fully stick, but it was the first landing. Also, we got an explosion out of it, so that was nice. So overall, I don't know. It had like really everything that a rocket launch needed. It lifted off, it flew, it landed, and then we got even like some spicy extra. So I don't know. I liked SN10. It really. And next up, then I think Hopper. You have to also name Hopper because it shouldn't fly. Like standing next to it now, I had the chance to stand next to it the other day. It should. Do you think you look at this thing and you're like, why does it fly? And then you remember, well, it flew to 150 meters. That's bonkers. I'm really.
Yeah.
That's my top two. What about you guys? Ryan.
I'm going to say my favourite flight so far has been SN15, just because it was the flight that proved the belly flop and landing procedure worked. It was a bonkers idea, probably from Elon's head, but it proved that it worked, and that the vehicle didn't necessarily always blow up after it worked. So yeah, I feel like SN15 for me was the flight that proved, hey, this insane recovery method might actually be possible. Alex.
Yeah, I will agree with you that SN8 was there because the ascent was very, very clean. I mean, within what 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 we had seen already back then, probably in hindsight not so clean because there were debris, fires in the engine bay, whatever. But back then it was like, holy cow, it's like it's going, and it went all the way up there. It belly flopped. It did this skydive maneuver that just I remember in 2019, just 2 years before, actually less than that. I think it's no, yeah, 2 years before, or 1.5. Elon was talking about that on the presentation from 2019, and I remember Tim Dodd, he was asking like, is that for sure what you guys are gonna do? Like, falling straight down and then the flip and everything. And so, and Elon was like, yeah, and we're gonna do that right here, and like pointing to next to him and be like, yeah, there on the launch site. And they did it, and it's crazy, right? Now again, the landing obviously took a little while to properly basically get it correctly, but definitely something that was sort of the unknown, like how the flap's going to be maneuvered and respond to the skydiving and everything. That was certainly something that really told us that yes, this can work. Like it's a 9-meter diameter vehicle, 50 meters in length, that is falling straight down to the earth, right? And it does all of that just controlling these 4 tiny flaps, because compared to the vehicle, they're tiny, right? But it can do that. And I will say, apart from that, it's probably also Starhopper. I was actually, before we went live, a few hours before, I watched Falcon Heavy, live stream and things like that. I watched also the flight of a Starhopper, and right on the Starhopper, SpaceX had like we saw it there on the video that they had like a drone, and as Starhopper was moving, I was visualizing the current configuration of the whole launch site, of the tower and the full stack, and being like, Starhopper flew to 150 meters. That's the top of the tower. That's all it flew, not higher. So just imagine, right? Like it was just like mind blowing to me that back then, the ceiling for Starship was that.
Yeah. I mean, that's just bonkers to think about. 150 meters is the height of the tower. Wow. As we approach, we're 19 seconds away from exactly T-minus 6 hours till 8 a.m. Central, which is not a locked-in launch time. It's a rough launch time that SpaceX published on Twitter a few hours ago. If you're just joining us and you're expecting 7 o'clock, bright and early at the start of the window, don't fear. There's no scrub. It's just an hour push, roughly, so far from SpaceX. That could be for winds. It could be for a technical issue. We don't know why. We just know that it has been pushed by an hour so far. I pulled a couple of comments in here quickly from this one from Ori saying SN8 was the most beautiful. This one from Elizabeth saying that I loved Hopper, but SN10 was awesome. That's their top 2. And speaking about earlier ships and bringing it to the present day, hopefully, flight, we have a question here asking, do we think that SpaceX have cameras on the vehicle like they had on SN10 and SN15? Adrian, do we know if they have cameras on the ships and booster?
They absolutely have. We have seen the camera boxes. They have cameras installed both on booster and ship, it seems. And I mean, it is pretty necessary. This is the test flight about getting data, about getting information. So it really helps them to get more visuals on these vehicles and just understand them better, get everything they can. This is about data gathering. This thing is not about any payload. It's not about any satellite. It's about gathering data about this flight. It's about understanding the vehicle, maybe finding issues they need to fix, but maybe also verifying a design they have proven over the last 2 years. And that's the goal here. They want to prove this works.
And we have a question here from Fred asking, if there is an unexpected disassembly, will folks watching nearby need hearing protection to prevent ear damage? Now, Alex, I'm going to think back to there was an Antares launch a few years ago that suffered an anomaly just after launch. That, from the press site, was extremely loud. And this vehicle, not trying to put Northrop Grumman down here at all, but Starship is much bigger than Antares is. So I'm especially thinking about the mariners in the special boat watch zones, and I'm also thinking of people at Isla Blanca Park, which will be opening in about a couple of hours. I'm sure there's already a queue down there. So Alex, what do we think about the kind of audio and ear protection, perhaps, if something, God forbid, like that did happen?
Yeah, that could probably be. Yeah, you will need hearing protection in that case, and obviously, don't stand near places with glass and things like that, because just in case, probably SPI. If you're in SPI, for example, you're probably far away enough, maybe, that glasses do not shatter and things like that. If there were to be an explosion, again, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, but we're sort of in that situation mentally, right? But just in case, just, put yourself to cover and things like that if you're in the area. Just like anyone will do, a sane reaction, I will probably say, right, is to just duck and cover, right? Just in case, because it's the best. Like, look, if nothing happens to you, cool, right? You just you just at least protect yourself just in case, right? But if it were to happen, well, protecting yourself and putting yourself in a safe position and place, location, whatever, in situation, that is obviously something that benefits you. So definitely do it if you can. Again, we're not expecting it to happen, but in the unlikely event that it happens, that's sort of the advice that I will give. And yeah, even if it goes nominal, I will say that rocket is gonna be loud. So if you're prone to be sensible to very loud noises. I know I am, because even like a motorcycle going very, very fast here in the neighborhood will startle me and be like, oh my god. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like really loud sounds. I will definitely enjoy rocket loud sounds though. But yeah, my ears are a little bit probably more delicate than usual. So I will probably, if I were to go to a launch of a rocket of this caliber, I'll probably wear protection on my ears just in case. But like even on a nominal situation, I'm meaning here. But hey, you will feel it
Yeah.
in your chest anyways,
Yeah.
because this is gonna be super. I mean, it's super heavy and also super powerful.
Indeed.
Well,
We
I have
have-
to
go on, Adrian.
tell you, Alex. to tell it, Alex, as a person who has been to many rocket launch, I'm like kidding. I decided this is the perfect rocket to go for my first rocket launch. So we will see how loud it is. I'm so far in the
Yeah.
opinion, it can't be that bad.
Yeah, if you
we'll
start
see.
yelling after the launch, maybe it's your your ears are still ringing and things like that.
I have 3 super chats I just want to bring up here real quick because they are quite big, such as this one, $100 from Alex Jones. Thank you very much. That is a massive contribution to the channel, and it is greatly appreciated for that contribution that you have very kindly gifted to us. So thank you very much, Alex. That is once again a big contribution to the channel. We also have here a 50 Australian dollars from Hasham. Thank you very much for that. That's 50 Australian dollars, and we also have 250 zloty, I think that is. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Thank you very much. That's a big contribution as well, about 60 USD there. So thank you very much, Jacob, for that. Those were 3 very big contributions. And I think now to try and give you a little bit of context of how the launch site is kind of laid out, we're going to quickly see if our new overlay graphics work, because they should come fueling and stuff like that, should give you a little bit of an idea of where things are, what you should look out for, and that kind of thing. So you can see where the OLM vent will be on the orbital launch mount. You can see the 4 tanks there. That's water on the left, liquid oxygen on the right. You can see where the tower vent will be. So when we have Alex or Adrian calling out like all the tower vents on or all the OLM vent turned off, that's where you can that's where you should be looking. You can also see the subcooler for the LOX there, also the vent for the nitrogen, the engine chill pit, which will get frosty later on, and we also have everybody's favourite Starhopper over on the far left of the shot there. So yeah, when Alex was talking earlier, 150 meters is the height of the tower. You can see Starhopper there. That is how tall it is, and this is from the other side of the launch site. You can see there we've got a LOX tank, a couple of nitrogen tanks, and a water tank there. Again, from the other side, that's where the tower vent is. That at the bottom of your picture there is the methane tanks, and we also have the subcooler for the methane tanks there, and we have the deluge tanks there as well. They will not be used for this flight, will they, Alex? There's no deluge system yet installed at the pad, if I am getting that right.
Yeah, exactly. So the water tanks that we see there are for the water tanks on the taller white ones. Those are the ones that are going to be used for the fire system that we're going to see sort of closer to the ignition point. That is to avoid fire and detonation, and explosions on the orbital launch mount itself. The deluge tanks there, those are for the deluge system that is not installed yet. It's partially installed behind the tower, but on the OLM per se, it's not there, and it's going to be installed for the later flights. We're still not sure when it's actually going to be used for the first time. Might be in the second flight, third, fourth, whenever they are ready, they're going to be using that. But for this first flight, it's not going to be used.
Yeah, and there you go. The other side again. The tower vent is a very important part of the venting process. So, Adrian, actually, I just thought, brilliant question for me. Could you give us a little kind of rundown of what the tower vent is for, the OLM vent, the engine chill pit? What are they all? What do they each signify during the countdown? Adrian, I don't know if we have you here.
Maybe Adrian is not here.
Yeah. Alex, are you able to pick up that question?
Yeah, I could take that one. So we're gonna see the tank farm coming to life, all the subcoolers and ground tanks, and obviously not in this view right now. That overlay seems to be stuck. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
It's okay. Things of being live, right? The tank farm will come to life and things like that, and once they start into the propeller, we actually have a whole video about this that you actually hosted, by the way. Good delivery there of information, Ryan. But I will say. And so the tank farm will come to life and everything. And before they load propellants onto the vehicle, they need to condition first the ground, the ground infrastructure, and also the orbital launch mount itself. And so all of the pipes that go into the vehicles and everything, they're going to be filled with very cold stuff, right? And before that, you need to condition them to the right temperatures, because if you flow something very, very cold on a pipe that is a room temperature, that very cold stuff will just basically boil off and create bubbles, or even worse, it could just break the pipe, like a pressure spike or something like that. You don't want that to happen, right? So what they usually do is flow just a little small amount of liquid nitrogen through those pipes to first condition them to the right temperatures, and also that also allows them to purge the line in case there's some, foreign object debris that is called basically FODs. If there's anything like that, like maybe a piece of metal or something, whatever, that thing goes out, it is cleared, it is purged. And so the way that we're going to see that from our views is the OLM, the orbital launch mount itself, will have a vent going on, and that's going to be what we call the OLM vent. For the tower, there's going to be something similar a little bit later, where the tower itself, there's going to be a pipe that goes out from the side that starts venting, and it's for the same reason. They're going to be, chilling down all the pipes, purging them ahead of propellant load, and in order to, because all of that needs to be going somewhere. So all of that liquid nitrogen, as it boils off, as it is conditioning the pipes, it needs to leave from one vent, and in that case, it's going to be the tower vent for the tower and the OLM vent for the OLM.
Well, thank you very much for that, Alex. Hopefully that clears up any confusion you may have over what vent means what, does what. I know certainly for me, before I kind of, basically before Alex gave me the like the schematic of where everything was and what they do, I had no idea what any of it did either. So don't worry if you don't know what's happening. I didn't know what was happening until probably about 3 months ago. So you are certainly not alone. And look at me now, they've given me the reins and I'm in charge. So yeah, do not worry at all. We'll try and get this very complicated information kind of condensed and easily congestible for you to or not congestible, ingestible. Look at this. It's these early starts, man. This early start. SpaceX, what are you doing to us? We have speaking of early starts, Kyle's asking, Adrian, if you're available to take this one. How did SpaceX choose the launch window, and did the FAA play a role?
So far it seems to me like they choose the launch window based on the fact that they want to start early in the day and want to launch at daylight. I do not think there was ever really big constraint about this launch window. Again, there's no big payload around this. So what you look at is when do you have light here? When would you be able to perform this flight in the conditions you want to with good visibility? So it looks like that's what they went for. Yeah. I do not think there's anything else. I can understand if you don't want to launch at midday. Maybe they don't want to launch when it's hottest because it's just too hot. I don't know. That's not a good reason for that. I think it's basically just let's launch as early as possible in the morning. That's my basic understanding of the current launch window.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Adrian. We've had a load more store messages, super chats, and everything come through over the last few minutes. So I'm going to do my best to try and get through these, read some of these out. Thank you, Samuel. We also have Kushal becoming a Powered Rat member. Noah with the store message. Thank you very much. Alvin buying off the store. So is Thomas also buying off the store, saying, "Do I have to get a dog now? Let's launch this great silo." We also have $10 from Chris here. Thank you very much for that. New Red Team member in Becca. Also Phil. Loads of people becoming a Red Team member. And wow, I'm sorry I missed this from 8 minutes ago. Ali gifting 50 Red Team memberships. That's a big contribution. Not only do we... and we get another one 4 minutes ago. Ali again. So that's 100 Red Team memberships total. Thank you so much for that. That is a huge financial contribution. And not only...
Ryan?
What, Alex?
That's now 100 people that can watch the multi-view. That is
indeed
for Red Team members and above.
And all of you get to see the red team for free because Ali very kindly has gifted 100 red team memberships to all of you. So make sure, if you did receive one of them, make sure to thank Ali in chat because that is a whopper of a contribution there. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's a big contribution. Michael becoming a launch director. Thank you very much for that. An anonymous store message. Thanks for buying off the store and seeing more from here. Michael saying, since 2019 with you, amazing how much has changed in Boca. And yeah, it's been a lot of development in a very short amount of time in Starbase, hasn't it been, Alex?
Yeah, it's been, just 5 years ago, it was. I'm reminded right now, just looking back in my memories, that it was in April 2018 when Elon Musk first tweeted about the big tooling that they had for the carbon fiber BFR. That they were building at San Pedro in Los Angeles, and it was like, yeah, Boca Chica, Starbase was nothing. It was just basically a mound of dirt, and that was it, right? And it was that summer when they were starting to tear it all down and starting to move all the equipment, and then by November we start seeing Starhopper, and since then it's been, constant change. Every single day something new pops up. Even more recently, they had that that new facility, Massey, that they have been using since September, up the road, about 4 or 5 miles, I think it is, up the road. And even more recently, they have built another tent at Remedios Avenue. They have like these massive receiving tent that they have there for parts and storage and things like that, with some pieces that they call flame diverter, but they do not look like that. Maybe when they come together, they do look like that. But we'll see.
Yeah. I'm seeing a little bit of venting happening at the bottom of the tank there. Adrian, is this a signifying point that the tank farm is starting to spool up, or is this just a little normal vent that we see day to day at Starbase?
Nah, that's not that big of a event yet. So the first thing that really is, I think, I would call very interesting, is when the subcoolers start to significantly spool up. That's both on the left and right side. Right now in the shot you can see there are these giant subcoolers which are used to precondition the propellants and get them to the right temperature. Once they spool up and they get frosty and they are filled with liquid nitrogen, that's really the point where we are really watching out for this flow going further and further and closer into propellant load, which should happen around hours before T0, around that. It's sometimes it move a bit, but that's around the ballpark we are talking about here.
It's a very rough estimate that we have because, of course, this isn't like an official timeline for SpaceX. We have Adrian and his spreadsheets, which have been scarily accurate, I may add, in the past. So, yeah, fingers crossed that is roughly when that occurs. I'm also going to thank Paul for his $45 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Paul says they're waiting to get into Isla Blanca Park. Well, fingers crossed that you were there early enough to get a spot there to witness this historic event live. We have a few more Red Team memberships being gifted. 5 from Michael and 5 from Jody. Thank you very much. Again, if you received one of them, thank them in chat. And we also have this super chat here from Carl. Thank you very much for that. Doing a quick currency conversion. Thank you very much for that. We also have Ethan becoming a new member, becoming a flight engineer member. That's the top level, which is a big contribution every month. So thank you very much for that. And we have a few more super chats coming in from here. Thank you, everybody. $20 from Ethan. That's greatly appreciated. Hannah purchasing many items off the store. Thank you very much for that, Hannah. We have an anonymous message here, just saying thanks for all you do with the store message. You're very welcome. We also have a few more Red Team members joining. 10 more Red Team memberships being gifted. 5 here from Newtopia and 5 here from Gabby. And thank you very much for that. We have a new Capcom member, Elliot. Elliot, you now get access to the Discord server if that's something you're interested in. We have Julie, Red Team member. Tycho becoming a Red Team member. Evie Smiles becoming a Red Team member. Mr. Who'sman becoming a Capcom member, HL Fan becoming a Capcom member, and we also have John Wick becoming a Red Team member, and GB Hurricane has upgraded to a Red Team membership. So there we go. Thank you everybody who has become upgraded or gone to the Red Team member or above. Again, that's when you get the access to the multi-view, which means you can see any pretty much. I believe most of our cameras are on there live right now, and more will be spooling up as we get closer to launch. You'll be able to see them getting set up, and you'll be able to see them live throughout launch. Some of them before they're even available on Starbase Live or this dedicated commentary feed. So again, that's the multi-view over there for Red Team members and above if you are interested. We have a question here from Lachi, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, if this launch goes well, Adrian, I'll throw this one to you, do you think they will do a launch with people on the Starship, or do you think that they will do more test flights before they put people on board? Now, Adrian, how many flights are we expecting uncrewed before the third flight of the Polaris program, which is the first crewed flight of Starship?
Based on everything we have heard, they expect 100 flights at least before that. So they will not fly this once and put on the second flight crew. This is still very much far away from doing crew, and that's the advantage of having a highly like a rapid reusable and a vehicle that they can fly over and over again, that you can test it a lot. Like at some point you can fly it more and more and get it to test it more and more, and once you get to that point, you then can increase the safety of the vehicle until you feel confident to put on crew on there. Right now they are very much still in a they will still iterate the design after this. They will probably integrate some changes after they initially gathered some data from the first flight, and so yeah, they're not there yet. It's still, crew is still very much far away, but yeah, that's the goal. This thing wants to fly crew in the future. It's kind of one of the main design goal, as SpaceX has said in the past, since Starship is their way to how they want to get to Mars with crew. So crew is very much on the path of this vehicle. The question is just when.
Thanks for that, Adrian. Alex, I'll throw this one to you. Sam asking, how much damage do we think that there will be to the pad once the rocket has launched? I'll just note for static fires, we're seeing concrete and scorching, but the static fires, the vehicle doesn't leave the pad, right, Alex? It's firing for a long time in a single position.
Yeah, and we should see something new here, which is probably damage to the top of the oil lamp, because that hasn't seen fire at any point. Now, if the rocket lifts off, obviously you will see that happening, because it's right in the way of the exhaust. So hopefully we don't see any of that damage being too damaging, I guess. And they can, turn it around, basically refurbish that pad and be able to be used for the next launch. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to say exactly how it will be. I'm just hoping it is as less as it can. Yep.
And a question here from Shadow asking, would we be able to see it from New Zealand? Well, Shadow, I'm thinking your name's quite relevant, because at that time New Zealand will be in the Earth's shadow. It will not be daytime. It will be about, or if this does go at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time, that will be 1 a.m. tomorrow on Tuesday, New Zealand Standard Time, doing rough math in my head, or rough math, should I say. Christ, turning American. So, yeah, that should be about 1 a.m., so it will be dark. So, yeah, I don't think you will be able to see it from New Zealand. And again, it will be passing quite further north of New Zealand. It's going north of Australia at a 45-degree angle, so it's kind of, yeah, I'm sorry, but I do not think you will be able to see it from New Zealand. Doing rough calculations in my head. And there you go. That's the actual trajectory, so you can kind of get an idea of where it will be going. It will be going south of Madagascar, then back up north, over Australia, over Papua New Guinea, kind of just darting between Australia and Indonesia. And there you go. That's New Zealand at the bottom there, so it's quite far away from New Zealand, I'm afraid. And here we go. I was going to do this and I forgot. If you want to get a full stack plushie, they're finally available for pre-order over on the shop. They came into pre-order yesterday. So if you would like a plush version of what you're seeing on the right of your screen right now, you can get one of them at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. They are Velcroable together, so you can stick them together and take them apart and do whatever you want with them. It's a plushie. I don't really know what to add. It is a plushie of Starship, as you can see, black on one side for the heat shield tiles. However, I will just say disclaimer: the heat shield side on our plushie Starship is not as heat resistant as the real thing. So please do not try and re-enter Earth with your plushie Starship. It probably will not last that long. You've got your 33 Raptors underneath there and your 6 Raptors underneath the ship with you. You've got your 3 sea levels, your 3 vacuums. Those are available for pre-order right now over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We also, of course, have our beautiful metal prints. Many different pictures of Starship available for metal print. There you go, many different pictures of Starship during testing, during static fires, and we also have different images of it just sat at the pad, like this beautiful one. I think this is from Nick, and of course many other vehicles as well, but the majority of them are of Starship. I will be honest, Starship is just such a photogenic vehicle. It loves getting its photo taken. Yeah, it's just a beautiful vehicle, which means it makes some very nice metal prints. Now, as we come up to nearly 5.5 hours to go until 8 AM Central Time, the provisional launch time, I just want to hit this question quickly from MC Josh, asking, whereabouts are we on the checklist, the timeline so far for launch? Alex, whereabouts are we so far on the launch timeline?
Well, we're approaching T-minus 5 hours and 30 minutes, and we should be starting to see at some point in the next 30 minutes to an hour that tank farms pulling up. It usually varies. We've seen them, spooling up the tank farm maybe like 6 hours before or 4 hours before, things like that. But definitely we should be approaching that moment right now. We're in that moment in the timeline you see there where the road is closed and the pad is clear, and we're waiting for that other car to get green, which is tank farm spooling up. But so far we haven't seen that.
Can we check? Sorry, quick request. Can we check the roadblock, because I do not see the lights from here anymore.
That is where the police are positioned to stop people going through. There you go. I can see a police cruiser there near the tracking dishes.
Okay.
They are there. It's worth mentioning though that as they approach fueling, we will probably see them abandoning that area. So that is worth pointing out.
So they will, Alex or Adrian, so will the police cruisers start to just like slowly drive down the road like a moving roadblock, or will they just drive down at normal speed and then set up camp outside of the exclusion zone, Alex?
Yeah, they will roll up the road all the way to outside of the exclusion zone.
Okay. So that should be coming up, as you saw on the timeline a few moments ago. That should be around 4 hours. Is that when we're expecting the? So that's when the tank farm should be spooling up. So does the police move at that exact time, or will they wait around just a few minutes? Do we know, Alex or Adrian?
I think at around the at the Sauber boat hops they departed around prop roading, if I recall correctly, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but
so
it's
the tank farm
load.
So the tank farm can spool up, but it's at propellant load when they move on. So if anyone was interested, that's roughly when the roadblock goes. But of course, I think it goes without saying, if you're in South Texas, do not even attempt to go down Highway 4 today. We do not need any range violations. If you want to watch South Padre Island, that is your best bet. It's going to be super busy. Isla Blanca Park will be opening in just under 1.5 hours, or just over 1.5 hours actually. So that, I believe, is your best bet. Someone who knows a lot about Isla Blanca Park and has been there several times is who's going to be taking over from me hosting. You heard him earlier, everybody. It's Mr. Jack Byer. How are you doing, Jack? Have you got a little bit of a rest?
Howdy, howdy, howdy. No, I didn't get any rest. I did stuff some delicious pizza in my face, so I did get pizza, which is almost as good as rest. So yeah, but we'll let you go. Thank you so much for jumping in there, Ryan.
Very welcome. Thanks for watching, everybody. Fingers crossed I'll be back with you when the sun starts to rise a little bit and it's no longer pitch black.
Yes, indeed. All right, Alex, Adrian, what did I miss?
Oh boy, we're now us three together.
Oh god. Oh yeah. I think this is in NSF terms referred to as the Chaos Team.
Yeah.
As a member of the Chaos Team, I want to publicly say that we do not see ourselves as that.
Yeah, we disavow the name.
Yeah,
but for real,
we are
I
definitely.
tuned
we are
in here and
definitely
there
accept-
while you guys were talking. I saw the cool overlays that we had. Those are sweet.
Do you want to take it,
Yeah,
Adrian?
it looks like.
There you go.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to. Or it looks like they departed the patch actually. So yeah, that's apparently what happened. And we see some early venting, preconditioning on the tank farm. Nothing too serious yet, but so far, it looks like they might be getting ready to depart the roadblock soon. Maybe start some activity. And again, if we are still shooting it for 8 a.m., which right now, based on the SpaceX tweet, is the window there, the time they're shooting for. That would mean tank farm activity will wrap up or start in, let's see, about 2.5 hours from now.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark, like somewhere in that
more, because it's at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. So we should see that. Let me do the math. 3.5 hours from now is the go for propellant load, right? And then T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes, so about 20 minutes later, it's gonna be that, start of the propellant load. There we go. Thanks.
Yeah, but we will.
But
we will see the. But we will see the preconditioning of the tank farm
Exactly.
probably way before that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and so
It's like somewhere there.
I actually get reminded, just because you're here, that vent, because people are like, well, but there's that vent. That vent actually sometimes it's even active when people are around, and you might see, from some of our like SPL and things like that, you might see that venting just going on, and the pad is open, people are around and things like that. Obviously, they wear, their own counters in case there's, a lot of nitrogen in the area or whatever, displacing the oxygen, things like that. But that is sort of akin to what we usually called during the suborbital hops the grass vent, right? And I remember very, very vividly from Adrian being like, the grass vent doesn't mean anything. It's when they actually, when these other vents are active, when it actually is like a clear sign that they're getting ready for stuff, right? And we're seeing now that venting again going off. What we're gonna be looking for, that is gonna be a clear sign that we are on that moment of spooling up the tank farm, is to the left and to the right of these vertical tanks, these vertical white tanks. On the left and on the right, there are things that are called subcoolers that they help basically put all of both liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen and liquid methane to a colder temperature than boiling point, so that it improves performance on the vehicles and things like that. Falcon 9 uses also subcoolers for the liquid oxygen and a little bit of the kerosene. Well, not for the kerosene, they use another thing, but yeah, so they use that, and in order to be able to use them, before that they fill them with liquid nitrogen, and so we'll see them getting frosted. We'll see them venting a lot. You'll see them soon, maybe in an hour or so. We'll see them very active, and that's when it's actually like, yes, now they are active. Now the tank farm is spooling up. It's not just a random vent going on.
How do you keep food cold on a submarine?
Oh no.
What now?
Subcoolers.
Oh god. There we go.
Ouch.
And Sawyer is not even here.
Doing my part.
Also, I can confirm, if I see that correctly, that I see the first cars lining, I see more and more cars lining up for Isla Blanca Park. At least I see a longer queue of cars here, and I doubt they are. I see very limited other reasons why there would be a giant row of cars on South Padre Island at this time.
I was
of
about
day.
to ask, wait, where is that camera that you look in? Then I remembered, oh yeah, you're actually there.
Yeah, it's my eyes. The camera
Yes.
I'm using here
Yes.
is my eyes.
What,
Yeah,
what,
I'm not sure what the
this-
visibility is from where you're at right now, but if it's what I'm thinking, I don't know that you can see the entrance of the park itself. So if you're starting to see a line of cars, it might be longer than just a couple cars. It might be fairly long since the entrance is tucked away a little bit. I think. I'm not sure exactly what your advantage is right now.
Yeah,
That
the
might
Mark
be the
I
case.
eyeball.
Also, just to report on visibility, because I think that's also an interesting topic here. Right now, visibility looks, I would call it very good. Like
It's very good. It's very good.
I basically can see good details on the orbital launch site. Like, I think as once the light goes up, we will see, like, the sun, I think it's called. The light that goes up is, I think, called the sun.
Yeah.
Then we will see very good here, I think. And also we just learned how one of the bodies in our solar system is called.
Yeah, probably in Germany you don't see it a lot. I'm joking. Don't get it wrong. Because the thing that scared me yesterday is that we're at this time, like 24 hours ago, just yesterday, the whole thing was fogged out. Like it was like all our cameras were inside a cloud, and it was bonkers. It was like, where's the rocket? Where is the tank farm and the tower? Like, we weren't able to see anything. And I was like, how are we even gonna live stream this tomorrow if it's gonna be the same, right? It was like, how we wouldn't even see the rocket. We wouldn't see all the vents and everything. I was very scared.
Speaking of vents,
Today, finally, it's cleared. So, yeah, it's getting stronger. So that's definitely in the right direction, because that should be going bonkers when we get it. So you see there, it's small. It's gonna get even larger.
All right. Oh, look, yeah, there we go. You can see from that camera that's the Margaritaville camera. You can see the line of cars. There it is. That's why we were saying earlier that if you want to watch from Isla Blanca Park, you should probably be getting into position sooner rather than later, let's say.
I wonder how many of these people in that might just right now have our stream open in their car. So
Probably a significant
that would be-
number, which I'm not trying to toot our own horn or anything here, but it would not shock me if it was a significant number. Just because when you're walking around out there, or even when you're walking around at the launch site, or you hear the stream, and I'm like, oh, they're listening to NASA Spaceflight. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a long line of cars. So yeah, if you're listening to this and you're in the area and you're planning on watching from Isla Blanca, go now. Go now, get in line if you have a particular spot in mind that you're trying to get.
you should have gotten the first time we have told you, and now you really should go.
Yeah, and then by the third time we say that, it's going to be either not too late or you're just going to be in line for a long time either way. Let's
For the
see.
third time, we will just bring you on, Jack, looking disappointed at the camera.
Okay, sounds good.
And also, if you can, because there's so many cars, if you can share a ride, that would be best, because then, there's not a lot of cars in the road. That
Right.
helps.
Croco6, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. As a friendly reminder, the membership program exists. You can become a member of NASA Spaceflight. There's various different levels of membership. You give us some money every month, and we give you some cool perks in return. And depending on what level you get your perk at, or what level you get your membership at, you get different perks. In fact, we just came out with a new perk, which is a multi-view for Red Team and above. And that is a multi-view feed. It is a dedicated stream that is just multiple cameras. I think it's 9 cameras in one box. So yeah, that's a cool thing. At Capcom level, which is what Croco6 came in at, Capcom level and above, you get Discord access, which our Discord is a crazy awesome community. There's a gaming channel. People post their weird Kerbal creations in there. There's a small sat channel. There's a SpaceX channel, obviously. There's a Starship channel. There's a party chat channel where we go crazy. It's great. So if you want to hang out on our Discord, become a Capcom member or above. Yeah, there you go. Oh look, and there's Metal Prince. By the way, there's the multi-view. There, I believe.
Rolling everything.
Yeah, we'll just roll all the things. But yeah, thank you Krakow6 and all of the people who are becoming a member on this stream. Check out that sweet multi-view. I love that when we add new perks because it shows appreciation for our members. We really appreciate you. We couldn't do what we do without you. It's absolutely critical to help us pay the bills every month, and not only that, do some forward planning and create new things and do new things. So thank you everybody so much. We hope you enjoy the new members only multi-view. Marcus, grabbing something from the store, says, "Hi all, is there anywhere to sing up for the Mars trip for the future?" I don't even know how to respond to that, but thank you for grabbing something from the store, Marcus. Let's see. Tom Brown, Travel and Lifestyle, thanks for becoming a flight engineer. That's one of the very highest, that is the very highest level of support for their membership program. Thank you so much. Andrew Kroll, thank you for the support. Timmy G, thank you so much for becoming a Red Team member. Jim L, Red Team member. Edwards, Capcom member. Pop into Discord, Edwards. Trent, grabbing some stuff from the store. Thank you for the love from Australia. Fidget and Switch, becoming Capcom members. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's do some questions here in a moment. Brett, getting some stuff from the store. Happy 30th wedding anniversary. Watching you guys while the wife sleeps. She understands my love for this stuff. Great woman. That's good for you, buddy. Let's see. Blackadder. Good show. Upgraded to Red Team. Kurt 2. Electric Boogaloo. Capcom member. Koala. Red Team member. Anthony. Got some stuff from the store. Awesome. All right. Let's see what we got here. The Sparkly Bearder. Beater? The Sparkly Beater. Sorry, I got beard on the brain. Sparkly Beater is asking, why no water deluge system today? So why haven't they gotten the water deluge system up and running? Alex, go first, and then Adrian, I'll ask you what you think.
Well, it seems like they probably don't need it as much for the first flight, because to me it seems like the deluge system is mostly for a quicker cadence between flights so that the pad isn't as damaged. Now, they probably can launch and the pad will be damaged, but it will not be substantially damaged and can be refurbished within reasonable amount of time that they can go with Booster 9 and Ship 26 and launch that maybe within a few months from now. But the idea is that eventually you don't have to refurbish anything, that you just basically launch, land the booster on the chopsticks, put it on the pad, and launch again, right? So that's sort of the idea, that the whole thing needs to be reusable and, don't even touch it between flights. And in order to do that, you need to protect your pad so that you don't need to do anything on it. And even Elon was talking about water cooling the pad itself so that it doesn't need to be, like the shields and everything don't need to be refurbished after X number of flights, because apparently they have a limit there as well. So obviously that's what you will be expecting from a deluge system for Starship. Now, traditionally deluge systems have other sort of properties, such as also sound suppression. They also avoid, apart from not damaging the launch pad itself, they also act as sound suppression. That might be a secondary thing for SpaceX, because it seems like they are probably more on the side of not having to do every single time, weeks and weeks of refurbishment of the pad just to, repair it from the damage of the 33 engines. And that makes sense, I guess. What about you, Adrian? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they also run into a situation where they were like, okay, we can get this now, but that would delay the orbital flight by probably like a few more months. Like, it's not trivial to install a water deluge system.
It's
So
also not trivial to
I think
install a
that-
flight termination system.
yeah, my brain went to boom there. So yeah, I think they just decided we want to do this now, and we don't want to do this in 2 or 3 months, so do it now.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good question though. Let's see. Starman asking how many orbital launches or how long is the FAA launch license valid for? It's valid for 5 years, but it's only for a single launch.
Yeah. So that is
Yes.
one of the. Yeah. So one of the terms of the sort of the what it authorizes is for the first flight only, unless this license is modified to remove this term. So, as we explained the other day, these licenses can be, can and have been for other vehicles, have been modified, and they are not fixed or anything like that. Like, don't get it wrong, because that's what you go to the Falcon 9's licenses, all of the 3 for each pad that they have, and you can see many modifications. There's like a list, like a long list of modifications that they have been doing all over the years to include different, conditions and authorizations for different kinds of missions and things like that. In this case, it is authorization for using Starship Super Heavy, launching from Boca Chica, and going over the Gulf of Mexico and Pacific Ocean locations that they're going to be splashing down. But that's it. Like, if they were to do something like, we're going to do a Starlink launch and we're going to go into a 33-degree inclination orbit, for example, then that will need to be added to these license as well. A modification will be needed to include that on that authorization, obviously. And so just because there's one of the terms where it says for the first flight only, it doesn't mean that it's per launch, for example, because some people had that confusion as well, that, oh well, because these launch licenses are per launch. No, they are for what it says. And the flight, it's the first flight, but it can be modified, right? And if you remove that, then it can be for the second flight and for the third flight, because they're going to be following a very similar trajectory and very similar profile. So all of the other 3 terms, flying with Starship Super Heavy, doing it from Boca Chica and going over the Gulf of Mexico and re-entering over the Pacific Ocean, that is something that the second and third flights are going to be doing. So there you go.
Yep, there you go. Let's see here. Karma is asking, if Starship has a complete flight with no problems, what would be the next step into development? Adrian, what do you think would be next if everything goes like flawlessly on this flight?
I think they would still, based on the paperwork that was published, still redo this with the 26 and 27. I do not think they will just suddenly skip ahead. I think they want to learn a lot from this before they
Yeah, and
before they get moved on.
I think it goes without saying, too, that the likelihood that this goes flawlessly is very, very low. In fact, Elon said as much in that Twitter Spaces he did with Chris Bergen. It is not likely to go flawlessly. There will be things that they learn on this. I mean, flawlessly, if you take the word literally, it means that there are no flaws. And I guarantee you there's going to be some flaws. I mean, just alone, the fact that the pad is going to get blasted by the Raptor engines, the pad is going to get damaged, that's not flawlessly. Even if they're expecting the damage, that's not flawlessly. I'm really expecting some engines to go out on the booster during ascent. Hopefully not early in ascent, but I would not be surprised if we see them lose some engines on the way up on the booster. I just don't think it's going to go flawlessly. And personally, if we want to go on a quick tangent here in terms of where we think it'll fail, I think it'll fail at stage SEP, best case scenario. While the booster is flipping around and the ship fires its engines, the booster is going to take like broadside the force of 6 Raptor engines. That'll be really interesting to see how it holds up to that. And if they get through that, then the ship will burn up on reentry probably. I think that's kind of what we're all expecting. But I don't know, Alex, where do you expect this to fail?
I'm not fully sure, to be honest with you, because it seems like there's so many variables here that it could fail at any point. For all we know, again, as I usually say, knock on wood, it doesn't happen. But it could even fail during fueling, right? It could just fail on the ground, not even flying at all. But I'm hopeful that if it fails, it's
Don't
gonna be on
say
reentry.
that.
I'm not. I mean, I'm saying it's a possibility, but I don't want it to happen. Like, I'm very clear that I don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
Because especially
can
even for
hear
you,
you,
because I want you
Alex.
to see a rocket launch. I'm very excited for you to have that opportunity, and I really want you
Thank
to
you.
have that experience, right? My wish, at least, is that if anything fails, is the reentry of a Starship, because that's gonna be like an hour and a half later, all in the Pacific Ocean, and that will mean that the whole ascent and all the stuff has worked. And after that, it's just going to be a matter of, gathering more data to make sure that it was not a blip in the data that, oh yeah, the ascent went well once, it works for all the times, right? You want to take more data and see where's the weak points and things like that. We actually saw this, I'm reminded of this right now, speaking of this, of SM5 and SN6, which, it was many years ago already. It seems like ages. When they flew SM5 and Elon said, we're going to fly SN6 again and then we're going to refly SM5 because the flight of SM5 was totally horrible. Like, it damaged the pad, it, threw debris and things like that. It succeeded, it landed well, it went well, but they saw that there were flaws, right? And so they wanted first a second launch that was very similar, which was SN6, and then refly SN5 again so that, they could perfect these operations. But when SN6 flew, it went so well, they were like, you know what, we're going to go straight to SN8. So that could be the thing here, where they launch, ship 24 and booster 7, ship 26 and booster 10, booster 9, ship 27 and booster 10, and then they're like, you know what, let's go all in. Let's go with, ship 28 already has flaps, heat shields again, that might be the case as well, that after a few flights, it's gone so well that they just go all in with everything, pulling all stops, as Jack will say.
Yep, pull out all the stops. Also, more data, more better.
Yep, there you go.
Let's see here. Dale, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. If I can click on that, if it'll let me. Come on, let me click on it. Where did it go? Dale, where did it go, Dale? You know what? I can't find it. Oh well. Jeff Hale, thank you so much for the support there. Very generous once again of you. Another $50 super chat. Hell yeah, Jeff. Thank you so much. Let's see here. We also have. Where did that go? I'm just all over the place. I'm sorry. Forgive me. All right. Well, let's move on to another question. How about? Pepe Le Pew 87 is saying, is the same amount of fuel the same then on the final launch to Mars? I'm not quite sure what they're asking here. Is the amount of fuel the same then on final launch to Mars?
So there's multiple ways to tackle this. Let's start with the obvious. I think they will fully fuel this vehicle. That's my first way to say this. I think they will, because it would be very unusual to just partially fuel your rocket, because it also requires some pressurization, and usually you haven't opted for that flow. It would be more unusual. That's the first way to tackle this question. But we have more things that we can talk about here. A, they want to stretch the ship. So that would mean, technically, on a flight to Mars, which might happen after this stretching of the ship, they would have more fuel. B, they also will use orbital refueling for the flights to Mars, which means they technically will bring in more fuel to these Mars flights using tankers and depots in the orbit to retank the ship once it's there. So the technical answer, I would say, is it's unlikely that this is the same fuel amount than used on Mars flights.
That makes sense. Thanks, Adrian. Daniel, thank you for
You're
grabbing
welcome.
some stuff from the store. They say thanks for everything you do for us with all your coverage, for those of us who can't afford to go see everything in person. Thank you so much, Daniel, for grabbing the Starship plushie. Valuna, thank you for becoming a launch director member. Very much appreciate that high level of support. Marcine, coming in as a Capcom member, thank you. Bjorn, grabbing some stuff from the store. They said, I will always associate the pandemic with tank watching. You and your work made it life bearable. Thank you. Here's a little thank you. Go Starship, go SpaceX. Thank you so much, Bjorn. That was a tough time, and I'm glad we were able to bring some joy into people's existences in such a tough time. Gamer Cag, thank you for upgrading the red team. Dale, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Swampy New, thanks for the support there with the curly L's. Good morning from the UK. Hey, where are you watching from, everybody? Sorry, chat mods. Let us know where you're watching from, especially if you're in Hawaii. Lord TK, becoming a red team member. Thank you. Dodo Digital, but red team member. Veronica, red team, Padrat member. And Joran getting some stuff from the store saying, hi all, happy launch day. This is my second purchase in the store. I originally bought the SN15 Landing Club shirt, and it is my favorite and most comfortable shirt by far. Keep up the good work. If you like that shirt, all I'm going to say is stay tuned. That's all I'm going to say. Joran, thank you again. Getting more stuff from the store. I'll show that on screen here in a moment. And, alright, let's do some more questions. How about... David is asking, I'm wondering if Starship will clear the tower fast, like Ariane 5, or slow, like Saturn 5. What do we think? I mean, the thrust-to-weight ratio is going to be fairly high, and there is no payload on the ship, as far as we know. At least as far as we know right now, I should say. I don't know. Alex, what do you think? Is it going to clear the tower fast or slow?
For this first flight, since it's gonna be at 90% thrust, it might not be as fast as, like, it... I will have to do the math. I mean, I can take out the calculator here and do it real quick, if you allow me to.
I will allow it.
23,
I will put this back
so
in the queue.
230 tons. No, I can do it right now. So 6,831 tons of thrust over 5,000 tons of weight. That is 1.36 thrust-to-weight ratio. So there you go. It's not the target 1.5 because right now they're running all the engines at 90%. Once they're running at 100%, that's going to be 1.5.
All right,
So,
did you say 1.6?
1.37. 1.36 and something, but you can round it up to 37. Yeah.
I think we have a drone in the frame. Do we have some drone action?
Either that or the Death
Yeah.
Star at the top is doing funky things.
I think we've all been up a little bit long. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, so 1.36 thrust-to-weight ratio. Do we know any, like, the thrust-to-weight ratio of other rockets? And if this is, like, what's a comparable rocket in terms of speed?
It's a little bit less than Falcon 9. Just a little bit. I think Falcon 9 is 1.42. So just 0.06.
Of course you would reference Falcon 9.
Because it's... but it's easier for me to remember because it's... Yeah, it's 42, right? that's the way I remember it because it's 1.42.
That makes sense.
You know? The answer
Nice.
for everything.
But what's the question?
Well, that's a great question, I guess.
For the record, I also have not seen that movie.
It's...
Wow, Adrian.
Okay.
Wow. Let's see. Leslie is asking, how many boosters and ships are in the wings and able to follow? Well, they already have Booster 9 fully assembled. They've been working on that. I think Booster 9 has its engines already, too. So Booster 9, after Booster 7 vacates the pad, Booster 9 will be ready to jump in and enter into a test campaign, which will be very exciting because Booster 9 has a number of improvements. They've also stacked Booster 10, and they're working on Booster 11. So booster-wise, that's the major, like, the boosters with major parts assembled. Now, they have parts of future boosters. They're working on sections of future boosters, but they haven't started stacking major chunks of them yet. But definitely a lot there. And then ship-wise, they have ship 26, 27, 28, and parts for 29 and beyond, all under construction.
Yep.
But 26, 27, and 28 are all essentially built.
We
right,
saw-
Adrian? Or sorry, right, Alex?
Yeah, I was gonna mention our own Brady saw a thrust bug for a booster coming out. They produce some of them out of Michigan, and he saw one of those being delivered, and we believe it's probably for booster either 16 or 17. So it's like they're already with parts way down the line. This is booster 7. They're building up to booster 11 inside the Mega Bay, but they have parts for many more boosters down the line. And for ships, we've seen nose cones up to ship 32 being built, and barrel sections for up to ship 36. So, like, many ships and many boosters down the line. There you can see the building on the left. That is ship 28 with the flaps and the heat shield tiles hooked up to the crane. That was just finished about a week ago. The ship right next to it on the right is that ship 27, and then on the other building that is booster 9, and tucked around some of the corners it's booster 10 and booster 11.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's for me it's always crazy how far, for example, ship 26 looks. Like, it is fully equipped with Raptors. They,
Yep.
from all what we know, once this thing clears the path, we could see a rollout of ship 26 in like days. Like,
Indeed.
it's not unreasonable. It's not really that they are working on it even more. It's just standing there and waiting.
Exactly. So we actually saw from Jack this week. I think it was this week's update, or maybe the previous one. They had installed the engines on ship 26 already, and right now they're probably working on all the shields and things like that they need for the engines, because they need shielding, at least for now. But yeah, in that view of the base, you cannot see it because it's behind. It's on the Remedios Avenue site, and yeah, the vehicles are at a point where once this thing launches, once they can come here with all these vehicles, they will come and they will start testing them for that second flight of a Starship.
Can't wait. I mean, I can't wait for the first flight, but I also can't wait for the second flight, and the third, and the fourth.
Yeah, can we quickly again? I know I said it before, but we are below 5 hours for the right now target time for Starship lifting off for the first time. Like, it seems like I don't know, we have done these streams so much. We have done all of these Boca commentary in the past and talked about this, and this is a launch stream.
Yeah, it's really worth mentioning once again that we are in the count right now. We are in the flow. The next milestone is going to be the tank farm spooling up for launch. It's launch day, my guys. Like, how cool
Yeah.
is that?
They will not fuel it for a static fire. They will not fuel it to test the tanks. They will fuel it to get this thing to space. That's where we are.
Yep. Let's see. Grant is asking a good time to take a break at work to catch the potential T0. 8 o'clock. Like maybe 7:55. But that could change, so stay tuned. Modern Finance. Thank you for the support. They say, I want to watch from the beach, but don't want to wait out there for 5 hours, can I just walk down? Yep, sure can. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Now I'm less sure. There's beaches. I mean, South Powder Island is all beach. So it doesn't have to be Isla Blanca Park. You can just be on the beach in various places, or yeah, you can get into Isla Blanca Park. I think you're able to walk in. I'm not sure if you have to pay the fee still or how that works. But yeah, good luck. Sorry I don't have a better answer for you there. Drunar, thanks for the support. I say, what was the last time we saw a Starlink train? I haven't seen one in forever. Adrian, have you seen a Starlink train?
That was always cool for me because the only way I could see base hardware in Germany. And it has been a long time. It seems like they really try to mitigate a bit of the effects.
really
And
does.
they got rarer and rarer. And also, just a quick update on the queue to Isla Blanca Park. I cannot see the end anymore.
Wow.
I literally cannot see where the queue stops. Just
Yeah.
it's just cars.
Yeah, the other thing is the way that South Padre Island is.
Oh, sorry.
They're opening the chopsticks.
We are bringing the chopsticks into launch configuration.
There we
Oh,
go.
heck yes. That is excellent. We want to see
Oh,
this.
that's-
We want to see things progress. And this is exactly what we would expect. If you don't know, the chopsticks will be up at liftoff, but they spread open. Almost like if you've seen our patch. The patch that we sell in the store has the chopsticks in that configuration. So, yeah. That's why the patch looks like that, because that's how it's going to look in real life, and that is what the chopsticks are getting in position for right now. Very cool.
It looks like this. Just to maybe if people are new to this will be the configuration the chopsticks will be at launch. They are opening now to make space for the ship and the booster to pass them on their way to launch. This is good progress, and this will be the very open, like this open wide arms position that they will be in while the rest of the countdown is performed until liftoff.
Yep. Alex, have you seen a Starlink train recently or ever?
Oh man, I tried many times. They apparently scare a lot of people here in Spain, but I've never been able to see one. And whenever I've tried, it's been like, nah, I cannot see anything. Like I look up, I look at the sort of location they are, and I'm like, nope, I cannot see them. And then some people out there, like even my sister once called me like, Alex, I'm seeing lights in the sky. It was
amazing.
it was like that, and I'm like, wait, we had a Starlink launch in like an hour and a half. Yes, that's the Starlinks.
That's amazing.
Also, the county just sent out the text that Boca Chica Beach is now fully closed, which
There we go.
which usually means pad clear as well, right, Alex? Like
Yeah,
that's
so
around.
well, or at least that the road is closed and that the beach is closed and that everything is clear of people. Now, sometimes it doesn't fully mean that it's clear of SpaceX people, but it's definitely a sign of things moving forward.
Excellent. We like seeing progress here. We like it a lot. Last time I saw a Starlink train, to answer the question and move on, is like, I want to say like 2020, 2019. It's been a long time. And that's
It's
not for lack of
right
trying.
now.
There you go.
It's
There
right
you have
now.
it.
I can
There's the tweet or the
I can
tweet.
I can see right now
Next.
that the car is departing the pad. Like at this moment, I see a light moving away from the pad, so it's definitely
it.
not clear as of this moment.
Got it. All right. Well, the beach clear text went out. You can see it there on the left. Murdoch is saying, hi from France, 3 p.m. here for liftoff. Are the winds stopped? I don't think we have any updates on the winds other than they still are being tracked and watched. I'm Adam Suker, if you are watching our stream right now, post in Discord and let us know what's going on with the winds. Because I know you were
I can tell
tracking
you
them earlier.
My amateur input here is it's not getting windier on the roof here.
Good.
So.
Good. Let's see here. Mackie D is asking, why no flip? Oh yeah, there's the weather right there on the left. Coming from the east, 5.6 miles, gusting to 15.9 miles an hour. Barometers at 1020. Humidity's at 73%. Do you guys remember the Weather Channel, like automated weather readout thing? Like there would be a computer voice. Neither of you remember this. Never mind. You're both young and you're both not from America. Never mind. It would be like
No, you can talk about it. Come on.
it would be like
I wanna know.
like a really cruddy computerized voice. Like the temperature is 19.3 degrees Celsius.
look at that.
Oh, car's going.
A car. a car coming from the pad, so it was not fully clear yet. Yeesh.
All right,
There
then.
was
Yeah, we
that
have
car
to-
out there.
Daniel
to
B
wait
in chat
now.
says I remember. Good, thank you.
He
Daniel.
sometimes hide in very
Um,
risky places.
I'm still looking at these cars and I want them to depart from the roadblock area. That's the next thing I really look forward to once these cars are just moving away
sure.
from the pad.
Yeah, go on, get out of here. Go on, get. Let's see. Bob Kerman Industries asking, do you think today will be a scrub? Alex, what do you think?
Oh boy.
Real, it's a one-word answer, yes or no.
I'm gonna say no. Let's launch.
Adrian,
Today,
what do you?
launch.
All right, there you go. Adrian, what do you think? Yes, no, scrub today.
I mean, I'm on a mix of adrenaline, being without sleep a lot, and also being extra hype. So I'm gonna say it launches.
right, then.
There we go.
I'm not believing in scrubs.
I'm on Team Scrub. Team Scrub. Sorry. Sorry. I know we all want to see it launch, but I'm just trying to be realistic here. And that way, when it does launch, I will be delightfully surprised.
Wait, so does that mean that there's like 66% that it launches and then a 34% it doesn't? 'Cause
What,
we
like
are
if you
two-
total all of us?
yeah, 2 people saying it launches and 1 statistics, right?
No, I'm not. Don't make me do math. I'm
It
not going to
doesn't
do
work.
math.
It doesn't work like that, right?
It's 3 in the morning. No. Tris, thank you so much for becoming a launch director. We really appreciate that. Did we already do this? Mackie D asking why no flip for the ship?
Well, they don't really say why. They just say this is what we're gonna do. So my guess is that they are just not really looking to do that. Like they are just not covering that. It's like the why. The answer might be because they just can't do that. Like they just like yeah. Why? Because they can. Because they can just decide we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just like they can decide to, maybe not land the booster, for example, maybe doing downrange. But no, they actually decided, hey, let's bring it, 31 kilometers offshore with a boost back burn, a landing burn, and things like that. So there you go. They have all their data that they want to gather from this flight, and that's what they came out with.
Indeed.
It also is maybe related to recovery operations, because if you land the ship successfully, you have a fully splashdown ship that is just swimming there in the ocean, where people could drive up to, take pictures from, and well, if you don't brake, it sinks itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen the same thing for the booster. The only advantage, though, is that the booster is gonna be 31 kilometers offshore, whereas Starship is gonna be splashing down, impacting the ocean many miles away to the west, out in Hawaii, right? So it's definitely closer for the booster to just go out there and sink it, because that's actually what the paperwork that came out the other day said, is that SpaceX is not going to recover the booster. They have no intentions on recovery any of the vehicles. So like Ship 24 and Booster 7 are going to be totally expended, and Booster 7, in fact, since it's doing its soft landing, it might have a chance of surviving the landing, right? And the impact to the water as it topples over. So what they're gonna do is let the tanks get flooded with all the water. If that doesn't happen, because they have like drain ports, like fill and drain ports at the bottom. So if that doesn't happen, they just basically open all the valves on the tanks and let the water rush in. If that doesn't work either, they're just gotta find other ways. You can imagine how to put a hole on the booster, right?
It's a flotation termination system.
Oh, there you go.
I completely stole that from
FTS.
Doug L in chat, but yes, it's the different kind of FTS than we're used to.
Flotation
Um,
termination system. I like it.
It's a floaty negoti.
Wow, Adrian, that was really good. I like it.
Thank you.
Come on, HNW.
Here's one for Alex. Ian McClellan is asking, as we're on the topic of launch licenses, and as the FAA has licenses issued for Falcon 9 for all 3 pads, but not for Falcon Heavy, is Falcon Heavy covered under the Falcon 9 license?
From LC39A, yes, because that's the launch pad it's launching from. Now, from LC40 East and LC40, it doesn't, because it's only Falcon 9. So they have one license for each pad and the kind of profiles that they use for each pad. Okay.
Yeah,
So
where we are right now. Should I give you my visual experience I have right now again,
Sure.
Alex?
Yeah,
Because
you're out there at the hotel, so do tell us.
Yeah, I will. So it's still, you can see right now where people are, like the people who are not deciding to start a broadcast at midnight. They are right now lining up here to publicly watch this launch, which is just 4.5 hours-ish away, 4 hours and 45 minutes. We can see the launch site very good. The visibility is very good so far. It looks like a good day to watch a launch. And yeah, I'm really looking forward, if this weather holds so far, that we get this visibility during launch, and we maybe can get some awesome shots of this, because I think this would be, a lot of photographers would be very happy if this weather and this visibility holds and sticks right now. That's my feeling based right now.
Yeah, that is totally the case. Yeah, so I have here another question. Probably you can maybe tackle that as well, Adrian, if you have any sort of, you know. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, Jack, I'll leave it to you then, because I believe you were a little bit
No, go
busy
ahead.
there.
Ask the question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah. So the question is from Joao Silva here. I think it's a really good question, because it talks about what are the possibilities if they go today into the countdown. If they don't launch today and don't ignite the engines, when is the earliest they can attempt again, considering recycling and tank farm fueling? If they ignite, if they ignite the engines, then what are the differences there? What do you think might happen there, Adrian?
I think this question very much depends on where they abort. If they abort right at T0, there is a very high likelihood they cannot attempt tomorrow again, and they need like 2 or 3 days to at least get to that point wieder. Again, sorry, my German. But if they abort, for example, right now, like if they would stop right now, they wouldn't probably have wasted any propellants and could probably attempt tomorrow again, because they have the regulatory things. They have NOTAMs, they have NOTMARs, they have everything they would need to continue their attempts to launch here. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Good stuff.
I will say that if it's deep into the propellant load sequence, that probably it's gonna take a little while to. I mean, a little while, might be a couple of days or maybe up to 3 days probably, to replenish all the consumables. Because we talked about this many times, but for those that might be new here, when they load the vehicles and they abort, they detank the vehicles by draining all of the propellants the same way that they loaded them, just basically from the same places and the same pipes and everything. The difference though is that as they fuel the booster and the ship, some of that gets boiled off, right? And so they have some losses, even though they drain all of the propellants that they can. There's some of it that escapes because it just boils off and escapes as gases form. So, those fluids that escape, they have to replenish those as they come back for another attempt. Because the tank farm just supports, I think the math, it's like 1.20, 1.25 launches. So it's like barely a little bit over a launch. So if they boil off like 20% or 25% of all the commodities that they use, then you're basically with exactly one launch, right? And you don't want to be in that position. You want to have a little bit more of margin so that you can have a window and, you know, hold here and there if you could, or if you needed to. And so that is certainly something to take into account. But as Adrian mentioned, it will depend very much on when things get aborted. Yep, totally.
Chad is asking, when crewed, what would a launch escape look like?
Oh. What are we looking here?
I think that's the. Is that the roadblock? The moved roadblock?
I think so. Is that the hard checkpoint? Well, the hard checkpoint right now, I guess it is the one near the pad, but this is going to become the hard checkpoint once they go into prepare and load, because that's sort of the last point that anyone can approach, I believe.
Yeah, I think that should be about where the hard exclusion zone begins, right? That should be
Yeah.
about the area.
Yep, that is exactly what that would be. Anything beyond that is the red area on the maps that SpaceX distributed. Let's see here. Chad is asking, when crewed, what would a launch escape look like? There is no launch escape, at least as far as we know. Beyond just like lighting the engines on the ship and hoping you can get away from the booster fast enough.
It's the whole airplane concept they're going for. Basically, they want reliability to make this as safe as possible, which would make this.
Don't say airplane concept. Das is gonna run over and bonk you on the head because he hates that comparison.
And he can do that because you're actually there.
I think he was busy, so I'm fine.
Okay. Phew.
Yeah. I will not continue my sentence.
No, I'm sorry. It was a good sentence. I was just joking around, but I do know you need to go. So if you want to finish your sentence and go, or if you don't want to just go, you're welcome to pick your poison and do your thing.
Yeah, well, I will enjoy a bit of the ambience here and help around here. So that's my goal for a bit for now.
All right, well, Mr. Adrian Bile, thank you so much for joining us on the stream. We're going to swap you out for another commentator and go on with the show.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Wait, Bile. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, Ian. We got Ian Atkinson coming in to take Adrian's place. Ian, do you hear me?
Jack, I hear you loud and clear. Unfortunately, I heard that pun loud and clear as well.
You know what? You can't pick and choose your what you get. You're just gonna get what you get. It's like a bag of jelly beans. Sometimes you get gross pina colada or like buttered popcorn. Sometimes you get delicious orange.
And thankfully today, I'm left with the good option, Jack.
Hey. Cool deal. Well, let's jump into some questions. Ian, do you have the panel open?
I do have the panel open, as a matter of fact.
Why don't you peruse these questions here and see if there's any you want to add to the queue, if any pique your interest. We need some more questions. And chat, everyone out there watching, if you have a question, you can ask the question to us. Type at NASA Spaceflight into chat and then type your question. You don't have to pay any money or do anything like that. Just ask us a question. If you got a question, even if we've answered it already. I mean, we've been live for many hours. We're going to be live for many more hours. We're going to answer the same questions over and over again. So even if you think it's a stupid question, it's your question. So yeah, let's see what we got there. Really quickly, Isaiah, thanks for grabbing some stuff from the store. We got all kinds of great merch in the store for the orbital integrated test flight, whatever you want to call it. We've got the patch. We've got the yep, there we go. That's the patch right there. That's what Isaiah got. We've got the plushie. The Starship plushie exists now. It's a full stack plushie. You can pre-order it. It's a thing. It's awesome. So pop on over to the store. Jason B, thank you so much for becoming a Red Team member. Artem, thank you for grabbing some stuff from the store. They say, hey guys, been with you since the beginning. SN1, Hopper, you're doing a great deal for the spaceflight community. Keep up the good stuff. What's your best bet on which new tower will be operational earlier. Second one in Boca or Cape? Cape for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I will
Let's
agree
see.
with that as well.
Mark is. Thank you for the support, Mark. They're asking where I and Adrian physically are to witness the launch. I am close. Let's just go with that. And I am near Starbase and I am close. And Adrian is on top of the Margaritaville, along with I think Nick and Das and others. So there you go.
Yeah.
Robert, thank you for the support. They say, hey everybody, after so many years, I finally became a Red Team member on hopefully a very special day. Hi from Netherlands. Thank you so much, Robert. Really appreciate that. Appreciate all of our members. Thank you so much. All right, Ian, what do you got? What question do you want to lay on us here? I'm curious what you picked.
Yeah, so first off, we have a really good question here from Starman asking how many launches or how long is the FAA license valid for? And I can actually grab that one real quick. So the launch license that was awarded to SpaceX Friday afternoon is valid for up to 5 years. And that sounds like a long time. It sounds like a lot of development that could go on there. But that launch license, at least before it's amended in any way, is only valid for this orbital flight test. So SpaceX does have 5 years to get this flight off the ground, just in case they have to scrub today. But that is only for the first full stack flight of Starship. So they will need to either get a new launch license or get it amended, either of which are an option here, in order to go ahead with the second and third and so on flight tests.
Yeah, and one thing, because I know a lot of people had code written so that they could notice when the FAA website was modified, and they were actually picking up modifications of launch licenses for like Electron or Falcon 9, and they were like, darn it, it's not it's not Starship, the one that is being shown, right? And so it's like now you could keep that code, because after this launch you're gonna have to watch out for that modification to pop up, because probably frankly, I don't even know if the FAA is going to make a whole announcement as they did for this one, because this one is like the first one. It's the biggest, most powerful rocket. But once it's launched once, the FAA is going to be, yeah, it's a modification, like not a big deal, right? Might be the case. So definitely have those codes in hand, because, it might be useful. So, yeah. I know some people watching out there that have those codes ready, so use them for that Booster 9 and Ship 26 launch.
Very cool. We have another one here actually from the same person, from Starman, asking how different is Starship's TPS from the shuttles? So Alex, how different is it? Like what's different about this TPS versus shuttles? Have they improved it from the shuttles, do you say?
Yeah, so it is silica base, just like the shuttle, but I believe the production and the materials are different. It is what it's called. I think it's. I don't remember where the R is. It's either true frog or two frog.
Two frog.
There's
frog.
two frog. Okay, 'cause there's an R there, but I don't remember where on the word. Like it's like
Think
an
tough rock, but it's not.
Tough.
It's not quite that.
Tough rock.
But that's what I always think when I read it is tough rock. Like it's really hard. It's really tough rock.
Yeah, that is sort of the material that is used on other experimental reentry vehicles. I believe the X-37B uses something similar to Frog, I believe. This is an evolution of that. This is sort of like SpaceX's own version of that. Just like for PICA, phenolic impregnated carbon ablator material. That's what it stands for. I don't remember for Frog. I'm really, really sorry, but I do remember for PICA. That was developed by NASA, and then they took that and they were like, you know what? We're gonna do our own version, and that's PICA X. That is used on Dragon's heat shield, and it's been evolved, I believe, up to 3 times already. The Dragon 2 capsules have like the 3rd evolution of that PICA X material, and so this is gonna be the same. Now it's an evolution of that 2 frog material that was developed for the X-37B. And eventually they're gonna be evolving that material as they fly Starship. And so it is a similar concept, but it is not in the same way. Because I've seen a lot of people also being like, about shuttle, Colombia. Well, there were other issues with shuttle as well there, like being sat mounted and things like that. That was obviously a problem as well. It's a lot of debris, raining and things like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Very cool. A question here from Matthew asking, does the ship quick disconnect retract at the exact same time as the boosters? And Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it does. They do obviously quickly disconnect right at T0. The booster quick disconnect retracts into its hood, which then covers it, whereas the ship quick disconnect, which is mounted on the QD arm itself, rapidly rotates away from the ship as it lifts off. Is that correct?
Yeah, we actually saw this being practiced a while ago. We haven't seen it again, sadly, but it basically like removes the connection there that you can see, and then as it removes the connection, it swings over to the side to let the rocket pass, and it's super cool. When they were testing that, I remember someone I was actually not fully paying attention at SPL because they were doing other stuff. And someone said the QDR moved. It moved at launch speed and things like that. And I was like, oh, like they ping me. Every time something happens in SPL, people ping me a lot. And I won't complain about that because then we can pull that and have a clear video of that and put that out on our Starbase videos. But yeah, it was super cool how it retracted the QD, and as it retracted the QD, the whole arm swung away. If we see that today, it's gonna be amazing because that is, in my opinion, that is like Saturn V vibes, and I know you love the Saturn V.
Yes.
I'm not as a fan of you, of Saturn V, like you, but I do must say that the Saturn V was super cool, and iconic. So that retraction of the QD and the arm and everything at T0, it's gonna be amazing.
I'm so excited for that. I'm a killer for ground infrastructure. I'm a killer for swing arms. And I can't wait to see just a shot of everything falling away as Starship lifts off. That's going to be amazing. I can't wait for that.
Is that what the kids are saying now? That they're killers for things?
I think it's been a phrase for many years, Jack. But yeah.
Wow, I'm
Oh,
just
there we
old.
go. More cars. Where all these cars hiding from? They were all hidden somewhere else.
Weird.
We're looking everywhere. It's like, where were you?
So
hopefully
I
they
assume that's
are
an
the last ones.
indication that the pad is not yet clear. I would absolutely assume though that it is essential personnel only at this point.
Yeah. The road, as you can see there's the sheriff out there at the road closure. We expect that road closure to eventually move up as they clear everything down there at the production site and the village and everything. That is, we believe it's already cleared of all personnel. Oh, maybe they are moving already. Look at that. Right as I was saying it, they're moving out from the road closure. So they're going...
Is that perhaps the final pad clear in that case, actually?
Yeah, actually, it's not just only pad clear, it's also launch hangar area clear. That will be...
There we go.
Oh, don't tell me it has a stop and it's a change.
Well,
come
heard
on,
you.
no,
one sheriff's car did drive
shoo.
off, and then another one pulled
It
up.
trolled me.
Maybe they did a shift change here. Was it 3:30 Central Time?
Let's shoo them away. Chat, come on, shoo.
Yeah,
go.
Everybody type shoe.
Shoo.
Okay, so
Come on,
that makes me wonder though. Talking about pad being clear, not clear, and the hazard area being clear, not clear. I immediately want to ask both of you, and I'll start with you, Ian. So, let's say, and I hope this isn't bad juju or anything. I'm just, I'm trying to game plan things out in my head. Let's say that there is a scrub and abort for today, and we have to go to a different day. What, of all the different potential things that could be caused by, what do you think would be like the number one potential reason for that? Or maybe it doesn't need to be number one. What would you think are potential reasons for that? Like, do you think most likely thing to cause a scrub would be a range violation, or the vehicle sees something it doesn't like
Yeah. Oh,
at
sorry to
liftoff,
interrupt,
or
Jack, but
Maybe
we
it
can see
works.
they're all driving away now.
excellent?
So that is almost confirmation that they are now
So there
extending
you go.
the closure to the hazard zone, which is
Excellent.
a great milestone there. And that's, at least in my opinion, pretty good confirmation of pad clear. And
The
it is
shoe
conventional.
worked. Yeah, people are like, yeah, it worked.
Good
Oh
job,
boy,
Jack.
that's heavy venting.
Yeah, very heavy venting. Tank farm, I assume. They're starting to get that prepped, I would assume.
That's probably what they're running away from, I guess, because now the tank farm is getting very active, so they
And
probably.
they've paused just a little bit further down the road.
Yeah. They tend to do that. They have like half roadblock location that is, I believe that is San Martin Boulevard. Correct me
Yes,
if
that
I'm
would
wrong,
be San
Jack.
Martin.
Yeah, because I'm like I know some of the names out of my brain, but sometimes I don't fully remember them. But yeah, they are right there at that intersection between Highway 4 and San Martin Boulevard, and they're probably gonna be checking that all the vehicles and all the personnel are out, and that is sort of an intermediate point that they reach as they move away from the launch area, the launch hazard area.
Sweet.
All right, let's see here. Davio, thanks for coming a Red Team member. Veronica, thank you for the store purchase. They say, I love watching space shuttles. I love that we are exploring other planets. Hope someday we all get a chance to visit Mars. Yes, indeed. That's what we all hope. Thanks,
Would you guys
Veronica.
go to Mars if you were offered the chance? You have a return trip, no question. Would you go?
100%. 100%.
Nice.
No question. Like, as long as I have the return trip, because Earth is the best planet. As much as I want to explore other planets and go into space, Earth is undeniably the best planet. We have liquid water, we have gaseous oxygen, we have the right amount of gravity, we have seasons, we have plants and cool animals, cute little hedgehogs, and all sorts of things.
Speaking of Earth,
Oh,
got a
look at
nice
that.
shot there of Starship's path around Earth now, just under 4.5 hours away.
I love this graphic so much. It does a really good job of showing you how Starship is going to be flying around the Earth.
Yes. Also, very interesting to note how little land it flies over. They must have perfectly threaded this needle to make sure it flies over the most minimal amount of land possible.
Yeah, it definitely seems intentional.
Yes.
Let's see here. Patrick, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you got a membership from Patrick, be sure to thank him. E. Peterson, new Red Team member. Thank you so much. Nicola, thanks for the support. They say, thank you guys. Without you, we from all around the world wouldn't be able to see such amazing things. Well, thank you so much. We're glad we can help bring this stuff to you. Let's see. Thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Mars on Mars, thank you. They say you can send any payload into orbit on this flight. No restrictions. What are you sending? I'm going to go the Sawyer route and say Pez. Like however many tons of Pez.
I'm thinking just go all out, put a Tesla semi-truck in there.
That would be amazing, yeah. It would never be able to get out unless it just like busted its way out all like metal style. Like the Kool-Aid man.
Bay.
It's like, oh yeah! And it busts out of the payload bay.
Some onboard cameras of a Tesla semi re-entering the atmosphere. That would be some pretty cool PR.
That would be pretty great. Adrian says 100 tons of milk. I don't know what's wrong with Adrian. No, I do know what's wrong with Adrian. He needs sleep.
Yes.
Alex, what would you put on as the payload?
Man, that's really complicated. I guess I will go for emotional stuff like I don't know, things from people that I consider friends and something emotional, I guess, because I'm very emotional. I don't know,
All right,
something.
fair.
I mean, it'll burn up, so I guess it shouldn't be that emotional, but because it will be like the heck for with these people, right? Because it's gonna burn up. But no, I will definitely put something emotional. That will be cool. To
I
have
like your
something
style.
emotive.
Good stuff. Bob Lafar, thank you for becoming a pattern member. Drew Nar, thank you for the support. They say Elon said future Starship will have 6 vac and 3 sea-level engines, which will give it launch escape options. Oh, that makes sense. We were talking about launch escape earlier. Thank you for that. Jeffrey Blue, thanks for the support. They say, I'm staying in a hotel in Harlingen, going to head towards launch in about an hour. Where's the best place to view? South Padre or, oh God, or how close on Highway 4 can I go? And is even that a good choice? No, it's not a good choice. You don't want to be on Highway 4. You're mostly obstructed on Highway 4, and I'm not sure how close you could even get given all the checkpoints. So don't do that. Go towards South Padre Island. Although at this point, if you are still waiting, Jeffrey Boo, I would go now. I would literally go right now because there is a large line of cars outside Isla Blanca Park already, and they open at 4. But you know you're going to be stuck in that line of cars. And the other thing is the way that South Padre Island is built or laid out. Like you take a bridge to get there because it is in fact an island. You take a bridge to get there, and whenever there's any bad congestion on the 2 roads in South Padre Island, that congestion can back up onto the bridge. So it is possible that the line of cars at Isla Blanca Park will get long enough that it turns into a line of cars on the bridge. And that would just be insane madness. So please just leave now, Jeffrey Boo. Leave now. Go now. Go. You go. I don't know what else to tell you. Go.
Do not underestimate launch day traffic. I've never been down to Boca Chica, but I've been to Cape Canaveral and I've been to Wallops for several launches. Do not underestimate the amount of people that are going to show up at the last minute. Traffic will be worse than you're expecting. Always assume that.
Yep. Oh, we missed it. It was T-minus 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Oh, well. Anyway, we can see a lot of venting happening at the tank farm right now, so you're definitely starting to spool that up, which is good to see.
Good stuff.
Now, of course, they're not doing propellant loading just yet. That'll be happening in about 2 hours and 18 minutes if they stick on this current trajectory. Right now, they're probably just starting to chill things down, get it all ready and situated to begin propellant loading. Again, we got a while to go until propellant load, but it would make sense they're starting to slowly situate it, get it ready, chilled down at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Tad Denton. Pad Rat, thank you. Robert Gray, Red Team, thank you. I don't even know how to say that name. Pad Rat, thank you. Red Team members, all kinds of members. Thank you so much. Emma coming in at Red Team. Really appreciate all you. Endor coming in at Red Team. A whole bunch of Red Team members. I guess a lot of people want that new multi-view that we just launched for Red Team members. That multi-view is really sweet. It's like 9 cameras all in one stream. You don't have to click around different streams or have multiple monitors or any of that. You can just watch everything on one single stream, all the camera feeds, all at once, none of our voices. If you find them annoying, especially mine, then you check out that multi-feed and, yeah, become a Red Team member if you're not. I see a lot of Red Team members. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support. It's a vote of confidence in what we do and what we're doing and everything that we try to do to bring you spaceflight coverage from around the world, anywhere, anytime. There's awesome rocket things happening. So yeah, that's the new multi-view right there. You can see it on the left. That must be why I'm seeing so many Red Team members. It's just oodles and oodles of Red Team members. So thank you. It really is excellent to have that feedback, that you like what we're doing, you appreciate what we're doing, you like the perks that we're bringing you in the membership program. We're constantly trying to think of new perks. We're constantly trying to make sure that your monthly contributions are returned in kind with awesome content. So that's the new addition, is that new multi-view. So definitely check it out. Become a Red Team member. Thank you so much for even considering it.
And I will add that we do have the an internal multi-view for tech diagnosis and things for the team to look at. I've loved looking at the multi-view for the past few weeks, past few months. It is an amazing source of just getting every camera view you possibly can get all at once. It is like, and I'm saying that like genuinely, I only look at the multi-view at this point. It is so genuinely useful for just getting an overall view of everything we have out of Boca Chica. If you want an angle of everything all at once, get the Red Team membership, get multi-view access. You genuinely will not regret it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Ian. My go-to is the multi-view. The internal multi-view, and that is what inspired the members only multi-view is, we love the internal multi-view so much, and we knew that the members would like it as well. And so thank you everybody coming into Red Team in order to get that perk and all the other cool perks that you get. I see Camaro, or Cameron, thank you so much for coming in at Red Team. This is truly an outstanding level of support from y'all, and it just means that we'll keep being able to continue doing cool things and just plowing all of this back into the field and growing more cool fruits. I think I might be starting to get sleep deprived. I'm really sorry.
You're good, Jack.
Let's
Only
see.
4 hours to go.
Oh God. Booster 7 is asking, I got one question. Why will Starship not get to orbital velocity? I think that's intentional, right, Ian?
Yeah, so that's very much intentional. So the reason they don't want to go directly to orbit, even though, given the capabilities that they have, they absolutely could attempt to get into a full orbit, they really don't want to risk that. Now, you might be wondering why. Well, if you go to a full-on orbit, while that may be great for testing, go a few orbits, test some comms, onboard systems, things like that, you need to be able to deorbit your ship. Say if Starship is in like a 300 by 300 kilometer orbit, and say the Raptors can't light, or they lose contact with it, or even worst case, it implodes on orbit. You do not want to have this gigantic 50 meter by 9 meter cylinder stuck in orbit. That is a nightmare for space debris. So because they're unsure of how Raptor relight later in flight can be, how Raptor reliance overall can be in flight, they're opting to do a nearly orbital suborbital flight. And that's because even if the Raptors can't ignite, or even if Starship explodes, say 30 minutes into the coast, that debris is just going to come right back down anyway. There is zero chance of any collisions, of anything getting stuck in orbit, and they're eliminating that possibility.
Yep, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself, buddy.
And just to add on real quick too, it seems that they're sticking with this flight plan as well for some of the later, or some of the follow-on orbital flights. We saw, and actually Alex did an excellent dive-through on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but they were talking about flying next with Ship 26 and Booster 9, and then Ship 27 and Booster 10 after this, and those seem to be following a very similar suborbital flight trajectory.
Yeah, so the document, there's like a paragraph saying, SpaceX also proposes to add an area southwest of Hawaii, uprange of the passive descent ocean landing area, to account for the potential Starship debris field for the second and third launches of a Starship that are not configured to survive atmospheric reentry. So what that means is that for this reentry of Ship 24, there's a whole area where, there's one place where they expected to splash down if it survives, and then there's another area where they expect the debris to come down if it doesn't actually survive reentry. That debris field hazard area will be kept for the second and third flights because those two are not configured for a reentry. And so those we believe are Ship 26 and Ship 27 because they don't have flaps, they don't have heat shield, and so those two, obviously, they're gonna just basically re-enter and burn up. Now, what that means also is that those two launches, because they will re-enter over the same places as Ship 24, unless they magically go into a certain orbit that, after some hours it aligns with the same trajectory, I think they're not going into an orbit, because what it means is that they're just going to be doing the same profile as Ship 24. So these first 3 flights of a Starship are not going to be going into a proper orbit. Now, again, the reentry, though, it's going to be pretty much just like an orbital reentry, because when you come from orbit, your perigee needs to be, either inside of the atmosphere or at least below the ground, right? Because you need to come down at one point and encounter the atmosphere in order to re-enter. If you are in orbit, you're not really testing re-entry, and as you mentioned, ooh boy, that's a loud vent. Wow. Oh boy.
Wow. Very loud.
Launchpad is ready to go.
Yeah.
Launchpad has entered the chat. All right, let's see here.
Also, before we hop back into questions, Jack, you were discussing traffic for South Padre Island. Now we have some reports from people on the ground, some people actually in chat informing us that traffic is getting pretty backed up now, heading into Isla Blanca Park. We have some live views there from Apple Maps, as well as a live view of cars actively traveling down South Padre Island. So traffic is getting pretty busy. If anyone has not headed out and they plan to go to South Padre Island for launch viewing, I would recommend heading out now. It seems to be already backed up right now, almost to the bridge. You can see the red area there where traffic is at a standstill. So yeah, if you're ready, if you're going to South Padre Island, specifically Isla Blanca, probably would want to leave now, if not as soon as possible. There are a lot of cars actively crossing the bridge, and traffic is probably only going to get worse over the next few minutes as we get close to Isla Blanca Park opening. That's Ian with traffic. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Ian, with the traffic.
Traffic report.
No, it's good. It's good because I bet there are a lot of people out there that are watching our stream that want to know, that need to know.
And again, more venting. Well, that's a sign that at least our microphones work.
Right.
Everything is working properly. Good mic check.
All right, let's do some more questions. How about? Let's see. Nevada Reno is asking, how many heat shield tiles do you expect to fall off during flight? Would it affect reentry too much? Ian, let's talk about tiles since you're Mr. Tile.
Oh man, throwback to the days of tile counting. Yeah, so the amount of tiles falling off at liftoff, I would be surprised if none did. This is uncharted territory in terms of vibrational loads and sound loads for a ship. They've never done a static fire with a ship on top, so they don't have exact vibrational data on how it affects the heat shield tiles. So I'd be surprised if none fell off during launch. So given that a few are probably going to fall off, that doesn't necessarily spell doom for reentry. There is a thick layer of thermal padding underneath the actual black heat shield tiles, which could in itself provide a little bit of protection. Now, that does probably depend on exactly where on the vehicle the tiles fall off. If they're closer to the edge, right where the transition from heat shield to stainless steel, it probably won't be that big of a deal. But if it's somewhere, say, like on a flap hinge or a flap itself, or right in the center of the fuselage.
Can we call it a flinge?
Yeah,
flap
actually,
hinge,
yeah.
the
Oxygen, town down,
Oh, brother.
Lynch.
Anyways,
We're getting here
sorry.
into.
Please continue with your insightful commentary. I will shut up.
Oh, you're good, Jack. But I think if it's on a more critical part of the vehicle, like near the aft skirt, anywhere on the fuselage, like directly in the middle of the heat shield, I'd say it's much more of an issue. Again, we don't know how many tiles can be lost and Starship can survive. SpaceX probably doesn't even know concrete numbers for how many tiles Starship can lose and still survive entry. So that's what we're going to be looking at today during reentry, and that's what SpaceX is definitely looking at as well.
All right. Yeah, I definitely expect to see tiles fall off at launch.
Yes.
Alex, what do you think? You expecting to see tiles fall off?
Oh, probably, yeah. Because those engines are gonna shake the heck out of that ship once they ignite.
For real, they really are.
Especially the aerodynamic effects too, going supersonic and stuff. I think that'll be another big test as well, because Starship has never gone even close to supersonic. They've purposely been avoiding doing high-speed tests on the earlier Starship flights.
I do wonder if at like max Q, we'll see like a cloud of black tiles like poofing off, and we're like, oh, what's that? Oh, it's tiles. Oh man. And the other thing is the booster's engines are going to be firing for 8 seconds before liftoff.
Yes.
So that's a long time for the vehicle to sit there and shake and shudder and lose some tiles. So, that jeweler guy, thank you for the support. They say I couldn't imagine 30 years ago that there was 20,000 people all sitting around discussing a shuttle launch, all at the same time in the middle of the night. Internet's a wild thing. Definitely.
Yeah.
It's pretty darn cool. I mean, not a lot of things make me feel happy like I'm living in the future, but being able to do this and stream rocket launches live to people around the world certainly does. So I'm glad you like that. I will click on this as soon as I'm allowed to. Can I just click on it? Why won't you let me click on it? There we go. Let's see here. Hef Williams, thanks for the support. They say, great job with the stream and for bringing excitement to the masses. Question, do you think SpaceX will have video coverage? Oh, what are we looking at here? We
Nice
got the ship.
close-up shot of the QD arm there.
Yeah, what's going on with the QD arm? Is there something happening or are we just pointing cameras around?
There is something
It's a
or
QD.
someone.
There's a person.
Yeah.
Is it a
There's
person?
a person? I think it's just something flapping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there might be something flapping in the wind. Yeah, that's definitely like a some kind of like paper cover or something flapping in the wind.
Sorry, I'm a big dumb idiot.
Yeah.
Whew, I was worried. I was like, what is a person doing up there?
Partying. What else would they be doing up there?
I mean, that would be a killer view, a little literally killer view at the top.
Yes. Okay, Hef Williams saying, question, do you think SpaceX will have video coverage of the Hawaii landing or just rely on onboard cameras if it survives re-entry? That's a good question. I hope they have someone in Hawaii. Ian, what do you think?
I mean, I would
We'll go to
assume
you,
they have
Alex.
some camera assets in Hawaii. I know NASA's WB-57s are bookmarked for observing today. We don't know exactly what. And actually, I'm going to hop onto Flight Tracker right after this.
They're both in Houston right now, so not going to be in Hawaii.
Gotcha. So that'd be a pretty quick supersonic run to Hawaii. But yeah, so they will be probably looking at launch, if anything. So if they have anything out in Hawaii, it'd probably be on the ground, maybe some boat assets just outside the range. We have no official word, though. I assume that they are going to be relying heavily on internal Starship data that they'll be getting back through Starlink if things work out.
Looking forward to seeing what is going on at that phase of flight. So many unknowns, so many questions. Must know. All right, I think. Maybe wait a little bit more. Well, a couple more minutes. John asking, are there any plans for extending the tank farm? Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, it's very likely because right now that tank farm, if they're gonna build a second launch pad, it's only good for one launch pad. If they want to launch more often and from a second launch pad, they definitely gonna need a second tank farm.
All right then. Let's see here. StatVic is asking, where will Booster 7 go after launch? Ian?
It will go down to the bottom of the deep blue sea. Specifically, they are planning to do a boost back, a partial boost back burn, and a landing burn if Booster 7 makes it that far. So they're going to do a partial boost back burn, meaning that they're not going all the way back to Boca Chica. They're going to be about 20 miles or about 33 kilometers offshore from Boca Chica. So they'll be landing out in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, if it touches down successfully, they are going to attempt to sink the booster or destroy it in some way. They are not planning to tow it back. They are not planning to recover it. They are planning, I believe in the the FAA documentation, it specifically said they plan to open the tank valves. If that doesn't work, rotate the booster to an orientation where the tank valves can then fill up and sink it. And if that somehow doesn't work, basically shoot it with a sniper and then pop it so it sinks. So they are literally actively trying to destroy it after landing so they cannot bring it back into port. Even if they wanted to, they probably couldn't bring it back into Port of Brownsville because that would just be a logistical nightmare trying to get that out of the water, trying to get it back onto land and transport it back.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, with that, I think we will let. Oh wait, hang on.
I'm hanging on
Hang on.
because the tide is high.
Okay, yeah. We'll let you go, Alex. Thank you. Sorry, I got distracted over here. We'll let you go, Alex. Thank you, Alex, for
Sure.
being on comms with us.
It's always a pleasure, and I'm really excited for today's launch. Let's be hopeful that it goes out without a hitch.
Absolutely. And taking Alex's place is Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, what's up, buddy? Talking while muted.
Uh-oh.
Talking while muted.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. That's a great start. I am up, I am excited, and I am ready to see Starship fly.
Excellent.
Sawyer, are you caffeinated up? Because it definitely sounds like you're caffeinated up.
No, I'm just that excited. Although I do have
let's go.
caffeine next to me that I've just been sipping, but this is just excitement.
Maybe time to start gulping the caffeine. What's your caffeine of choice?
It is actually a caffeinated seltzer, believe it or not. I'm not a coffee person, so I prefer the cold wake up as opposed to a warm wake up.
Alrighty then. Big fan of Celsi water over here. I'm a Topo Chico man myself. This stream not sponsored by Topo Chico. ...
Mine is
Yet.
Ardor, not sponsored by Ardor. ...
Jack, if I may add, and I think you may be proud of me, I've got a nice cold glass of chocolate milk here. I am not a caffeine guy, but I am a sugar guy for sure. So
Oh
I'm
man,
running off sugar.
I would love a cold glass of chalky right now.
Oh, it's so good.
Let's see.
Not sponsored by cows, to be fair.
by the moo.
Got milk.
Let's see here. This is an interesting question, just by nature of how it was written. Tyler Robertson's asking, how many astronauts can this shuttle hold? I love that they called it a shuttle. How and do you think Elon will make the lunar surface habitable? I don't know that Elon will make. Maybe that seems like more of a NASA kind of thing. I don't know. That's a good question. But how many astronauts when Starship eventually flies crew? I mean, this one can hold 0. If we're gonna take the question literally, this one can hold 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Has anyone seen like any estimates of a crewed Starship, like how many people it could hold?
I believe the old numbers were planning that they would be able to hold up to 100 people at some point. I know
Yes.
the first variants, like the one that will be for Dear Moon, that can fit that many. They're doing, I believe, about 12. Once you get to the Artemis missions, those, I believe, you've got the crew of 4 aboard the Orion, so it'll be somewhere around that number. But eventually, they want to get it 100 plus.
And actually, for Artemis, for the HLS, they will only be sending 2 crew members down to the surface. So 2 will be staying up in Gateway, doing some science, keeping Orion, and things like that, while the other 2 go down to the lunar surface. So, might I say, they will have quite a lot of leg room down there in that Starship. Just 2 people. Quite a lot of room for science experiments, too.
Yeah, for real. Let's see here.
And real quick, it looks like the cops have the sheriffs have departed in front of the village. They were parked a few minutes ago in front of San Martin Boulevard, which is kind of midway between the village and the build site. So it seems that the hazard area is clear now, question mark. Also, the dishes are now pointing at the launch site. They were pointing straight up before, but they are now pointing towards the launch site. So pretty big milestones there. The area is now clear and the dishes are pointed towards the launch site. Big indicator in my mind that SpaceX is still tracking well.
Good stuff. That's exactly what we want to see. Steve Johnson is asking, do all big space vehicles meet max dynamic Q at the same velocity? Nope. You can even vary between vehicle to vehicle.
Well said. Yeah, it depends on their aerodynamic shape, their acceleration, where in the atmosphere they hit max Q at. A lot of different factors play into there. And I mean, Q itself is dynamic pressure, which in itself is a function of the shape of your vehicle and the velocity of the vehicle. So very many different factors at play there.
Let's see here. Eccentricity is asking, why do they intend to scuttle the booster if it survives splashdown? Why not try to tow it to shore to examine the engines and stuff? That's a good question. I don't know if we have a great answer for it. Sawyer, do you want to take a stab, or maybe Ian after Sawyer?
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of like you were just talking about there, that is a big vehicle that you're going to have to try and tow back, get through the port of Brownsville, get back to SpaceX and things like that. And it's going to be the same, especially out in Hawaii. If it makes it to that point, you're talking a couple 100 miles out to tow this giant, big Starship thing. So at this point, might as well just blow it up. And fun fact, it sounds like, oh, yeah, we're just going to trash the ocean, pollute it. It's not. There are a lot of previous space flight materials and boosters that are at the bottom of the ocean that have turned into artificial reefs. So, before the environmentalists start screaming that we are polluting, it's actually helping the fish.
Yeah, it's good to toss, obviously not polluting materials, but plain steel. I mean, ships. I remember, was it the USS Oriskany, an aircraft carrier, was intentionally sunk to become an artificial reef. So this is honestly good for the environment. Having a huge booster like Super Heavy and a huge ship like Starship at the bottom of the ocean will be some nice artificial reefs.
Heck yeah. Musical Wolves with a super chat saying, White chocolate, hot chocolate fund. No, I disagree. White chocolate is not
Oh,
chocolate. It's imposter chocolate.
whoa.
I think
That's a bold claim.
that's a big claim there from Jack, but I mean, Jack is kind of a bit of a chocolate expert, so I will take his word.
Wow, I'm a chocolate expert?
I mean, at least chocolate milk expert.
Fair. I do enjoy some fancy chocolate milk.
By the
Also,
way, is that dot?
it
Yeah, is that
does
dot
look.
on the left there a drone?
I was about to say, yeah,
Yeah.
just left of the Starship. I've seen it moving laterally, so that is definitely something.
Yeah, unlike the KSC, which anyone who's visited, you'll see the giant signs that say "No Drone Zone" flashing like crazy everywhere. SpaceX has that exception that they can fly their own drone. But a reminder, if you are out there watching, there is a flight restriction for drones as well. So please don't scrub the launch because of a drone. We're
Right,
begging you.
right. Viniac, thanks for the support. They say, is there a possibility that there will be a future Starship mission to bring back Starman back to Earth? It will be super cool to see. That would be neat. I don't think it'll be a thing, but that would be neat.
Like,
David, go ahead, Ian.
I was going
Go
to
ahead,
say, I
Ian.
see there being a mission to visit Starman, but I think it kind of means a bit more to leave him out there on his adventure.
Right?
I,
Yeah. Don't end the adventure. Like, come on.
we also have to
David
wait till he
Graper.
gets close to Earth again, too. That whole thing.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
Mars, even.
David Graper, thanks for the support. They say, give yourself some coffee to help you get through the morning. Of course, the adrenaline will likely be enough. So true. Thanks for the support there, buddy. Cameron Whitbread, becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much. We've gotten so many new Red Team members on this stream because of the multi-view that we just launched as a new perk for our members. That jeweler guy becoming a Red Team member. JGB becoming a Red Team member. Very cool. Thank you guys so much. The new multi-view rules. Let's see if we have some more members coming in here. Yeah, Christian Anderson, Red Team member. CM, Red Team member. Jeffrey Herbert, Red Team member. No, Padrat, sorry, Jeffrey. Horst, Red Team member. And there's that multi-view I was talking about. It's all 9. It's 9 cameras in one stream. You don't have to go to multiple streams or have multiple windows open. It's a multi-view, so you can see all the cameras that we have in Starbase all at once, the same way that we kind of can.
But wait, there's more. It rotates through other cameras there too, so you get even more.
Yeah, there's like 2 sets of 9, right?
So
Exactly.
18.
Yep.
Big math.
Very cool. Dave Hagen, Red Team member. Bram, not a Red Team member. No, Bram is a Red Team member. Haha. Frank, Red Team. Kristen, Red Team. A whole bunch of Red Team members. So remember. Oh, it's 3 sets of 9. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm a big
wow.
dumb. I'm a big dum. That
No, you're
is
not.
a lot of cameras. That's 27 cameras. So yeah, definitely check out the multi-view. Become a Red Team member. Become any level of member. If you can't afford to be a member, that's all right. We still appreciate you watching. Tell your friends about us. Hit the like button. Do all the YouTube things. But if you can afford it, become a Red Team member and get this sweet new perk of this multi-view that we're providing everybody. It's a really. I used to say that Discord was the best perk of our membership program, and that's at Capcom level and above, and it is. Discord is an amazing perk. However, holy cow, this multi-view is awesome. Bram, Red Team member. James, Red Team. You love to see it. Thank you guys so much for the support. Jesper, Red Team. TGN2, Red Team. Martin Smith, Red Team. I can't even read all these. I'm just gonna cycle through a whole bunch of them. Jaden gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Jaden. I mean, it's insane the number of new members on this stream, and it goes to show that you guys are appreciating what we're doing for you. So thank you so much. We constantly want to continue to up our game and keep bringing y'all awesome stuff. N-Flight Entertainment, thank you so much for the generous amount of support with the $50 super chat. They say, I did a scuba dive on the Oriskany. I
Ooh.
stood on the deck 148 feet down and saw the concrete heart memorial my dive buddy served on her in Vietnam. Wow.
Wow, that is
Wow.
amazing. I know Oriskany is within dive limits, so that is an excellent target for divers. It's very cool to hear that you've made it down there. Yeah, that's amazing that you're allowed to go down there.
That's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see, Chad becoming a Capcom member. I'm just gonna do a couple more of these so we don't get too far behind. We're, if we don't keep up on these, we're gonna just start drowning in them. So, maybe poor choice of metaphor there. Aiden,
Oh.
red team member. Let's see. Yeah, we got Reno Matt, red team. We got Jane, red team. We got Kilgus becoming a pad rat. So many new members. Thank you, everybody. David, red team. Jake, Capcom. All right, next question. Mr. Vipitz is asking, does 9 and 26, that's Booster 9 and Ship 26, have to go through a lot of testing, or could we see a second flight next month already? I think the answer to that is yes. They have to go through a lot of testing, but assuming the pad isn't nuked, we could see a flight next month already. That's what I think. Sawyer, what do you think?
I think that's going to be the biggest thing is how far along this gets in the flight. Obviously, if anything with stage 0 is damaged, then you're talking probably months on end here waiting for that. But the other interesting thing is going to be, how far do we get into flight and what, if anything, fails on it? So what do they realize, okay, now maybe there's an issue with these particular Raptors, so we'll have to swap them out. That may take a little longer. A slight design change, something like that. I mean, we already know there's hundreds of improvements between Ship 7 and 24 and 9 and 26. But again, depending on what fails, it could be, I say, earliest 2 months. Could be as long as before, by the end of the year. But I'm hoping sooner than later.
Hoping. Let's see here. What else do we have? Oh, let's look at the traffic again. What's going on with the traffic at Isla Blanca Park and on South Padre Island?
Yeah, well, consulting our live cameras, it looks like it's busy but flowing. So, Isla Blanca Park did open 11 minutes ago, so obviously they've had a bit of influx then. I do not have an active look at Google Maps right now, but based on what we were seeing before, I would not be surprised if traffic's died down a little bit. However, that's probably only temporary as more and more people flow in. Isla Blanca Park will eventually fill up, and people have to start going elsewhere. So, again, if you've not left yet, I would highly recommend leaving if you're going to South Padre Island.
Yeah, if you haven't left already, please God, leave now. That's all I can say. Launch traffic is no joke, as we have discussed.
Well, we already did the traffic report, so while we're at it, why don't we toss to weather? And here's
nice.
Sawyer with the weather. So again, the weather constraints for launch are looking pretty good at the moment. The concern has been the upper level winds and potential wind shear as it gets higher up into the flight. But as of right now, at least on the ground, things are looking pretty good. There is your weather at the moment right now. About 64 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 Celsius, light breeze with some stronger gusts up to about 18 miles an hour or 30 knots. Or 30 kilometers per hour, and very, very humid. I'm sure Jack can attest to that. And now here's Jack with a story about puppies.
So one time when I was a kid, my dog had like 13 puppies in one litter. We had so many All right, that's my story about puppies.
There we go. Yeah.
Back to Ian in the field with traffic, not in the field. Back to Ian in a student lounge building. I'm looking at traffic on Google Maps right now, and it's hilarious because you can actively see where both roadblocks are. I assume like the sheriff's cars and anyone else parked at the roadblock is contributing. It says there's traffic right at the Ad Astra School, as well as right at the entrance to Boca Chica Boulevard. Now, anyway, back at South Padre Island, we talked about earlier the bridge might get filled up. The bridge traffic is now reaching the bridge. So the southern end of South Padre Island is becoming a bit of a nightmare traffic-wise, and it is now extending to the bridge. So be careful out there, everyone. Be sure to follow all traffic laws and do not drive distracted. Back to Jack.
Let's see here. We got Eric in the chat saying, "Hey Jack, is it going to fly today?" Which is amazing because they used to do that every single time with the Starship test flights because people would ask you that all the time. Is it going to fly today? That's hilarious. That's a good throwback. What's up, Eric? Yozon Games, thank you for the support. They say in the future, will the chopsticks move faster? So we did just see the chopsticks open up and move a little bit on the tower. They're basically in launch configuration now. In the future, will they move faster? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I think they might. They probably move plenty fast as it is, but I mean, if they started moving faster someday, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked. I don't know.
I
What do
mean,
you think, Sawyer? No,
I
Ian, go for it.
I was just say
Sorry,
real quick,
Sawyer.
if you think about it, there's really no need for them to. Unless something rapidly changes, we know that they are not going to rapidly swing shut to catch the booster. They will be open very, very slightly just to let the booster pass through and then very quickly clamp shut. So there's no need for them to move quickly up and down the tower or move quickly opening and closing. So I don't see that happening. Sawyer, any thoughts?
That was exactly what I was gonna say. Is it's T minus 3 hours 45 minutes until launch, and they're working on opening and the chopsticks are now open, so they're open plenty early. I think as the launch cadence goes up, then maybe you'll see it, and obviously we'll have to see what the speed is once they eventually start catching boosters down the line. But for today's flight and for the foreseeable future, at least, there's no real need to get them that much faster.
Well said.
Let's see here. Starman is asking, why did SpaceX ditch the active liquid cooling concept in favor of heat shield tiles? Do we know why they did that, Ian?
Yeah, it was mainly just probably due to simplification. Now we don't know an exact reason why SpaceX is not, purely open on their development process. But in my mind, it likely comes down to simplifying it. Now, for those who are unaware, SpaceX did plan to do active liquid cooling. Is specifically called transpiration cooling, where they would pump a little bit of methane out very, very tiny holes along the windward side of Starship to protect it during reentry, kind of having an ablative layer of methane there to catch the heat and then be stripped away from the ship. They likely got rid of that due to the complexity and the complexity of that system versus the relative simplicity of heat shield tiles. So that's my likely bet as to what they did there.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
my my thought along the lines of that is, A, you're saving fuel. B, leaky methane usually not the best thing. And C, anyone who's had a liquid cooled computer that leaks, yeah.
Yikes.
Although if anyone is cooling their computer with liquid methane, stop using that computer right now. Return it.
Don't
Fix
don't
it.
do it near a flare stack,
I was about to say,
ideally.
That
no,
too.
no smoking nearby.
Yes.
Let's see here. Brewer's asking, what is the light pollution like from Starbase? It looks like it covers a wide area. Do the village residents notice it much? I can't speak for the village residents, but yeah, the tower flashing bright is bright, for lack of a better word. I wouldn't really call it light. I mean, it's not really light pollution in the same way that like the city that creates light pollution. Like if I look up right now, I see a lot of stars. So there is that, which is really nice.
Love that. Nothing better than a nice, bright, starry sky.
Oh yeah. You can't beat it. And my favorite is when I'm out there at the Cape and you look around you and it's just dark skies, beautiful, clear. All you see are the stars, and then you literally turn 180 and bathed in lights and beauty is something that's going to space. I
Yep.
It doesn't get much cooler than that. Although there is the concern of sea turtles and things, so lighting may not be as bright, but still.
Yeah, and as an astronomer myself, I will highly recommend if anyone here has not been to a dark sky site, so somewhere where there is absolutely no light pollution, if not a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of light pollution, you absolutely need to. It is genuinely life changing. Anyway, quick little tidbit there. quickly jumping into some super chats here. We have a bunch piling up. Thank you very much to everyone for your support. From Dehan here asking or saying, thanks as always, NSF. Question: how are cryogenic propellants kept to correct temperatures for engine relights in long duration missions such as lunar missions? That is an excellent question. Sawyer, any insight on how they're planning to keep the propellants very cold for long duration missions?
That's a really good question. I mean, yeah, that's the whole point of getting these things super cooled is to have that extra oomph from them. So you've got obviously the subcoolers that help get things to the right temperature on the ground, loaded into the vehicle, and then basically the way that the tanks are designed, they are able to maintain that cold temperature. Because think about it, you've got all of the cold liquids in a cold tank, so it is going to stay pretty frosty and essentially use itself to kind of start insulating. So it's it will typically be able to stay that way in orbit as well if you got the cold fuels.
All right, with
So-
that, I am going to jump off and grab myself some fuel. So forgive my sleepy voice. Ian, thank you for jumping in and taking over as host. I am going to get some rest and set up some cameras and get some caffeine for my brain.
Happy to help, Jack. Stay safe, stay awake out there, and get yourself a little bit of rest before flight. We still got a little bit of time out here.
Team
Yeah, oh my God.
caffeine.
Good
3 hours, 39 minutes to go. 3 hours, 39 minutes to go. That seems unreal. This is
And
not real.
counting. And counting.
Yes. Yes, that's so crazy. But anyway, have fun out there, Jack. Good luck. If we don't talk to you again, you're going to do great with your cameras.
Oh, I think you'll talk to me again. It's just I need to refresh a little bit. I don't want to drag down the stream with my sleepy voice, so I will talk to you guys more in a little bit. Bye.
All good. See you,
Bye.
Jack. All right. And of course, we do have a bunch of new members coming in here, people taking advantage of the many members perks that we have here and showing a great amount of generous support to us. So we have a few Capcom members coming in here. Anthony Palucci Jr., thank you very much. Archangel 3 has also become a Capcom member, as well as Joseph Abbott. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We also have a few people taking advantage of the Red Team. Now, the Red Team, we talked about it before, is going to give you access to our multi-view function. So you can see 27 cameras from all around Boca Chica, giving you different views, different angles, different zooms of Starship. And this is going to become much, much more useful as we get closer to sunrise as well. Getting some great views there. You can see it's cycling through 9 cameras every few seconds. Again, great way to get a shot there of everything happening at Boca Chica. So we have a few new Red Team members. Thank you to Dean Scholes. Thanks to Barry Cook. Gary Lee has upgraded to a Red Team member. Tia's Reifrick, thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well. Paul Jones, Dennis W., Wes Hunter, Victoria Aberdeen has also upgraded to a Red Team member. So thank you very much to all of you. TRGLN, thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well, along with the Random Tube, Vadzim, and Redkey. Thank you all for becoming Red Team members, along with Rawls. So thank you to all of our new Red Team members. We hope that you enjoy the perks that come along with your new membership. We also have a store message here. Again, a great way to show support for the live stream here and to help us do the work that we do and pay for all the data on these 27 cameras available on the Red Team Multiview is through the store. So we have a store message here from Frode saying, very excited for the launch attempt today. And they're watching the live stream, which at that point was at T-4 hours. So thank you for the support there, Frode. We hope you enjoy everything that you got there from the store. Hopping back real quick into the questions, Sawyer, we have a good one here from Isaac talking about the exhaust. So, if I recall correctly, were you there for the Terran 1 launch?
Not in person, but I was commentating during it.
Gotcha. So, you do recall what Terran 1's exhaust looked like, and that was methane. So, Isaac here is asking, will the exhaust here on Super Heavy be blue or orange? They're saying it should be blue because methane, but the static fires have seemed to be orange. Any insight there, Sawyer?
Yeah, so it will start off looking a bit more orange as it ignites and fires up, but once you start to see it lift off, we should see a lot more of that bluish color. And in fact, it was quite interesting if you look at any of the streak shots from Terran 1, which was Methalox fueled, you see that it kind of started off orange, got a little bit blue, and then got really blue the further it got into flight. So it looks orange during the test fires. That's the ignition. Once you see the exhaust stream coming back, we should get a blue launch.
beautiful, and also probably some nice hints of purple on there. And speaking of purple exhaust, in our NASA Spaceflight orbital flight test patch available on the store, there is some beautiful purple exhaust featured on there. So I have mine hanging on my bulletin board right over here. Beautiful patch here from Pauline. So head to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, pick yourselves up an orbital flight test patch. Man, they are beautiful, if I have to say.
We may have to redo the intro instead of where they go, "It's orange," go, "It's blue."
It's purple. Awesome. Thanks for the question, Isaac. Now hopping over to another question here. Let's see. Who do we got here? Kareem here asking, why keep two people in the gateway? So we're talking about the Artemis program we discussed earlier. Since Starship is so much bigger, is this just for safety or due to life support limitations? And Kareem, I believe that's actually just to give a bit of redundancy, keep people on gateway for communications and things like that. Keep Orion staffed in case any issues happen on gateway or on Orion. You can have people very, very quickly fix it. Because imagine how terrifying it would be to be on the lunar surface and an issue happens with Orion. That's your ride home. So you want to have some people up there at all times to do maintenance if necessary, but also to do some science. Gateway is a mini international space station. There's going to be many science experiments going up there at all times. They can do some camera shots out the windows, things like that. There's a lot to do on Gateway. It's not just a little docking hub. It will be a full-fledged space station there.
And that's another reason, actually, you mentioned there with the docking hub is in the event that something goes wrong with rendezvous and docking, you have someone on the station side that can help troubleshoot. And as you mentioned, you've got Orion on there. It's kind of like what they did for the Apollo program, that you had someone hanging out still in the command service module, and then the crew on the surface would rendezvous up with it later. So it's Apollo-esque in that sense. And it is important to clarify that as of now, the plan for Gateway is not to have it like the ISS, where it is crewed constantly. There will be kind of short stints of crews that go up there for about 30 days or so. And again, you'll have the crews going up with Artemis. So just to note there. And Starship plays a role in all of that.
Thank you for that insight there, Sawyer.
You're welcome.
Awesome. So we have a question here from Waleed. So we are looking now at the vehicle on the pad. We can see the tank farm doing some venting right there. Sawyer, what is the tank farm doing right now? So obviously we're not coming up on propellant loading for just over an hour and a half, or actually about closer to 2 hours for propellant load. What is the tank farm doing right now? What's that little vent? What do you think they're doing right now with the tank farm, if anything?
My guess would be getting it ready to start super chilling all of the different propellants. Because again, you're talking super cool temperatures here for the methane and oxygen to be liquefied. And you've got all these different subcoolers that it will pass through multiple times until it finally gets to that super cooled temperature. Not just cooled, super cooled, so that you can load extra of it into the vehicle. And that's going to take some time to spool up. So get it probably spooled up early, make sure the temperatures are exactly where they need to be, and that way if it's taking a little longer, you're not delaying fueling in the count as well. So from what we've seen in the past and what I'm seeing now, there is the potential that they're just get everything spooled up and ready to get cooled.
Very cool. Ready to get cooled.
Which is
Cool
pretty
as a
cool.
cucumber. I would say it's pretty cool, actually.
Well, no, it's going to be a lot colder than a cucumber. If you got a cucumber to that temperature, it would break your teeth.
Oh, that would suck. Anyway, going on to a question here from Fred asking, why do they have atmospheric Raptors on this test flight, so specifically on Ship 24, if there's no belly flop maneuver? The reason for that actually is if you just had the Raptor vacuum engines, you very likely wouldn't have enough thrust or enough thrust to weight ratio to get the vehicle to orbit. It would probably fall back eventually. You need the extra power to get the vehicle to fight gravity. Just the 3 Raptor vacuums alone would not be enough thrust for the second stage. So that's why they have the Raptor sea levels there. Of course, it's not as efficient as the Raptor vacuums, but they want to test everything here. And the real Starship is going to have those 3 sea level engines, so might as well toss them on here, even if you don't need them for a landing.
Yeah, make sure the mass is all the same, so that way what you're testing here is the actual full vehicle. So if you do go for the belly flop next time, it's not, oh wait, we didn't test it yet with the CVAC engines on it yet. So
Gotcha.
Raptor C engines, C Whatever
Oh,
the proper terminology is, brain
the
fried. There we go.
Raptor sea level engines. There we go.
Thank you, Ian.
Oh, and a question here from Kyle. I'm going to toss this one to you again, Sawyer. They're saying they don't want to jinx it, but do we have to worry about boats and range violations for this launch? Any thoughts on there? Any insight?
Short answer, yes, we absolutely do. Longer answer is that there are definitely keep out ranges for boats to begin with. There are some designated viewing areas actually for boats, so as long as they stay in those, we'll be okay. But otherwise, there is an entire area of keep out for boats. There is also an entire keep out area in the skies above it. So they have not Mars, which are notice to mariners, and NOTAMs, which are notices to air missions of basically stay out of this area or we're going to have a bad day here. So there will absolutely be people watching the range very closely, and unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a wayward boat or wayward plane enter where they're not supposed to.
Absolutely. That's a nice shot there from Google Earth of the Gulf of Mexico, showing the keep out areas. And I could see some initial areas there pertaining to the flight path, the launch hazard zone, as you can see. So this is basically an area where you need to be clear of. You cannot go in there if you're a boat or if you're a plane. And if anyone does happen to go in there, first off, it would be a delay to the launch. But second off, don't do that because the Coast Guard will be very, very angry at you. You will have some people in black suits showing up at your door, and you'll have to pay some very hefty fines. So, and we have but the launch hazard zone here is the landing hazard zone. So just northwest of Hawaii, near the island of Kauai, we have the splashdown hazard zone along with a very, very large reentry debris hazard zone. Now, as you can tell, the splashdown hazard zone is intended for if the ship is still fully intact, makes it through reentry, that's where it's going to land. But the reentry debris hazard zone is in case something happens on reentry, if the ship doesn't make it through, if it burns up, breaks apart on reentry, that is the corridor where its debris is going to land. So that is all the closure space that we have today. Quite a lot of activities to keep track of for the poor Coast Guard and the FAA. Again, it's very, very important that we keep all of these things closed for the safety of people, for the safety of boaters, and as well as air people, or airplanes, I should say. Now, one more quick question, real quick here, asking what camera views are we going to be seeing during the flight on the booster/ship? And actually, there was a real good video put out by the Ring Watchers showing some camera views around the vehicle. There will be several around the aft skirt and the interstage on the booster, some on the exterior of the ship. I believe there's even one on one of the ship flaps looking down, so quite a lot of camera views there. So thanks for the question, Jeppy. Now, moving on, we got something a little bit different coming up for you. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of testing to get to this point on both Ship 24 and the booster, so we've compiled a quick little 2-minute video just to give you kind of a bit of history on how exactly we got here with Ship 24, all the testing that it's gone through to get up to this point, because it's been about a year full of testing for Ship 24, and it's worth going back and remembering. So sit back, relax, get your popcorn ready. We got a quick little 2-minute video here all about Ship 24 and how we got here. You can see it started off with some quick little spin prime testing. That is where SpaceX spins up the liquid oxygen turbo pumps on the ship. Basically just some quick testing of the engines to get some early data there. Now it did perform several static fires as well. Just like that one there. Took place on suborbital pad B. A great shot there of a long duration static fire. I believe that was a 6-engine static fire there.
Yeah, they did a really good mix of testing with the number of engines.
Yeah, and I actually remember this one. This one was either, I believe, 1 or 2 engine static fires, so much less power than we'd see in flight. Now, again, a reminder, all 6 Raptor engines on Ship 24 are going to be active on this flight, we do believe. The 3 sea level and the 3 vacuum engines all working together to push the vehicle on its way to a near orbital trajectory. And of course, they did some pre-flight testing here. You got to stack the ship on the booster. You can actually see a quick little cameo there on the right of the tower from Booster 9. Now, Booster 9 is going to be the next booster to fly. We don't know exactly when Booster 9 will fly on the second orbital flight, but that should be coming up in the next few months. Now, we saw a lot of people recently asking, why haven't they done a wet dress rehearsal recently? That's because they actually did one back in January. Now, you can see it here. They fully loaded the booster and the ship with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And to everyone's surprise, honestly, they made it. They completed the wet dress rehearsal on the first try. So, a lot of great testing to get to this point. A very successful test campaign for Ship 24 here. Definitely standing on the shoulders of giants on the earlier starships as well as Ship 20. Now, Sawyer, how about we hop into some questions here, would you say? But before I hop into some questions, so we saw Jack part a few minutes ago to get set up. We have someone in here hopping in to take Jack's place as a subject matter expert. You heard him before, just about an hour ago, I believe. But Adrian Bile is back here with us. So how we doing out there, Adrian? We're now an hour closer to launch. How excited are you? What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's getting there. We are getting closer and closer. So the adrenaline is definitely going up more and more, especially as we see more and more venting from the tank farm. You see everything coming alive. It's really happening. So I'm really nervous, but looking forward to the next few hours at this point. And yeah, let's see what the tank farm will do, because we are right now entering an area in the countdown where they will start to pre-chill the tank farm. Where they will start to spool up the subcoolers, where they will start to have all of these vents going around. So this might be a really cool time now where we will see some activity going around.
Excellent. So excited to see that. And yeah, we should see it really start to spin up coming soon, over the next hour or so. So, a question here from Oscar. I'm going to toss this one right to you, Adrian, as a nice little welcome message. Will the booster today, Booster 7, do a boost back burn if it makes it that far in flight? So, do we have any official word on a boost back burn, Adrian?
We indeed have. It will perform a boost back burn, a partial boost back burn. So it will not go all the way back to where it launched and they try to catch it with chopsticks or anything. But according to the official SpaceX published timeline, they will perform a partial boost back burn, maybe to simulate it, maybe to gain some experience with that, where they will boost a bit back and then the booster will come down and splash down in the Gulf of Mexico.
Very cool. Thank you, Adrian. And in terms of a landing, are they going to do a landing burn? Someone actually asking in chat. I could hop right off onto that question. Are they going to try to land it? Is there any idea of a landing burn in the Gulf of Mexico? We know they're not going to recover it, but any chance of a landing burn?
Sorry, that I had to mute myself. So about the so according to the official timeline, which is still, we have to say, the whole timeline is still the best case scenario. This is basically hey, if everything goes well, this will do. Yes, they will perform a landing burn. The landing burn is, according to a timeline, 23 seconds long, and will happen at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So yes, they will basically simulate a landing burn, but it will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. So yeah, actually the booster will perform, if you include the whole normal burn, it will perform 3 burns.
Very cool. And that'll be some great data on booster reuse and recovery testing, which is something that's going to be very, very important for Starship coming up in the future. So thank you, Phil, for that question. I'm also going to run through some super chats. Of course, we have a ton of support coming in from the very, very generous viewers we got here, including a lot of Red Team memberships. Now, of course, I talked about it before, but if you get the Red Team level of membership, you get access to our multi-view, which has 27 full camera views there, cycling through 9 at a time every few seconds. So thanks to our new Red Team members, Kyle, we have Doc Brown, Dr. Emmett Brown, shouldn't you be with a DeLorean somewhere? Clanger Moon, thanks for being a Red Team member. Kevin, let's see. Lucas has upgraded their membership to a Red Team. Thank you very much, Lucas. Abel, Jim, Dick, and Thierry, thank you all for becoming Red Team members. Along with Jim here and Vortex. Thank you all for becoming Red Team members. A lot of support coming out here. Thank you to everyone who supported us, of course, both through memberships and super chats, as well as just really tuning in here. Tuning in and liking. Those are two great ways to support us if you're unable to monetarily. And of course, we never expect any monetary support from you, but we are very, very thankful for those who do choose to go above and beyond here. So if you'd like to support us in a very simple way, hit that like button. It's surprising how much that genuinely helps the stream out here. And Martin actually just became a Red Team member as well. And we also have a new.
I was just going to take a quick second to note that we are watching the little vent coming out there near the tank farm, the Pope stack as we've called it, which means the methane side of the tanks is starting to wake up as we get closer to planned fueling starting at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes.
Beautiful. Now, yep, that's just over 2 hours away right now, but the next major milestone should be in 1 hour and 20 minutes when we get the final go for propellant load from SpaceX Mission Control. So we'll be definitely listening out for that.
Just a side note here, if after we cross this minute, the test flight of Starship is just 200 minutes away, according to the current timeline.
Yeesh, that is crazy.
Wow.
Wow. Unbelievable. That is crazy to think about. Thanks, Adrian, for pointing that out. We have a new Launch Director member. Thank you very much, Chatsu, for supporting us at the Launch Director role, one of our highest membership roles. Thank you very much. As well as, sorry, I lost my track here. Magical Musical Street has become a Flight Engineer member. Thank you to both of you. Thank you very much. Let's see, what else do we have here? David Johnston with a $20 super chat, no message, but still thank you very much, David. We really appreciate it. Calton Steen saying, had they been with our coverage of Starbase since 2020, would love to see it culminate today. This truly is Falcon Heavy level excitement. Yes, I agree. Last night, when I was going to sleep, I was like, this feels like the night before Falcon Heavy or the night before Artemis 1. Sawyer, I don't believe I've asked you this question. What is your level of excitement right now? Can you compare this to anything recently, like Artemis 1, Falcon Heavy in the past?
I mean, oh, that's tough. I was there in person for Falcon Heavy demo flight. That was exciting, but I think it's Artemis level excitement. I think what's really going to happen is very similar to Artemis for me, where you get there and it's like, all right, it's happening. There's still the chance it might scrub, but
Yep.
I'm excited, I'm jumpy, I'm nervous, but I'm ready. And then it's not really going to hit until you get to like T-minus 10 minutes and the clock keeps going. And then T-minus 1 minute and the clock keeps going. That's when all brain functions just stop, it seems like, and you just go, okay, I'm focusing in. This is really happening.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the only other thing that might compare close to that was ahead of my first ever launch, which was STS-130 back in 2010, or my first launch as press, which was STS-135 in 2011.
Awesome. Now, we're looking at it on the screen here. We're talking about launch preps, getting things ready to go. Coast Guard boats have been spotted going out, I believe probably from the port of Brownsville. Now, they're going out to secure the range, make sure no one comes in to the keep out areas. So again, a great, great sign there that we're getting head towards a launch attempt later today. So Coast Guard's going out to secure the area. You do not want to mess with them. If anyone is out in the Gulf of Mexico, stay away from the keep out area. That is for sure. So great signs there as well. We also have a tweet from one of our good coworkers, Gav there, one of the ship spotters with NASA Spaceflight, talking about how there has been a ship spot, a very small boat, spotted ferrying workers from Boca Chica village to South Padre Island. So very cool to see just from final evacuations right there as well. Moving back into the questions here, Cody W saying, what are the chances that a lack of a flame diverter could cause damage to the booster? It gives them STS-1 vibes. So Sawyer, I think they're talking about a shuttle here. I think you should take this one. Any idea on, do you think we're going to see a lot of launch pad damage? Do you think SpaceX is really just throwing it up to chance right now? What do you think we're looking at today?
I mean, I'll be honest, I was surprised at how little damage there was after the 31 engine static fire, although, again, that was 31 engines at about half thrust. This is hopefully all 33 at 90% thrust, so it may be a bit more. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's still the Fire X system, which is going to help ever so slightly, and I've been concerned since day one of the fact that there's not really a diverter and the daily use system isn't fully in place yet. But yeah, STS-1 a lot stronger than most people thought. We had elevator doors on the launch pad that were completely blasted in, something we also ended up seeing actually after Artemis 1. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of spots, especially on that launch tower, which is, I believe, the largest one ever built, that are going to get some damage and go, oh, that wasn't expected to be as damaged as it is. So yeah, I'm sure there will be some damage. I don't know how much of it, though, would impact the booster. I think more of it would be higher up on the tower and the legs of the OLM as opposed to the booster itself.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see the pad damage. And I assume over the next few days when they open the road, we're going to have a lot of great video coming out on the channel. So be sure to stay subscribed and be on the lookout for some coming daily videos about what has happened down in Boca Chica with an empty launch mount, hopefully later today. Now we're getting some reports here. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Adrian.
was about to say the methane subcoolers are being loaded with liquid nitrogen. So they are preparing the cooling of nitrogen in preparation for prop load. You can
Very
see how
cool.
the whole methane side here kind of being active. And to give you a perspective what we're looking at, the methane subcooler are on the right side of the tank farm. You can see them barely there in a bit of covered right now by this ground cloud there. But that's the area where the methane subcoolers are, and they are getting ready and colder, which is a great sign at this point. So the tank farm is very much where we wanted to see it for tracking a launch at 8 p.m. local.
AM,
Awesome.
yes. So
Yeah.
are they doing that then to kind of purge it out and clear it, or is it also a way to kind of get it super cold before you start flowing the methane into it to help it freeze up more? Because again, liquid nitrogen, by the way, the same thing that makes Dippin' Dots, and now I'm hungry.
Yeah, they basically give the propellants a nice nitrogen bath. So basically, it's very small pipes that go through the subcoolers, and they fill them up with liquid nitrogen, and then they let methane or oxygen blow through to cool it down. It's kind of yeah, basically a cooling or heat exchanging system. And once the nitrogen then starts to boil because it already lost most of its cooling power, it will rise to the top and then exit the subcoolers as gas.
Super exciting. So now we're talking about the methane farm, the tank farm in general spooling up, getting ready to start loading propellants. While that's happening, let's take a bit of a look at the countdown timeline we've got going on here. So, of course, the pad has been cleared, the road has been closed, and now we are seeing the tank farm begin to spool up. Now, of course, you can see on there it was T-minus 4 hours. That was just a bit of a placeholder. That was an approximate timeline, but now at about 3 hours and 15 minutes or so from liftoff, we began to see the tank farm spool up. So great milestone there. Again, don't take that T-minus 4 hours really too seriously. That was more of an approximation as to when we kind of expect it. The next coming up in about an hour and 13 minutes should be the flight director verifying the final go for propellant load. Then, of course, about 20 minutes after that, they will begin to load propellants on the booster. So still a little over an hour away on that. So we'll continue ticking that down and being alongside of you there. Now, Adrian, oh, yes, go ahead.
Want to join me for the biggest jinx of my lifetime?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go here. So far, we are now live since almost 5 hours, and so far we have not heard about them working any issues. Like,
Yes.
it has been just quiet, complete focus on that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's been oddly quiet, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to jinx anything. But Adrian, while we have you here on the line, and of course you're on the line for a little while too, is a question here from Mr. Vipidus asking, is this your first ever rocket launch in person if this goes off?
Yes, my first ever rocket launch in person right now would be the biggest rocket of all time.
Good Lord, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I decided if I go for it, why not go big, right?
Adrian, I am so sorry to say that if this launch does go off and you're able to see it, it will ruin launches for you forever. And I'm being completely honest because everything is going to be Starship level in your mind, and it won't be. I'm glad I started off with Antares, and then I got to see Falcon 9, so I'm slowly working my way up.
Which I do want to say, I was there with you at your first Falcon 9 launch, and
Yes.
it was so much fun watching you get to experience it for the first time. I hope someone's able to capture Adrian's experience seeing it for the first time as well, because
Yes.
that's the most fun.
Yeah, sorry, and it was a pleasure meeting you, of course. But man, that was a great, great time. If anyone here watching has not seen a rocket launch, look up spaceports near you. There's some that you might not even know exist, like Wallops Island in Virginia launches every now and then. You got Vandenberg, you got Kodiak in Alaska, Cape Canaveral. Try your best to go see a rocket launch. It is absolutely worth it. It's indescribable. We got some close-ups here of the tank farm showing a whole bunch of venting coming from there. Like we said before, we are now into propellant farm chilling. So they're chilling it down, getting it ready to begin propellant loading. Again, we're about an hour and a half away from the start of propellant loading, but they do get started pretty early on chilling down the propellant systems. Moving on here, we do have some more memberships coming through, so thank you to all of our members. I'm going to speed run these because we have so much amazing support from all the generous people watching here. So thank you, Greg, for becoming a Pad Rat member, going down. Richard for becoming a Pad Rat member. Robert Miller has become a Launch Director member. Thank you so much for that support, Robert. Hans has become a Capcom member. ActiveX has become a Capcom member as well. Esteban is a Pad Rat member. Thank you to Lewis and Zero for upgrading your memberships to Capcom. Let's see, we have a Red Team membership from Garrett. Thank you so much, Garrett, as well as Bradley from Jean. Thank you so much. N-Flight Entertainment, their friend went to the Oriskany. Thank you for that support, N-Flight. Asan here has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So to the 5 lucky people who got a membership here from Ansan, thank you, or congratulations, and thank you for the support, Ansan. Tom here has become a Red Team member. Daniel, Pushpack have become Padrat members. Excuse me. Feed GPT and Keith have become Red Team members alongside Aaron and Josh. So thank you to all of you for your support. Let's see. This list is so long. Everyone has been so generous today. Thank you so much to everybody. Bruce Cooper has become a PadRat member. Michael P has become a Launch Director member. Thank you so much. James is a Capcom member. Ray. Connor has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Connor. We appreciate that. Skynet has gifted a Red Team membership. And we have Daniel, Marianne, and Smash as Red Team members. Almost done with the list here. DAC has become a Red Team member as well, along with Wibble. So thank you to all of you for your support there. Now moving on, we also had a $50 super chat from Tim here saying, speculation is the best ulation. How long until we see one of these babies launch, get caught, put back on the stand, and launch again on the same day? I'm going to toss this to you, Sawyer. When do you think we're going to see?
I mean, that's a good question. Besides the fact now I'm trying to think of other ulations, besides congratulations and things like that. I think that we might see it after. My guess would be after Artemis 3. So potentially I would go over on the 2026. I think right now they're going to get everything ready, go for NASA's requirements of needing Starship ready to go for the HLS program, Human Landing Services, and getting people on the moon for the first time. And then once they're able to do that more regularly, get those craft out to the moon, then they'll start working on the reusability of it. With Falcon 9, it took them, I believe it was about 4 or 5 years or so to go from flight to first landing attempt. So I think we might be in that same range here.
Gotcha. Very cool. So, moving on to the next question, Dan Say here asking, do we know what time sunrise is? So, it's about 4:52 a.m. local time there, so I'd assume we're about 2 hours away from sunrise. Do we have any actual numbers? I've heard 7 a.m. floated around.
It's 7:05. The sun right now sunrise would be 7:05 here in Brownsville. So, based on the fact that SpaceX has confirmed that the launch is right now targeting 8, the launch will be after sunrise.
Gotcha, very cool. That'll give some great visuals as well during liftoff. And got some great shots here of the lighting at the pad. The nice blue lights on Starhopper there, the orange lights on the tank farm, and some nice little LED strip lights there along the bottom of the wall at the tank site, or at the launch site. Let's see, moving on to some more questions here. Now we're going to go over to Sawyer for the weather. How is the weather right now at Starbase? Over to you, Sawyer, not in the field at all.
Thanks, Ian. Currently have my thermostat set. Oh, you mean sorry, out there at
Oh
Brownsville.
yeah, not the in your house. That's a
I'm
bit different.
joking. So right now it's looking really clear from what we've heard from everyone down there. Crazy amount of stars in the sky visible. Currently about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 17 or so Celsius. The gusts on the ground are about 18 miles an hour at their strongest, or about 30 kilometers per hour. So besides the fact it's probably humid out there, the biggest concern still remains, as SpaceX has pointed out on their Twitter, the potential for strong upper level wind shear. So basically, very fast winds over 100 knots plus, going in basically the wrong direction that could push Starship as it flies up. But the ground weather, thankfully, looks beautiful. Back to you.
Thank you, Sawyer. And now back to Ian in the studio. Wait, why am I announcing myself? I don't think that's how it works. Speaking of sunrise, it is weird. I am seeing sunrise right now in Pennsylvania. Man, that is weird. I'm usually never up this early. And on to some more questions. Astro Player, I'm going to send this one over to Adrian. Adrian, do we have any concrete numbers on how many engines on Super Heavy, I assume, can fail and still allow the vehicle to reach orbit? So any concrete numbers on this or any guesses from you, maybe?
So it's complicated. The answer is the later in the flight, the more engines you can lose. The problem is, it's not always clear. Based on what Elon said in the past, we would expect some engine out capabilities out of Super Heavy, which seems like a thing they wanted in this design. There's a difference between you lose an engine right at liftoff, which is bad because you lose that engine all over flight, or you lose an engine 10 seconds before MECO. So it's not really linear when you would lose an engine and what that would mean and has implications on your flight. So yeah, it's hard to answer as long as SpaceX doesn't give us detailed overviews when they can actually lose engines. I'm sorry.
All good. Thank you for that insight there, Adrian. And then, yeah, maybe, well, hopefully we don't find out that number during flight today, but it would not be surprising, see an engine or two fail on ascent. Again, Raptor is still a relatively young engine in its development cycle. Of course, it has flown, it does have a bit of flight history, but Raptor 2 has not flown. And Raptor, even during the last few flights of the test flights of Starship, it did have some issues reigniting for landing. So definitely will be something to watch out for today to ensure all 33 engines ignite and ramp up to full power on the pad. So it'll be something to look out for. Sawyer, I'm going to toss this question to you. What would happen if someone violates the splashdown and reentry zones once the launch has already happened? So is it kind of just a free-for-all at that point, or what do you think they would do in that situation?
In that situation, you are going to get in a lot of trouble from anyone on the ground, in particular the Coast Guard. But most of the time, the way that the keep out zones are arranged is that as long as you are in that zone at T0, you can't really get fast enough up in your boat or around in your plane that you would then violate it. So, yes, there is the published do not put your boat beyond this point, but that's because if you were to start drifting a little bit at that point, you would still be in a keep out range that you wouldn't be in a crazy amount of risk or danger. So that's kind of built into those flight restrictions and keep out ranges. And also, shout out to the person who asked that question in New Zealand, who's a good friend of mine, Alex.
Oh, very nice. Now, if you just saw a pop-up come up into the upper right corner there, look at that. A Starship full stack plushie. That is one of the newest things at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So we now have orders open for the Starship full stack plushies. Now, of course, if you might remember, about a year ago we did do Starship plushies where it was just the Starship itself. Now we've gone ahead to celebrate the occasion. We have full stack plushies, so both a Starship and a Super Heavy booster. And look, you got all 33 engines on the booster, all 6 engines on the ship, and of course there is Velcro in place to make your own full stack, that is hilarious. I love it. These make of course, great decoration pieces, great for beds. Also, in my experience, great dog toys. Dogs really do love these things. So you can head over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's right there on the front page to get your own full stack Starship plushie. So super exciting there. Be sure to celebrate the occasion there. And those will be coming out very, very soon. So be sure to stay on the lookout there. And of course, we do have our metal prints. We have tons of full stack pictures from every angle, every bit of weather, every sunset you can possibly imagine, and of course, some non Starship pictures as well. I've got a metal print in my dorm, and it is some excellent decoration, if I may say so myself. So head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We almost ran out of breath there, and pick up your Starship full stack plushie today. So very exciting. Starship is stacked on the pad. We are it just minimized on me. We are just over 3 hours from liftoff today. How are we all feeling? I'm going to do a quick little run around the horn. Adrian, we're getting close to launch. How are you feeling right now? We should be just a little over an hour from the final go for propellant load. What's going through your head?
I mean, it's fantastic to be here. I'm wondering if we will see in the next hour maybe some flap testing or some grid fin testing, because at some point they have to probably test that. They did it for the suborbital flights, and I think we just saw the first little puffs from the lock side of the tank farm, which would mean that's also spooling up now. But I think basically one of the next steps would be checkouts of maybe some of the aerodynamic systems on the ship, on booster. So let's hope for that. I am feeling absolutely pumped by adrenaline at this point. I actually stopped sitting and started standing here because I couldn't contain myself here anymore to sit here. So I'm doing good. How about you?
I am so excited. It's beginning to really set in right now. We are about to see the first ever full flight of Starship. I really can't put it into words. It's the same kind of level of excitement that I had for Artemis 1, where I'm just like, it's here? It's happening already? Why? How did this happen all of a sudden? It feels like this just came up out of nowhere, and I am so excited to see this thing fly. Sawyer, I'm sending it over to you. Sawyer, with the excitement predictions. How are we doing over there, Sawyer?
I mean, it's yeah, words hard. That's how you know the excitement is real. If I'm struggling for words, but in all seriousness, the excitement is absolutely off the charts. We are looking at history on our screen right now, and we are potentially under 3 hours away from the most powerful rocket taking off, and keeping in mind that this is the vehicle guaranteed that will get humans back to the moon. That is part of Artemis 3's plan, is to use Starship to put people on the lunar surface for the first time in more than 50 years. That just blows my mind, and all of that starts with this launch right now.
Very well said, Sawyer. And thinking about it now, we had the flight of the two main. We're gonna, if this happens right now, we're gonna have the first flight of the main two Artemis rockets within 6 months of each other. That is ridiculous to think of. That it's all just happening so quick now, and it's just it's getting started. We're just getting started right now.
And
This.
you know
Yeah,
what's
go
also
ahead.
crazy? That we had a record about the most powerful rocket of all time for such a long time, and it was recently overtaken back to in form of 2005, and now again, like few months later.
Yeah,
Yep.
not only 6 months from the vehicle, but 6 months from Artemis 1 setting that record, and now it's about to be reset again.
Yeah, I can also report,
Crazy.
by the way, people are basically crowding into Isla Blanca Park. The cars are still coming in. Everything is filling up. I'm seeing cars moving around Isla Blanca Park everywhere. So it's looking good here. People are really getting excited for this.
Yeah, and I've seen some messages
Awesome.
from people in chat who are in line waiting to get into some of these viewing areas, and they say that there are a lot of cars trying to get into these viewing sites all around Starbase.
And a quick little report here on the traffic. The traffic in South Padre Island seems to have let up a little bit. Traffic is no longer backed up onto the bridge, it seems like. However, on the southern part of South Padre Island near Isla Blanca Park itself, it is starting to get pretty busy. Now, zooming out into the larger Brownsville area, not too bad towards Brownsville, it's to be expected. Traffic in certain areas, of course, near the closure sites on Boca Chica Boulevard. So, back to you, Sawyer. Or actually, no, back to me, I guess. I'm the host. I should be talking now.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Back to you, Sawyer. This is your responsibility now. No, I'm just kidding. So we were just talking actually just about the N1, which was, I believe that actually the N1 is still the record holder for the most thrust on liftoff. SLS nearly beat it, but it didn't quite.
I think that there is a slight caveat to this, right? Because we don't really know what full thrust N1 ever achieved.
Oh
and
no.
I think, yeah, I think that it's like not really. I think there are some technicalities in there, if I remember correctly.
I hate technicalities.
Yeah, we all hate technicalities, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on from technicalities.
Yeah, the Soviet space program was not the most open to begin with, and a reminder that as of right now, SLS is 1 for 1, and 1 is 0 for 4.
And it always will be 0 for 4, unfortunately. But speaking of N1 and the SLS, Sawyer, how does the size of Starship compare to, say, the N1 and the SLS? And as a Saturn V fanboy, I'll throw the Saturn V in there. Can you give us some like size comparisons there? On paper, what are their specs and their heights?
Yeah, I'll do the best I can for you on that. So in terms of large rockets, you had the space shuttle. I guess we can kind of start off with was a couple 100 feet tall. Let's see if I can get the exact heights for you. That's gonna be the big thing here. The shuttle stack was about 122 feet, I believe. As for Starship, I'm sure someone else have the numbers in front of them. I'm sorry, I don't know this off the top of my head.
Starship is 120 meters tall.
Thank you.
This thing is taking the cake for the tallest rocket ever, taking that from Saturn V, which I believe was only 108 meters tall. So by quite a sizable margin, Starship will become the tallest rocket ever flown, the highest thrust rocket ever flown, and the most payload capacitive rocket ever flown. I don't know what the terminology is there. I think that's the word. If it's not, I just made that word up then. But that works.
Yep. Yeah. So SLS and Saturn V very close, but this still tops all of them.
Yes. So very exciting to see some records about to be set today. Now we could hear the tank farm is very angrily venting, very aggressively venting. Again, it's getting itself spooled up and starting to chill itself down ahead of propellant loading. Now, if we can take a look at the timeline here, the tank farm began to start spooling up. We actually see a lot of vapor there coming off the tank farm on the bottom right. I believe, Adrian, is that the liquid oxygen side we're looking at on the right side?
Yeah, you can perfectly see it right now. The liquid oxygen subcoolers are on. You can see now how there is like a stream of condensation almost raining down from them on the right side of the tank farm, which is very good. Like, they are really conditioning this right now to be in an optimal state where they can cool down their propellants before they're loaded into the vehicle. And as of right now, if SpaceX doesn't confirm another time, we are 53 minutes away from them verifying go for propellant load.
Oh, that is so amazing. I cannot wait. And you can see there on the countdown milestones, we are just under an hour from if SpaceX chooses to go ahead and continue with their 8 a.m. Central Time T0, we should be getting that final go for propellant load at T 53 minutes away from now. So that'll happen exactly at T minus 2 hours. So we'll be standing by for information on that. But we haven't heard anything specifically yet on how we'll go for launch they are. But Adrian, I'd say given the fact that the propellant farm is really chilling down right now and seemingly getting ready for propellant load, I would say they are doing pretty good. Would you agree?
If I wouldn't had a timeline right now, I think Alex and I would very much still say in a similar time that they are targeting right now, which would mean they are on target. This fits with what we would expect at this point for them. The last final step that they usually will do before propellant loading will be where they start to purge the lines and get the lines ready and reconditioned. That will be starting things like, for example, the the pet vent that we have seen before, where there will be almost a waterfall of almost liquids of like it's not even only gas, it's sometimes even liquids raining down from the orbital launch mount. That's the final step we will see before it. And we are all approaching that slowly but surely. It's still a bit away, but we are all slowly but surely approaching all of these things we want to see.
Yes, I am. It's so exciting that we're actually seeing these milestones coming on time. This is just so amazing and so exciting to see this all happening all at once, really. It's like I said, it seems like it came up out of nowhere, but it is so exciting to be seeing this. Gonna run through some support from some very generous people. Connor G saying they have been following since the beginning of Starhopper construction. Man, that's a throwback way back to late 2018. I remember that, Connor, too. They're saying they're so excited, and they're saying thanks for all the great coverage and hard work. Well, thank you, Connor. We appreciate that. And thank you for your support there as well. We have a ton of new memberships coming in, so thank you to everyone for supporting in that way. Thanos Panda here saying they've been watching our streams since SN5. Starship has literally changed their life. Godspeed, Starship, and good luck, SpaceX. Well, thank you very much, Thanos Panda. Great username there, and enjoy the show. Andy Y here showing an immense amount of generosity with a $100 tip. Thank you so much, Andy. We appreciate that so much. They're saying, thanks for all the coverage leading up to this moment. It's historic. I could not agree more, Andy. And yeah, thank you, Andy, for utilizing the tips function. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com is a great way to directly support the work that we do. So thank you to everyone who's using the tips feature there. Your messages, of course, will be showing up here in the queue alongside everyone else's.
It feels so crazy, Ian, because this launch date feels like it came out of nowhere, right? I feel like
Yeah.
it was always slipping. Starship was slipping for months and months and months, and it always like next month, or it was delayed again, and suddenly it just stopped, and it suddenly was there, and everybody was like, oh, they're really going for it, and
yeah,
it's amazing to be on this day. I mean, we are still not like this. There's still a lot of things they have to get right before this thing can lift off, but we are on a legit and fully fledged launch attempt. Like this is they're trying to go for it.
Yeah, it went very quickly from soon TM to now TM.
Perfect wording for that. Yes.
But that's exactly right, though. It kept going, like, as I say, like one-to-one delays. Like every day it seemed to delay another day. Every week it seemed to delay to next week. But then all of a sudden they're like, okay, April 17th, and it hasn't delayed since. It's just so weird. And yeah.
Look at the lock subcoolers. They're going strong.
That's what we want to see.
Yep.
That is exactly what we want to see. Excellent sign there that they are still going ahead for propellant loading. Now, of course, we are just under 50 minutes away from the final go for propellant load. And then an hour from now, just a little over an hour from now, we should have the beginning of propellant load on the vehicle. So great, great sign there that everything is continuing according to plan. Oh, let's see, gonna hop into a question here real quick. Oli Beast here. I'm going to send this question over to you, Sawyer, saying, how long will Starship take to get to Hawaii? So we know it's not going fully to orbit. It's going to re-enter near Hawaii. How long is that trip expected to take?
That's a great question. We actually, ahead of the flight, did a whole video discussing the entire timeline, including what we're expecting post liftoff. Again, this is to note that SpaceX, even on their countdown, has this as best case scenario. Assuming everything goes as planned, it will take about an hour and a half for it to get all the way to its splashdown zone in Hawaii. So it will lift off. It will then do the main engine cutoff with the Starship engine cutoff about 9 minutes 20 seconds into flight, and then it will coast until about an hour 17 or so into flight, at which point it will re-enter. There will be no engine burns or anything to slow it down, and then about an hour and a half in, we should have splashdown.
Awesome. Thank you for that overview there, Sawyer. Now I'm going to real quickly hop into some store messages. So again, as we said a few minutes ago, shop.nasaspaceflight.com is a great way to support the work that we do. And not only support the work that we do, it's a great way to get something back for your support. A great way to get some shirts, some metal prints. We also have some patches coming up. We have the full stack plushie, of course, also coming up there. So saying thanks to a few people who bought from our store. Thank you to Daniel. Let's see. Thank you to Ian. I love the name. Saying thanks for their love of spaceflight and changing their life. Good name, Ian. Justin here saying their first purchase, hopefully first of many. Thank you, Justin. Sue, thank you as well. Aaron with the store message saying let's go. Haley saying they're excited for the launch. Jerry saying they missed the first line of plushies and they're excited about this one. So thank you very much, Jerry. We appreciate that support. Christopher as well with a store purchase. Thank you very much. Chris also saying they're mighty things. Oliver from the UK, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Let's see, going through some more store messages. John, thank you so much, saying they haven't slept. It was tough for me to get some sleep too. I'm running off about 3 to 4 hours of sleep, and I'm running on pure adrenaline and chocolate milk right now. So we'll see how long
Yeah,
that lasts.
I wish I had 3 hours.
Ugh,
So I shouldn't say that I actually got like 5 hours of sleep.
hey, that's impressive. It was very sad last night, setting my alarm and saying alarm set for 4 hours and 45 minutes from now. Anyway, Jan, thank you for the store purchase. Jamie as well
Look,
saying reach for the stars.
look at this scene right now. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
You're good.
look at all this venting. Look at everything like being slowly in the clouds here. It's really going. They're really conditioning this tank farm, and this is what we want to see. This looks so good, and I'm getting a bit optimistic here for this. I'm really
Yeah.
am.
I mean, at the very least, it really feels like they're going to do a launch attempt. They're going to attempt to launch this thing, which even that in itself, getting a launch attempt today would be an amazing, amazing milestone and a ton of data for the team to go over. So no matter what happens today, honestly, it is just a ton of data from the team. And we're getting some info here from Alex in our back channel saying soon, coming up soon, there's going to be an international space station flyover of Starbase. I don't believe we're going to be able to get video of this, but if anyone is down there, South Padre Island, Isla Blanca, anywhere around there, be sure to look up the exact times, and you can see the space station fly over the site. I would not be surprised if we get some images of that eventually from all of the photographers that are down there. Something very, very cool there. Cosmic Mustache here has sent a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, saying they've been watching since before we've known water towers could fly. Thanks for the journey. Cosmic Mustache, it's great to see someone who's been here for a long time as well, and thank you very much for your support. We appreciate all of it. All right, moving on to some more questions. We have a ton of questions coming in from all 43,000 of you watching right now, which is an insane number to think about. I can't even picture that amount of people in my head. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We appreciate all of it. And before we get back into some support, if you'd like to support the stream in a free way, in a very easy way, we actually do mean this. It's a great way to support us. Just hit that like button. It is a great way to support us, and the algorithm makes the YouTube algorithm gods happy. So that is a great way to support us there. And thank you to everyone for liking. Now again, we got some close-ups there of the methane side of the tank farm. That is spooling up as well, alongside the liquid oxygen side. See some vapors coming off there as they chill down those lines with liquid nitrogen. Now, a quick little fun fact, the reason that they chill down those lines with liquid nitrogen is because you don't want to suddenly rush liquid methane through there. Of course, you'd have some propellant boil off that way if you did that, but the most important thing is if you suddenly had that, warm Texas air temperature pipe, so probably about 80 degrees Fahrenheit or so, and you suddenly rush liquid methane through that's about negative 230 degrees Fahrenheit, you will very likely break your pipe, break a pump, something like that. And you do not want to damage your tank farm. So what they do, they slowly start trickling liquid nitrogen in there, then start speeding up and more liquid nitrogen until it is chilled down to cryogenic temperatures. So that is what they're doing there to avoid thermal shock. Fun little structures, side fact there. Question here from Jandre. Going to toss this to you, Sawyer. Does this Starship have the PEZ dispenser installed? So, Sawyer, what does Ship 24 have in the payload bay? Is there any Starlink satellites as well?
My guess for that is going to be no. There's potentially something in there, maybe, because it's a first flight, as they've done in the past with Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, but there is no official payload, and if anything, the payload bay, the PEZ dispenser, as we like to call it, which is where they will eventually start deploying Starlink satellites and other payloads, is welded shut on this one. So if there is anything in there, there's no chance of it getting deployed. So basically, Is there something in there? Maybe, but it does have a Pez dispenser that is useless.
Gotcha. So any satellites in there are stuck in there, and they will be coming down over the Pacific.
Pretty much.
Very cool. Let's see. From Sugman here asking, what engine does Starship use, and what is his potential maximum speed? So, Sawyer, any numbers on that? So, what engines are Starship and Super Heavy using, and any idea on the max velocity they could be hitting?
Yeah, so the engines that they are using are called Raptor V2s. So obviously they've had the Raptor V1s. This is the second version of that, which, as we mentioned, burn the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane. So there's two different kinds. There is the sea level engines and the vacuum level engines. So I guess it kind of depends on which one you're talking about, but basically you're talking, I believe it's 500,000 pounds of thrust for Raptor 2. So it's and add 33 of those underneath it, I might add, by the way. So it's going to get you going quite fast.
Yeesh. 33 engines, and we've talked a lot about records as well. Another record that's about to be broken is the most engines on on any rocket ever. So the previous record was the N1 with 30 NK-33 engines. Of course, they did run into some issues with that. Falcon Heavy is a close second with the 27 Merlin 1D engines on its first stage, but Super Heavy is going to surpass both of those with 33, as Sawyer just said. So great day if you like breaking records, that's for sure. Question here from Andy saying, how many cameras do we have pointed at this candle? So we have many, many cameras available. We have some of them arranged in a multi-view. And here, Cody Craker is asking, how do we watch the multi-view? Well, if you want to tune into the multi-view with, like I said, 27 different camera angles on there, just become a Red Team member of the channel. You get access to our 27 camera multi-view, which shows them in a 3x3 configuration, cycling through every few seconds. So if you want to tune into the multi-view here, and we actually have a graphic here, look at all those cameras. Now it cycles through those 9 cameras every few seconds. You get a ton of different views all around Starbase. If you don't want to see just the single camera we have on the right side of the screen here, why not multiply that by 27 and get 27 different camera views? So great way to support us, becoming a Red Team member, and you get access to the multi-view, which we talked about earlier. We have our own internal multi-view for bug fixing cameras, getting an idea of what every camera is looking at, and that's legitimately the only one that I look at anymore. I don't look at Starbase Live. I'm always looking at the multi-view. So highly recommend it. Again, Red Team membership or above, you get access to the multi-view. So thanks for those questions, guys. Now, Adrian, I'm going to actually toss this question to you real quick. So Tim here is asking, what is the reason that SpaceX is not trying to catch the booster with the chopsticks on the first launch attempt? So we know they're landing out over the Gulf of Mexico. Adrian, why exactly are they not trying to recover the ship with the chopsticks?
Well, catching the booster with the chopsticks has a few risks with them. The main risks being, if you fail, you could have a booster that is 70 meters high that crashes either in your pad or in your tower or in your tank farm. So I guess based on the current situation, they just want to test it out first before they risk it for that. And I think we have, I'm sorry, I think we have some pad venting here. That's...
Yes, we do. We have an OLM vent.
Wow,
that
that's
looks
a
like
big
the OLM
milestone.
vent spooling up.
Now, Adrian, why are they venting from the OLM right now? What is this getting ready for?
This is a line purge. They will right now prepare the lines for loading cryogenics into the booster. This is basically the last major step before propellant loading into the booster. So
wow,
they're getting there. This is really, really good right now.
Super, super exciting there. And again, if we could bring up the countdown milestones real quick, the next major milestone that we are looking at right now is going to be at T-minus 2 hours. So just over 37 minutes away, we're going to be looking for the final go for propellant load from the launch director. Now, once we do hear that, that's basically the indication that SpaceX is ready to go. Once they begin loading propellants in this booster is a very, very big milestone in itself, because it likely will take a few days to replenish the tank farm if they have to scrub after a full propellant load. So it seems like, given that the tank farm is spooling up, given that we're now seeing venting from the OLM itself, they are on track. So again, 37 minutes from now, we should get the final go for propellant load, and now just under an hour away, if all is good, we should begin propellant loading on the booster. So very, very big milestones happening right here. And again, a nice close-up shot there of the propellant, the OLM venting. Excellent, excellent to see there. Now, real quick, moving over to some people giving us some amazing support here. And of course, I lost my spot in the queue. But thank you to Methane Man for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. That is an amazing, amazing amount of generosity, Methane Man. 50 memberships. So because of Methane Man here, 50 people now have access to the multi-view, which again is available to anyone with Red Team or higher memberships to NSF. So thank you, Methane Man, for that support. And to everyone who got a gifted membership from Mold Methane Man, be sure to give them a thank you there. Now, as we have seen some big milestones here, we're going to give a bit of a break to Adrian here. Going to let him get a little bit of a breather and get ready closer to liftoff. So we have Adrian heading out, but we have someone else coming in. So Adrian, thank you very much for tuning in. Best of luck if we don't get to speak to you again before liftoff. But have some fun out there. Enjoy it.
I will be back later, and we will. But I'm taking a short break here to retain my energy.
Excellent. Yeah, always need that. And Adrian is being replaced by Ryan. You love him, you know him, the British boy himself. Ryan, welcome to the stream. How are we feeling this morning, Ryan? Or I guess this afternoon for you. How are we feeling ahead of flight?
What an introduction. I mean, Ian, technically, we've still got about half an hour of morning left here in the UK.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you got your maths a little bit wrong there, but don't worry. So yeah, it's suddenly starting to feel a bit more real, seeing the pad come to life. You know, like I was on, for those of you who have joined us in the last couple of hours, I was on for a couple of hours very early this morning, and everywhere was still quite quiet. A little bit, don't really look like much was going on. And now suddenly we've got, I think that's the N2 vent, we've got the OLM vent, everything's starting to spool up, and it's like, oh, they're actually going to do it. So I don't want to say they are going to go for it, but the sun should be rising soon, and it actually looks like this is going to happen, and I'm struggling to believe it a bit.
Right? It hasn't really set in for me either that this is like, hey, this is just happening now. Like, what? This is crazy.
Yeah, it's got the same kind of vibe as a wet dress rehearsal, but there's just something in the back of your head that goes, no, this isn't just a wet dress. There's something special here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly. Run through a little bit more support that we have here from Magnatum with a 75-pound super chat, the squiggly L's as Jack likes to call them, saying thanks for everything we do. Not only do they find it fascinating, but they've helped them set one of their kids on a path to a future career in aerospace engineering. We are inspiring the next generation. Well, Magnatum, that is so exciting. I'm so glad we were able to do that for you and help give them a little guidance on their path. I'm a student in aerospace engineering myself in my junior year. I will not lie, it's very difficult, but I think it is something that's very much worth it. So best of luck to them on their career path, and thank you very much for your support there. Let's see, we also have a 20-pound super chat here from Mark saying, because data isn't cheap and our coverage is always on point. So thank you very much for that, Mark. We really appreciate that. Moving to some more questions. Starman here. I'm going to toss this to you, Sawyer, actually, real quick. They're saying, what color will Super Heavy's flames be? So what color will the exhaust be, Sawyer? What are we expecting?
Well, I guess in the intro we have the shot where it's orange. In this case, it'll start orange and then be It's blue. So again, it is methane. Methane does burn blue, as we've seen from the static fires, and as we've seen from Terran 1, which also used methalox. It starts off kind of more on the reddish hue, and then as it starts to go up, you'll notice it becoming more blue. So it'll start kind of orangish, then blue, then a sort of dark purple color. So in theory, it should work its way to blue, but don't be surprised if when you see it at the beginning, it looks more red.
Very cool. All right, and moving on to one more question here real quick. I'm going to toss this one to you, actually, Ryan, asking, does Starship land upright in the water like Falcon rockets do?
Well, it depends which part of Starship you're talking about. If you're talking about the ship itself, for this flight at least, we're expecting it to, if it reaches re-entry, to facepalm into the Pacific Ocean just north of Hawaii. But if you're talking about the booster, what we're expecting is a soft water landing. So it should, fingers crossed, perform a boost back burn and perform a landing burn just like Falcon 9 does, but instead of landing on a drone ship or coming into the chopsticks, it's going to be a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. If you cast your minds back to 2018, 19, CRS-16, whenever that was, there was a malfunction with the hydraulic systems controlling the grid fins on the Falcon 9, and that performed a soft water landing in the Atlantic just off the coast of landing zone 1 in Florida. So if you want to kind of get an idea of what the super heavy booster will be doing, just think CRS-16, but intentionally, not unintentionally. And I'm just looking through here. There is so much support coming in at the moment, and it is just incredible to see. There are so many messages in here, and I feel like we should probably go through them, but there are just so many, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I'm gonna attempt to go through a few here, and then we'll see how it goes. So where should we start off? Let's go off with see some of the new members coming in. We've had a lot of new red team members coming in, so thank you everybody who's become the red team member. We've also got some new pad wrap members here as well. That's the entry level tier to the membership program. Many people wanting access to that multi-view that we've got running there. So either joining red teams, such as all of the people who are going through the ticker now, or such as Tim, who's just upgraded to red team. We also have Paul here. And Annie's become a Capcom member. That means you now get access to the Discord server, if that's something interesting. And another Padrat member here, another Red Team member. We also have Bob gifting 5 Red Team memberships, which is excellent. So not only do you contribute financially to the channel, but you also give 5 other people access to the membership program completely for free on their end, which is fantastic. Let's see through here. We've also got Sven becoming a Capcom member. Oh, I just lost my place. Where was I? There we go. There's Sven becoming a Capcom member, and a Red Team member, and another Red Team member, and another Red Team member. Yeah, many, many different people joining the membership program. I'm going to try flick through these on screen whilst we keep talking here. But I'm going to see if I can find a question real quick to toss over to you, Sawyer, whilst I showcase all of these fantastic contributions in the ticker. And we have a question here from Elazar asking, does Ship 24 carry real cargo? So Sawyer, do we know of any payload inside of the ship at the moment, or is it just empty?
That's a good question. As of right now, we believe that there are no payloads on board. Knowing SpaceX, as they've done in the past, they could very well have snuck something into there, but it would have had to be very early on because the way that they access the payload portion of Ship 24, which has been nicknamed the Pez dispenser, is sealed
and
shut.
Sorry, Sawyer, I'm going to interrupt you here because we have the tower vent going there on the right side of your screen.
Please interrupt me for that.
Yes, there you go. You can see it venting out there. it's quite difficult to see. You can see it when the flashing beacon lights up. It's a lot easier to see. So fingers crossed, as the sun starts to rise over the next few hours here, the vents will become a lot easier to see. But yeah, that is a big step in the countdown towards launch. Here's the overlay graphics. So you can see it. It's quite. It's a much smaller on this zoomed out view, but this will give you the context of where that tower vent is compared to all of the other assets here at the launch site. So you can see on the bottom there, that's where the OLM vent was coming out of a few moments ago. We also have the tower vent now, kind of halfway up the tower, roughly just below the ship quick disconnect arm. You can also see at the bottom there the engine chill pit, where that will start to chill up as the engines get prepared.
Yeah, and these vents, by the way, are preparing the lines for the fuel that's about to go through them. So it's not fuel pouring out, it's not anything dangerous, it's basically getting the lines cleared out of any impurities, any things that could cause issue once the fuel is loaded in, and then they are prepared, and eventually we'll start flowing fuel into Starship.
Sounds good. Very exciting. And this is the other side of the launch pad. You can still see there that tower vent going whilst they are getting going. And we're being told in the back channel here, this signifies less than an hour to go until propellant starts to load. So that is very, very exciting indeed.
Yep, we're expected to know if they're going to go for the pole at T-minus 2 hours, and fueling is expected to begin at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes.
So that is doing some quick calculations in my head. That's just over half an hour until that prop load should be starting to, or the propellant should be starting to flow throughout the lines, the various pipes and plumbing and such on stage 0. So here you go, T-minus 4 hours, the tank farm has started to spool up. The next event will be the flight director verifying go for propellant load. That is expected in just over 25 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, because this is about to get even more exciting than it already is. I'm going to look through for an interesting question to ask here. Ian, I believe you're back now, so we'll direct this one to you. This is a good question here from Roger, actually. I'm a little bit nervous about the orbital launch mount surviving when liftoff happens. Have they tested the sealing of the clamps after rapid closure, Ian? What do we know about the clamps that hold down the booster? Have they been tested?
Oh yes, they've been tested multiple times. So the quick disconnect umbilicals, so the booster and ship, have been tested, retracting multiple times. That has all gone off well. You actually see the drone there in the bottom right-hand corner. But anyway, the hold downs on the OLM themselves have also been tested multiple times. Of course, not using an actual booster, so this kind of will be a semi all-up test of all of these different systems here. So yes, everything with the pad here has been tested. This is just kind of the final. Let's get all the band back together and do a full rundown of everything.
And we have a question here from Lachi Lakey. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Sawyer, do we have, I know we worked on the timeline video together, do we have any idea of when Ship 24 will reach, or Ship 24 and Booster 7 will reach max Q?
That's a great question. Again, according to their best case scenario timeline, meaning that this could change, especially since it is a test flight and the first flight, they're expecting max Q around 55 seconds into flight. For comparison, for a Starlink Falcon 9 mission, that's typically about T plus 1 minute and 16 seconds into flight. Sometimes T minus 1 minute, 10 seconds, depending on the orbit it's going into. So about 15 to 20 seconds sooner than we would see typically on a Falcon 9 launch. And for those who are unaware, this is a major milestone in the flight itself, because max Q is when the vehicle is experiencing the most stress on it. For me, that's usually just when I'm trying to do taxes, but that is the peak aerodynamic stress on the rocket itself. So that's when it's going through the most forces, and making it through that would be huge.
I'm just going through here with the members. So many people have become Red Team members this morning in Starbase. It is incredible to see. So thank you so much to everyone. Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sorry we can't be reading out every single message that you guys are sending in. but just know it is greatly appreciated, all of the support that you are giving us over the last few days in this lead up to what is hopefully today going to be the maiden orbital-ish integrated Starship flight test. Give it whatever name you want to give it. But yeah, I'm still going to call it OFT1 just because that's what we've been calling it for the last 2-3 years. It's easier than just changing the name a week before launch, because that's what SpaceX decided to call it. And I'm going to look for a question here from Starman. Very nice name. Would the heat shield tiles need replacement for reflight? Ian, what is the plan with the heat shield tiles?
Yeah, so the heat shield tiles are really it's going to depend on what happens with the actual flights. Now, in terms of reflying them, that's going to come with when SpaceX actually recovers a booster. Now, we don't know exactly how the heat shield is going to perform during flight. We've seen during many previous flights, like the suborbital flights and the static fires, that many tiles have fallen off. So if they do fall off, and if the ship still manages to survive reentry, then yes, you would need to replace those. If any heat shield tile manages to crack either on final descent or at landing, those would need to be replaced as well. But like I said, we are still a while away from any reflight of Starship, and probably a little while away too from any recovery of Starship. So it's going to be a while before SpaceX needs to worry about that. So yes, there likely will need to be some heat shield tile replacements after the first ship lands, but that is going to be a little while away to be determined.
And there is a question here, many questions about timelines here from Ashok. So Sawyer, I'll throw this one over to you. What is the duration of the test flight? How long is Starship in orbit? Well, on its trajectory to Hawaii. And at what time will the ship and the booster splash down? Sawyer, give us some timeline details. Are you talking about muted, Sawyer?
Oh,
Are
yes,
you
thank you
there?
very much. Sorry. So yes, keeping in mind that this is all best case scenario, and there's a chance that the time may change either forward or backward, and that the vehicle might not exist at certain time marks here. But essentially, the goal is that the booster will cut off around 2 minutes 50 seconds into flight, at which point it will separate away and begin a boost back burn at T plus 3 minutes and 11 seconds. In between that time, you will have Starship igniting its engines at 2 minutes 57 seconds or so into flight. The boost back burn will last for about a minute before going transonic and doing a landing burn at about 7 minutes and 40 seconds into flight before hopefully splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico about 8 minutes later. Starship's engines will fire until about T plus 9 minutes and 20 seconds into flight, at which point it will coast for quite a while until we get to reentry at T plus 1 hour and 17 minutes or so. And a reminder, there is no landing burn for Starship. It's just the trajectory it's on will have it re-enter. It's expected to then go transonic below the speed of sound at an hour 28 into flight, with splashdown near Hawaii an hour and a half after liftoff.
That is brilliant. Thank you, Sawyer. Aaron Hyde has a question here. Where is the Launch Control Center at Starbase controlling this pad and refueling? Now, Ian, could you give us a little rundown of what controlling facilities we have at Starbase?
Yeah, so first off, the first control facility where they control a lot of the testing, so the static fires, the cryoproofs, the wet dress rehearsals, and so on, that is at the Stargate building. Now, that is basically smack dab in the middle of the production site, about 1.5 miles away from the launch site. Now, of course, that is well within the keep out area, the blast danger zone of this flight. So, in order to keep people safe and away from any danger in case anything happens here, they have a secondary mission control center. Now, this is further down Highway 4 near the Ad Astra School. That's actually right at the checkpoint, the hard checkpoint where no one is allowed past. So they have two mission control centers down in Boca Chica. Now, it is important to note that they are not controlling this out of Hawthorne. This is not being controlled out of the Falcon 9 mission control at SpaceX's headquarters. However, I would not be shocked, if they have a nice viewing party going there right now. But this is controlled entirely from Starbase, a few miles down the road near the Ad Astra School. That is your secondary mission control site at Boca Chica.
I'm just going to thank Lisa, who's upgraded to a launch director. That's a big membership there. And there is a question here from Bareth, I think. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Why did, this is going back many years now, why did SpaceX decrease the diameter from 12 meters on the interplanetary transport system to just 9, I say just 9 meters, just 9 meters on Starship? It's still a very wide vehicle, isn't it, Sawyer? But do we know why they decided to thin down the ship?
I mean, it all comes down to efficiency, would be my guess. I don't know if there was ever an official reason released as to why, but at this point, you've got all the fuel that you need to complete the missions with the 9-meter diameter, and it's a little more controlled at that point, a lot less wide, a lot less chance of things getting knocked by wind. So I don't know the exact reason, but in the end, it makes sense just to simplify things down if you can.
Sounds good. And we actually have some news here to bring you to do with the WB-57 aircraft, which is going to be used to observe the launch. These are operated by NASA and based out of Houston. And the flight path for WB-57 927, so that's, what is that? That's November 927, November Alpha. That has been published. So we can actually see where that aircraft is going to fly. And there you go. So it has a, hang on, we're just going to quickly convert this. It has a filed altitude of 13,710 meters. That is just shy of 45,000 feet for those of you who are more accustomed to normal aviation units. It's the flight plan is scheduled, says the WB-57 is scheduled for departure from Houston at 6 o'clock in the morning Central Daylight Time. However, it's predicting 10 minutes past 6 and then a landing at a 10:44. So that is the flight plan and the timings for the WB-57. So if NASA is getting ready to fly out the aircraft, then surely that means SpaceX are on track for a 8 o'clock liftoff, or that's at least the last we officially heard through Twitter. So yeah, that's very exciting indeed, Ian. This aircraft is pretty much ready for departure.
Yeah, and if anyone's unaware, the WB-57 is NASA's high-altitude imagery plane. Now, those are often used for things like reentries. So if you're watching, say, a Crew Dragon reentry webcast, and you suddenly see, hey, there's this weird tracking overlay with the fireball, that is likely from the WB-57. Now, like Ryan said, it's operating from very high up, about 13 kilometers up, which is pretty high for a plane. Now, NASA has 2 of these planes. This is call sign 927. The call sign 926 plane did fly yesterday, but there is no published flight plan for it flying today. So this is call sign 927 lifting off from Ellington Field in about 25 minutes, actually. So coming up very soon on what should be the liftoff of the WB-57. We'll definitely keep an eye on that, and if/when that lifts off will be another indication as to when exactly SpaceX is getting ready for launch.
Sounds good, Ian. Thank you very much. An interesting question here from Apollo asking, what is the point of a launch window? It is just orbiting, so unless it's attempting a rendezvous, is there a need for a launch window? Now, Sawyer, why does Starship have a launch window if it isn't, I don't know, trying to rendezvous with the ISS or get a transfer window out to the moon or Mars or something like that?
That's a really good question, and I do want to clarify that we'll not be doing a complete orbit. It'll be close, but that's a whole nother can of worms. To answer this question in particular, even though it's not targeting anywhere specific, you have to close down all of the waterways around Starbase. You have to close the airways around Starbase for this launch window, all of which are very busy. So you don't want to keep those closed for any longer than you have to. So that's typically why, in this case, it's a 150-minute or 2.5-hour window, of which they're currently targeting 1 hour into it. Beyond that, you also have to keep an eye out for satellites that are flying overhead. So even though we have this 2.5-hour launch window, there will likely be cutouts or parts in the window where there won't be able to launch because another satellite would be directly overhead or in its path that it could possibly hit. So that's the whole deal with the launch windows.
I just want to quickly point out this big contribution from Craig, 100 USD. Thank you so much. Saying,
you.
been with you since the beginning. Go SpaceX, go NSF. Introduce yourselves again, please. Many newbies don't know you. Well, I'll just go around the room here. So the voices you've been hearing over the last few minutes since I joined, I'm Ryan Caton. We also have alongside me, Christ, that was very Norfolk. Alongside me, we have an Ian Atkinson. How you doing, Ian?
Hello, I'm doing great. Tired, but running entirely on adrenaline right now. So very, very excited for the first flight of Starship. That is for sure.
And also, the voice you've been hearing, the other voice you've been hearing, is a Sawyer Rosenstein.
This is getting exciting. It's getting real. We are continuing in, and everything appears to be on track at the moment, with the next major milestone being the go for fueling at T-minus 2 hours.
We are approaching that thick and fast. It's getting very, very, very exciting now. I mean, it's just the closer we get to T0, the more real it becomes, and I'm still struggling to believe that it's actually happening. It's been so elusive and so far out for so long, and it's always been like, oh, the orbital flight test. It almost felt like it was never actually going to happen, and yet here we are on launch day with just over 2 hours to go until the first potential T0 time. It is very, very exciting. There's a question here from Robert asking, isn't this the first orbital class launch ever where all hardware is configured to return to Earth? Now, Ian, do we know about any historical launches which could have reached orbit but were like this flight, just a test launch, and it wasn't designed to reach orbit?
I think this actually would have that designation. Now, the only other one that comes to mind would be STS-1. However, the external tank on all of the shuttle missions never came back to Earth in one piece. The solid rocket boosters were always attempted to be recovered. The shuttle was always recovered. So I would say this would take the cake, yes, for the first ever orbital launch, where all of the hardware is set to return to Earth in some sort of intact manner.
And there is also a question here from Dew Hack asking, will Starship be landing with its signature belly flop into the ocean? That's a big belly flop into the water. Well, it will be a big belly flop indeed. Now, Sawyer, what do we know about these ships' return to Earth?
As for the return to Earth, we are expected to see it come in with that belly flop, as you mentioned, where it literally has the heat shield tiles underneath it that will hopefully absorb all of the heat as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. The one thing that we won't see, that we've seen especially during the hop tests, SN 8 through 11 and 15, is that flip maneuver where it then rights itself after it does the belly flop. We will not be seeing that on this particular mission, and we are not expected to have the ship itself recovered. So, like you said, it's going to be a big belly flop that likely will see the end of Ship 24.
And there's a question here, which I just selected. Store is asking, how much fuel will Starship take in milliliters? Now, I'm afraid to say, Starship's a bit bigger than millimeters. We're talking kiloliters, perhaps? I don't know. Certainly liters, not milliliters. Ian, do we know how much fuel can physically fit inside of both the booster and the ship?
So the full propellant load on Starship for I believe this is the full stack is 1,200 tons. Now I am way too hyped up on adrenaline to do any density calculations, but if anyone would like to do that, it's near 50-50 split of methane and oxygen. That'll get you close enough. Do some density calculations there. I am not in the mental space right now to do that. So if anyone does, that'd be great. But yeah, about 1,200 tons combined propellant of methane and oxygen.
And we also have a question here, Sawyer. I know we worked on a video about this together last week now. Can you explain how stage separation will work for Starship? So, Sawyer, how will the ship, fingers crossed, separate from the booster in just over 2 hours' time?
So there is sort of like a pin, it almost looks like, that sticks up from the top of the first stage where the second stage is kind of hooked into in a way. Once the engines shut down on that first stage, it's going to use good old gravity to kind of help it separate and centripetal force. So basically, it's going to give itself a little bit of a spin, and that force will help separate it away. This is very similar to what SpaceX did with the Starlink V1s and many of the V1.5 satellites, in that there would be a bar that kind of holds them in place. They would start spinning it, and then the bar would release, and all of the individual
And I
Starlink
think that's
satellites would
another
fly out.
OLM vent we can see there, Sawyer. I'm not sure. Is that another OLM vent?
It appears to be.
Very strong vent.
It is not in waterfall mode yet, but that is definitely strong.
Yep, big gaseous vent. The waterfall will be very obvious because it looks like a waterfall of cryogenic propellants. Right now they are still probably priming the lines down, chilling them down, getting them ready to start flowing cryogenic propellants through there.
Yeah, so get ready for that waterfall, because that is spectacular from the OLM. Don't go anywhere, because this is about to get very, very, very exciting.
And we're being told in the back channel, sorry, real quick, Ryan, we're being told in the back channel that it is beginning to whistle, you can hear, which is a sign that waterfall vent mode, which is a major sign that they're about to go into propellant mode, is coming up very soon. Now, we're about 6 minutes away from when we should get that final go for propellant load, so getting into the real big parts of the countdown here just momentarily, so stick around.
And before we hit that waterfall vent, I'm just going to quickly run through some of the contributions we've been getting over the last 10 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody, for these. Again, we're really quite tougher time here with the OLM waterfall coming very shortly, so I'm just going to quickly go through these. Thanks, John, for this $20 super chat. That is greatly appreciated. We have a store message here from Candice. Thank you very much. Mark with the 30 Australian dollars. And we also have a couple more super chats here, so thank you, everybody, for these different contributions. Again, sorry we can't read out all of your messages, but we really want to try and get through as many different contributions as well. And thank you, Satoshi, for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That means that 10 new people can get access to the multi-view, and so can the Dr. 907. You've just become a Red Team member, so you get access to the multi-view as well. Rai is asking, what records is as a rocket is Starship breaking or coming close to breaking? Now, Sawyer, do you have on hand? I suspect Starship will be breaking many records upon launch, but what are the most important records, or the biggest records that Starship will be breaking?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, there's going to be a lot of firsts. Obviously, this will be the largest vehicle ever launched. It is expected to be the heaviest vehicle ever launched. At liftoff, it is expected to be the most powerful, and will also have the most engines ignited at any given moment, with 33, beating the current record held by, well, Starship during its static fire with 31, and beating the N1, which got into flight with 30, although never to orbit.
I'm just having a look here. We're approaching 5 minutes to 6 local time in the morning. I'm trying to see if the transponder on the WB-57 is
and I believe the OLM is going into waterfall mode right now.
There we go. Thanks, Ian. Yep, so you can see the vent has increased in size dramatically. That is waterfall mode, which you can see there now starting to kind of just spool over onto the marshland around the launch site. I'm going to try and hit a question or two whilst we're watching this waterfall vent in action. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is a very big indication that in 4 minutes time we will be go for propellant load. At that point we'll then see ship 24 and booster number 7 filled with liquid oxygen and liquid methane in preparation for a launch coming up now in just 2 hours time. So Ian, from what we're seeing with these vents at least, it seems as if 8 AM local time is still being targeted for the maiden flight, correct?
Yes, that definitely does seem like the status right now. And of course, in just over 3 minutes, we will find out the exact time that they're figuring out that they're planning on their T0 for. Now, again, like you said, 8 a.m. Central Time is the current estimated T0 based on all the activity that we're seeing right now. But in just 3 minutes, we should get the final go for propellant load from the SpaceX launch director. And if we do get that on time, that means we're targeting a T0 of 2 hours from right now.
And I do just want to clarify in terms of the fueling begins with the booster first. That is the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane or methane. And then the fueling on the ship begins at, I believe, about 17 minutes after that is when they start loading the liquid methane onto the ship, followed 5 minutes later by the liquid oxygen on the ship.
Sounds good. I'm just going to hit a question or two more here really quickly, such as this one from Richard Hall asking, is it true the booster will be ignited 8 seconds prior to liftoff? If so, is there a possibility of the pad not being able to handle that much power? Now, Sawyer, I would have hoped they designed Stage 0 to be able to hold a booster in a ship with 33 Raptors going nearly full bore at 90% thrust.
Yes, exactly. And again, we've seen them test it at about half thrust, and that was 31 of the 33 engines, and it did pretty well. And they have then since added more cladding and added more protection to it, even past that. And a reminder, the reason why it's 8 seconds before liftoff is because they don't all ignite at once. It is slightly staggered. There are different rings of engines that will light one ring, then another, and so on. So it's not all at once at 8 seconds, so you're not blasting it immediately. So it's maybe only about 6 or 5 seconds of it at all engines full thrust.
And I'm gonna do the thing. People probably already know what I'm gonna say now. As we approach, there are so many of you watching right now, and we're interested to see where you're watching from. So if you'd like, I know, Ian, I know. So if you'd like, put it in chat where you're watching from, and we'll get ready to see the carnage unfold.
I think we might crash YouTube servers here. 70,000 people saying from where they're watching.
Oh, well, here we go. Here we go. So yeah, if you want to, of course, just put it in chat, and we can already see chat absolutely flying away. Let's see what I've got. I've got a Manchester. That's I think Chris B will be happy with that. Well, I got a Melbourne, Australia, a Netherlands, a Florida, a Poland. There's a Nepal in there. Oh my God, it's going so quickly. There's a Virginia. I've seen a Canada, a France. I've seen a Belgium, a Philippines. Oh, it's a Brighton, Orlando. Maybe you'll be able to see something. We're not too sure. Oh, it's going so quickly. I can't read it now. Many
I see
people
some
from the United
Pennsylvanias.
States. Oh yeah, there's a Pennsylvania in there, or a
Throw
Quebec in
out.
Canada.
Shout out.
Norway? Yeah.
There's a Toronto. I'm also seeing many Europeans in here. I mean,
And
this is kind of European lunchtime now, so
If I
many
may just
people are
point out, by
probably
the
on
way,
their
that
lunch breaks.
if we are going for exactly 8 a.m. Central Time, then we are exactly now at T-minus 2 hours and counting. Keeping in mind that time could shift a little bit later, depending on when they go for fueling, if there are any holes in the window, but now at T-minus 2 hours or so until the approximate scheduled liftoff time.
I've seen a Rhode Island in there as well now in chat. Another Pennsylvania for you, Ian. Looks as if there's a Portugal in there as well. There's a
I
Cuba.
just saw Titusville on the Space Coast there.
Yep, a Cuba. And if you're watching from Cuba, the Bahamas, any kind of location around the Caribbean there, if you are in Cuba, in the Bahamas, or close to that region, potentially or probably also within the Florida Keys, you could have a chance to see this fly overhead. So at, I'd say probably about, Sawyer, what do you think? Maybe T-minus 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? Keep an eye out to see what happens.
T plus, yeah, after the, but potentially along the west coast of Florida as well. It will be flying over the Gulf, so it's worth keeping an eye out. And I do want to point out, you can see in this picture here, the methane subcoolers are getting frosty. That means they are getting super cooled, so we should be close to start seeing those propellants flow into Starship very soon.
Sawyer, just to jump in here real quick, we have confirmation that the WB-57 is on its way. Its transponder is turned on at Ellington Airport in Houston. It's pushed back, not pushed back, it's taxied out from the ramp, and it's currently going along the taxiway. It looks as if it's going to be lining up on the north-south runway, or the longest north-south runway at Ellington. So it looks as if that will be taking off on time in about 8 minutes time, or even before then. It's got a little bit of a taxi route to go, but it's not that far. And then from there it will probably take Ian, what do we think, probably about an hour or so to get down to Boca Chica. It's quite a flight from Houston all the way down to the Mexican border, pretty much.
Yeah, they'll want to get down there with a bit of time to spare just to be safe. I'd say about like an hour, hour and a half probably. However, we do have an estimated return time of around 10:40 a.m. Central Time, so we'll see what we're expecting on that front.
Very, very exciting indeed. It's all of these points of confirmation are just. Oh, actually, I think I may have been incorrect there. The WB-57 is now going horizontally, so it might be going to a different runway. So this might mean it's taking off sooner than we thought. But anyway,
And for
this
those who are
extra
unaware,
confirmation. Go on,
For those
Sawyer.
who are unaware, by the way, the WB-57 is a high-altitude airplane that's used for imaging. So if you've seen any of the
Yeah.
crew capsule returns from high up in the air, sometimes in infrared, black and white, and then obviously high up, really close up, those are typically WB-57 images.
Yeah, so it looks as if it's going to be taking off in just a few minutes now, and all of these extra points of confirmation are just leading to it just gets even more exciting by the second. So now we've got the vents lining up with the countdown, we've got the WB-57 lining up with the countdown, all of these different points, all of these different factors lining up with points in the countdown just further solidifies the case that this might actually be happening in under 2 hours time. Now, as we approach T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes in the count, Ian, I believe we're going to have a little bit of a commentary switch over here. Excuse me, a little bit of a commentary switch over here. So thank you very much for coming on, for commentating on the commentary stream for the Starship test flight. And fingers crossed, this goes pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. If all does go well, I'll see you around T-minus 30 minutes. So for the next hour and a half, everyone buckle up. Let's all get hyped up for this orbital flight, and I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just so crazy that we're even here. So enjoy sunrise, enjoy the countdown. Let's hope we get that go for prop load, and I'll see y'all pretty soon.
And coming in Ian's place, we have everybody's favourite on-site German. We have an Adrian Beale joining us from Starbase, or you're not actually at Starbase because you're not allowed to be at Starbase because there's a what do you call it, a hazard zone. But you're just a little bit further north, aren't you, Adrian?
Yes, it would be bad if I'm in Starbase right now. That would be a major range violation, I feel like. No, I'm in South Padre Isle. I'm watching from a good chunk away, but yeah, it's really, we are going forward. I mean, we are still lacking the confirmation if they are really verified go for prop load. We are right now basically waiting for the OLM vent to stop or anything like that, so that would help us in the significance, or like any tweet or anything. That would be great. But as of now, we should be very close to them verifying that go for prop load was given, and that's what we are waiting for.
And the methane subcooler event has just stopped, I'm being told, in the back channel. So, yeah, this prop load seems to be coming pretty soon.
Yes, and event stopping is not a bad thing. In this case, that's a good thing.
Yeah, good to clarify that, Sawyer.
Yeah, they're going on and off. Basically, we will see differences as soon as prop loading begins. That's the main thing that will stop instantly is the big waterfall vent. As soon as the waterfall then stops, we are into prop loading, and it stops relatively sudden. So watch for that. As soon as that stops, we are in action time. So yeah, looking forward. It's getting quite close here right now.
I know. Fingers crossed that this goes through to T0 now, and then this trip would have all been worth it for you, Adrian. This is looking... how are you feeling? How's the atmosphere right now? Like, this must be pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, we are very excited here. I think it has been a very cool week so far. We I think so far it's looking really good, and we'll see how the next 2 hours are playing out. But yeah, it's amazing. It's like seeing this as a potential first rocket launch is just, I mean, you cannot ask for more, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Rai hitting it with the great questions. Asking another question: is this the first suborbital launch out of Texas? Now, Sawyer, have we had any other suborbital launches?
Out of Texas? No, it is not, because if you may remember Blue Origin, their New Shepard launches out of Van Horn, Texas. So other side of the state, but there are suborbital launches there. In terms of SpaceX, they've done their hops, which went to about 12.5 kilometers
Sawyer,
at its
sorry, I'm
highest.
just going to quickly interrupt you here because we have confirmation that the WB-57 is now airborne. It is taking off from Eggington and it's now
Oh
on its
boy.
way to the launch site. It'll be down there in about an hour's time. So that is when we're expecting the WB-57 imagery aircraft to make it down there. It is just past 1,000 feet, so it is on its way to Starbase, which is very, very exciting. It's now just making the turn out of Houston.
And
I
of course,
guess
sunrise is
you
also
can
in about an
continue.
hour.
Yeah,
I was gonna-
I can. We are seeing first signs of the sunrise. It's slowly coming, and also we will, of course, have our eyes open for the WB-57, which might circle here a bit.
And
Yeah, so-
Brady in the back channel actually has a cool fact here, which is the WB-57 flies higher than Starship's highest flight so far. Go on, Sawyer.
No, that was just going to go along with what I was saying in terms of the height of Starship's flight. So, yes, we've had suborbital flights from Texas from Blue Origin and 12.5 kilometers up from SpaceX, but this would be their highest launch for sure out of Texas, and the highest launch out of Texas.
I'm gonna get this one from Squeak Squawk quickly. Adrian, talking about launch windows, when does the window today actually close? And I'll also add on to this question: if we end up with a T, hopefully we don't, but if we do end up with a T-0 scrub in just under a couple of hours, will there be the opportunity to recycle and go again within today's window?
It depends why. SpaceX so far has not really confirmed any like recycle times in case of certain abort moments. So I would at this moment help my speculation of if that would be possible or not. We would have to wait for SpaceX to confirming that.
And do we know how long the window will be open for today? Sawyer,
I
if you
can
want to
take
take
it. Yeah,
that.
it's a the total window is 150 minutes, which would open in about an hour from now. So at 7 Central Time. So I guess that would be, if my math is right, 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah, we're all running on a little bit a bit of a lack of sleep, so any irregularities with your mathematics, I'm sure it can be forgiven. And Alex confirming that the in the back channel, 9:30 in the morning Central is when the window closes. So that's pretty much the time period that SpaceX has to play with. It's been a little while since we've gone over some of the new memberships. I'd just like to thank everybody who has become a Red Team member, or even a Launch Director member, or even a Capcom member. All the different member levels. If you've become one, thank you so much. We've got some more store messages in here. We've got some more contributions from overseas as well. Thank you, everybody. We also have Satoshi gifting 5 Red Team memberships. That means 5 people who may have not been able to afford a Red Team membership now get access to the Red Team membership program, and you get access to the multi-view to see pretty much, I think, nearly every, or the majority of the live feeds that we have out of Starbase. You can see them all at the same time. Some feeds aren't necessarily on Starbase Live, some feeds aren't necessarily on the commentary broadcast, and it means you get to see them before anybody else. And Dank Jeb with 100 USD, thank you very much, just asking when hop. That's a big contribution. Thank you so much for that. And Sawyer, I think the big hop we're about to see today is still looking on track for about an hour and 45 minutes time.
Yes, I appreciate the throwback there to all of the hop testing, the when hop, which technically this is just a very high altitude, long distance kind of hop. It just won't be landing back at Starbase. You'll have one portion of it with the booster scheduled to land just off the coast in the Gulf of Mexico, and the ship scheduled to splash into the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii.
It's a long jump hop, if I
There
may
you
say
go.
so. The Starship's now competing in the Olympics. Let's see here. Paul Smith is asking, this is a good question. Is anyone at the production facility, or has it been evacuated? So we're just under, or just above 1 hour and 45 minutes until launch. Now, Adrian, has the production site been evacuated? What's the status of like that and the roads at the moment?
That would be an area that is well into the exclusion zone, the blast zone, so there should not be a single person there right now.
Fingers crossed. Hang on. Just
Yeah,
clearing my throat quickly.
Yeah, they're keeping a very tight range around it, so of where people can watch. There is also a reminder, a keep-out zone for boats. There are marked designated areas where boats can watch, and any other you'll be visited by the Coast Guard. And there is also airspace closures that will occur. So if you are out there on a boat, please check the NOTMARs. If you are in the air, please check the NOTAMs.
Yeah. And please, I'm asking you all now, please do not cause a range violation, because the vents so far look good, the plane looks good, the weather looks good from what we've heard so far. Please just no range violations today, please. That's all I'm asking for. I'm going to hit a few more of these contributions and such, so thank you for everyone who's becoming such as Duemus, a Capcom member. That means you get access to the Discord. Everybody loves the Discord. We also have a new Padrap member. We have a contribution here without a message, but thank you for that anyways. More Capcom members and a few more different super chats and the like, such as $20 from MCB. Thank you very much. Another $20 from A Train Games. A Capcom member here from Leonard. Padrap member. We have some more contributions here. Lewis not leaving a message, but thank you very much for that contribution anyways. We have a new Capcom member, a new Launch Director member. That's pretty high up there. Thank you very much. And we have John buying multiple items off of the merchandise store. So thank you very much for that. Again, if you want any items off of there, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get all of your spaceflight nerd merch that you could ever desire, including the new plushie that's came into pre-order yesterday. We've got a few more Padrap members, Red Team member, a Capcom member, a few more Padrap members. Thank you everybody who is joining in the lead up to Starship's first orbital flight. Well, it's not orbital flight, near orbital-ish flight, nearly orbital,
The integrated
falling
flight
short of
test.
orbital. The integrated flight test. But I just don't. Sawyer, I'm sorry, I just don't like the name. I'm gonna have to be honest. I prefer orbital-ish. It rolls off the tongue better.
Yes, a reminder then that this one, the planned trajectory is that it will go up quite high, but it will not do a complete full orbit of the Earth. Again, a reminder, the ship scheduled to splash down near Hawaii, not all the way back fully to Texas. So.
And we also have 50 USD here from Ryan Weber saying thank you very much. Oh, not saying thank you very much. I'm saying thank you very much for that. That's a big contribution. This is not a lot of sleep, people. I'm sorry. That's a big contribution. Thank you so much for that. That'll go a long way in helping to keep the robots fed down in South Texas.
And the people too, I guess.
And the people. Robots come first. Just kidding. There's a store message here from Brian. Thank you very much for that. And Adam, people purchasing off the store. And we also have a few more new members. Oh, it looks like there's an OFT patch sticker being sold there. Very interesting indeed. OFT patch, a very popular item as well on the store. We got the millimeters answer. Millimeters. Oh,
Milliliters.
Here we go.
Yes.
There, that's what I meant, Sawyer. That's what I meant. We got the milliliters answer alongside a $2 super chat here from Big Country saying, what is this? 14,166,616.82 milliliters of liquid methane. And we got another contribution from them a few minutes later, another
Yup.
$2 saying 526,024,754.4 milliliters of liquid oxygen. So that's the answer to the question from about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. Thank you very much for working that out, Big Country, doing the density calculations for Ian. And we've had just in the last few seconds here, we've had a big contribution come in here, $200 from Studley Dude 2000. Thank you very much for that. That's a huge contribution to the team. That is greatly appreciated. That is an absolutely massive contribution, one of the biggest we've had so far today. So yeah, thank you so much. It's contributions like that that really help to make this possible, help us to keep people on site, help us to keep the robots running, help us to upgrade kit and everything along those lines. So thank you so much. That will go a long way in helping to keep the show running.
To add on to your message, we want to thank you for your dedication as well for streaming it every day. And I know we've all been waiting for this a long time. So thank you very much for sticking with us all that time as well.
We also have a where is it? An $80 Australian donation here, which is also quite a large contribution. Thank you very much for that. That is saying they've been watching since Starhopper. Thanks for your awesome coverage, professionalism, and humour. Go Starship. Yeah, I think that's the overarching message at the moment, isn't it, Adrian? Just go Starship. Everyone just wants this thing to be successful and go the best it can. So we're approaching about T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes. Adrian, could you just give us a little rundown of what we should be kind of expecting next for everyone who's joined in the last few moments?
The next sign we will see is this OLM vent. We can right now see on the right side to stop. As soon as that stops, which might happen any second, we don't know exactly when. If that happens, they are in propellant loading. This is just the situation. So basically, as long as this OLM vent is going, they are holding for propellant load. Once this stops, we are in propellant load for Starship's first flight test.
Okay, so looking at the timer there, it's 1 hour and 39 minutes, T-minus 1 hour 39 minutes, which in 5 seconds will be exactly 2 minutes away. That's when booster liquid oxygen and liquid methane, there we go, 2 minutes till booster liquid oxygen and liquid methane load begins. So that is when we should start to see the OLM vent turn off, stop its waterfalling over the marshland, and then we will start to see the frost level rising on the booster. And then after the booster, approximately 16 minutes later, we will see methane start being loaded into the ship, and a few minutes after that, we'll see LOX starting to be loaded into the ship.
And what I think that's really entertaining or interesting as you see it fill up is that you'll see two distinct different frost lines, and that's where you can see where the two different tanks on board each vehicle is, the one that's used for the liquid oxygen and the one that's used for the liquid methane.
I will I'll probably try and explain this a bit better when we get some more sunlight. It'll probably be easier to see, but it's quite faint at the moment. But you can kind of see in the middle of the booster, which is the big silver bit at the bottom there. In the middle of the booster, you have the they're called what are they called? Sorry, I forgot what they're called. They're the steel things that run down the outside that help give structural support. Are they stripes?
They're almost like ribs, or rivets.
Yeah.
Or...
No, not the chines. They're the stringers. Thanks, Brady, in the back channel. That's what they're called, stringers. So the above the stringers in the middle of the booster, that is the methane tank, and below it, basically everything below there, all the way down to the engine section, that is the liquid oxygen tank. So that kind of helps to differentiate where the two different lines of ice will start to form on the outside as the cryogenic propellants are loaded into the booster. And it's quite, go on, Sawyer.
I was gonna say right there in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, there you go. So that is, it's quite faint. So hopefully when the sun starts to rise, that will become a little bit more evident, especially with the frost coming in. That'll make it look even, make it even easier to see as the frost will start to rise. And the propellant load should have technically started 10 seconds ago.
Well,
is the OLM vent going away?
That's what I mean. We'll keep an eye on the OLM vent, which again is all the lines being purged at the base there of Starship, and then once that slows down, we should see fueling begin.
There we go. So that OLM vent is still going. So it looks as if we may be a few minutes behind the schedule we were given by SpaceX. But again, I will just add that maybe the timeline we were given by SpaceX on the website isn't exactly precise, Sawyer. Could it be a few minutes out perhaps, or could they have changed some things on the day, do we think?
It is very possible that there could be a few minutes, give or take, on every single milestone, essentially. They might have gone into a slight hold just to confirm things. There might be delay in the T0. We don't know any of that, though. But yes, it is possible that it could just be off by a couple of minutes.
And there is a question here from Lynx. Adrian, I'll throw this one to you about Starship's re-entry. First of all, will it survive re-entry and landing in the Pacific? And if so, will Ship 24 be reused?
No, it will not survive the landing. It might survive re-entry if everything goes very, very well. But they are not planning to perform any sort of slowdown burn, like any sort of landing burn in the Pacific Ocean. Ship 24 will hit the water very hard and will not be used on any future flights. There's no second flight for it, 100%.
And you can see there in the right box there is the kind of purple hue starting to rise over Starbase as dawn approaches. You can also see the lights in the tower a little bit more clearly, and also the very red lights from the tanks over on the left. That OLM vent still pumping the technically fueling from the timeline SpaceX gave us about I don't know, a few days ago now. Fueling should have started just over 2 minutes ago, so we are still awaiting the confirmation of fueling beginning with the OLM vent basically stopping that waterfall, which you can see there kind of spewing down into the launch site.
Yeah, a reminder, that's why we're watching that vent in the bottom left there. That's what they use to purge the lines, and then once that is turned off, that means that it's no longer liquid nitrogen or anything going through it. What would be going into the vehicle would be the super chilled propellants, which again in this case is the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane.
I'm going to run through some more contributions quickly because this is pretty much what helps to fund the operations here at NSF. So a big thanks to everybody who has been super chatting and purchasing items off of the store. Christy is saying that they've got 2 Starship plushies for their 7 and 5-year-olds to commemorate our visit to Boca Chica for this amazing event. Well, I do hope that you do enjoy the plushies when they arrive. They are on pre-order at the moment if you're interested. We've got some more Red Team members coming in. We've got a few not contribution, well they are contributions, but gifts is what I meant to say here. 1 Red Team membership being gifted by Swen and 20 being gifted by Charles. Thank you very much. If you received one of them, make sure to thank them in chat, because that is a very kind thing to do. It's not only do we get the financial contribution with that, but people who may not necessarily be able to afford a membership get the full perks of that membership. So if you've got a Red Team membership, it means you have access to our multi-view with many different cameras located all around Boca Chica and Starbase, giving you live feeds of what's happening. You can see tracking cameras being set up and the like, things along that line, and that OLM vent, which we can see there, is still going now, T-minus 1 hour and 35 minutes into the count. Ryan Knight has a question here alongside a $20 super chat. Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you since you're local to the area, saying, I'm in Titusville, but I can't seem to find the rocket. Which direction should I look?
I don't know if that's a joke or serious. Either way, thank you very much for the support. But yeah, we're not launching out of Florida yet. A reminder, there is a Starship tower that is built and assembled at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. There is also another one that is in the process of being built. We've seen parts of it in an area called Roberts Road and some of our flyovers. But yeah, I would say look west, definitely west, since this will be flying out of Texas.
There you go, Ryan Knight. Hopefully that answers your question there. We've got a few more members, a pad wrap, we've got a Capcom. If you are the Capcom member level or above, that means you get access to the Discord server. We've also got Jason building a Lego Starship. That sounds very exciting indeed. But make sure to also have a look on the telly every once in a while so you can see how the real life vehicle is operating. $24 from Joshua, thank you very much. And you can see there on the right there with the exposure adjusting, really like the orange and the blue really kind of popping out there. That's a very cool shot indeed. This is a do you remember back in November when we did like the Dawn of Artemis streams? We now got the Dawn of Starship as we are pretty much approaching, fingers crossed, Sawyer, the final 90 minutes to go. Quickly though, Ali, again, another 50 Red Team memberships. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome to see. That is a big contribution there, and we are very grateful for that. And of course, all of the people who just received one of them, make sure to thank Ali in chat. Absolutely doing a fantastic job at gifting memberships today. It's brilliant to see. So thank you so much, Ali, for that. That's really, really kind of you.
And I do just want to point out, again, the clock is continuing on our clock, at least to count down to SpaceX's original T0, which they said was approximately 8 a.m. Central Time. We are waiting for confirmation of fuel load, so the time might shift by a couple minutes or more. So just putting that out there that we are keeping an eye on waiting for confirmation of propellant load to begin.
I'm just trying to see at the moment. So the WB-57 we were tracking earlier, number 927, has reached 45,000 feet and is currently, I'd say, probably about just over a third of the way towards Starbase, flying over the Gulf of Mexico. I saw a couple messages in chat saying that the other WB-57, number 926, is on its way. But I'm putting it into here and I can't seem to find its transponder turned on at the moment. So if we get any news about that, I will surely let you know. But there's already one WB-57 on its way, so I do not think the other will be on its way. We are approaching launch very quickly now. 90 minutes until T0. That OLM vent's still going, however. So Adrian, at the moment, would you say we're not too sure what the current status of the count is?
Well, based on everything we know, the loading of the vehicle has not started. If you look at the initial timeline that SpaceX has posted, and this is all based on a lot of just puzzling this together, I would right now say that it doesn't seem like 8 a.m. is still possible. However, there might be change in these flows that completely change our indicators. But if we look at the wet rest, if we look at static fire, this doesn't look to me like propellant loading has begun, which means they are right now not tracking 8 a.m. anymore.
Okay, and we are about 9 minutes off when that should have happened at the moment, so it seems as if 8:09 might be a more accurate time if this, assuming the OLM vent dies now, which you can see it hasn't. I'm also going to see if we've got any more questions we can ask, because these do keep coming in. Again, everybody, if you have a question, you want it answered before the launch of the world's most powerful rocket, put it in chat, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer. And I'm going to go to this question from Theodore, asking, how long will the entire thing take from ignition to landing in the ocean? Well, Sawyer, it's actually going to split into two parts. So the booster, when's that going to land in the ocean? And the ship, when's that going to impact the Pacific?
So the current plan is that the booster and the ship will separate about 2 minutes and 50 seconds or so into flight, at which point the booster will perform a boost back, so it'll turn itself around and burn itself back towards Starbase, and then was expected to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico about 8 minutes or so after liftoff. Meanwhile, Starship is expected to fire its engines till about 9 minutes 20 seconds after liftoff, and then will coast for quite a while. It will not relight its engines, but it is expected to begin its re-entry about an hour 17 minutes into flight, ending with its splashdown an hour and a half after taking off from Starbase.
Sounds exciting. So our clock now under 90 minutes, but that OLM vent there in the bottom right quadrant of your screen there, that's still going. That's the indication of when prop load has begun. That will turn off. That it has not turned off, so prop load is yet to begin. And prop load begins at about T minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. So when that OLM vent goes off, we'll then know that prop load has begun. We're getting another question here from Melting Rocks into Metal, asking where Mission Control is located. We answered this a little bit earlier, but of course, many more people have joined the broadcast since then. So thank you everybody for tuning in on this Monday morning, very early in Starbase in South Texas. So Adrian, I'll throw this one to you again. Where is... Oh, no, it was Ian last time, sorry. Adrian, I'll throw this one to you for the first time. Where is Mission Control located at Starbase?
They have a mission control building apparently near the Ad Astra school, so that might be the one where they are controlling today's launch from. It's the most likely because it's outside of the exclusion zone. Theoretically, there was also this thing maybe that they also have, like, they can control tests from the Stargate building in Boca, but that's in the production site, which is in the exclusion zone, so that's very, very unlikely to be there.
I do just want to point out really quick, you may have noticed the clock has changed. That is while we await an official T0. We were counting down to the originally planned T0, which was 8 a.m. Central Time, and that was assuming that fueling would begin at T minus 1 hour 39 minutes. Since we are past that, we are awaiting that new T0, and we'll update it as soon as we know.
There was a question in here about the propellant loading sequence. Just a couple of minutes ago I did go over that, so Abhijit, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, I believe that if you were listening a couple of minutes ago, that should explain that. We is asking, Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you. Does Booster 7 use hydraulic or electric thrust vector control on the Raptors? So, how do the Raptor 2s steered on the booster?
Yeah, it's important to note what TVC is. That is the thrust vector control. That is basically how the vehicle steers itself. Not all of the 33 engines will gimbal, as the official term is, or move to help steer the vehicle. There is a ring that is set in place and will not move. This one is unique in that it does use, I believe it uses the electric TVC. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I believe it's electric.
Yeah, I think it is electric. The Raptor 2s are really kind of... If you compare the Raptor 1s to the Raptor 2s, they've really shrunk in size. The plumbing and all of the kind of... basically all of the controls and everything that was on top of the engine bell is just really so much more simplified, and it's by simplifying it, it means the mass production of those engines can be sped up and made more efficient, and it also means which means that more engines can be made in less time. And for a vehicle that uses 33 Raptor 2s on the booster and 3 sea level and 3 vacuum optimized on the ship, getting as many engines as possible through the production line as quickly as possible is very important for the mass production of vehicles, which is, in the long term, what SpaceX is aiming to achieve.
And I want to point out that Booster 7 is hydraulic. All the boosters onwards will be electric TVC. That's why we've got a lot of the boxes and things on the side of Booster 7 that we don't see on Booster 9, where we have more of the chines instead.
Thanks for that, Sawyer. So yeah, you can see there just at the bottom, you can see the chines, which are the 3 kind of arranged in like a triangle formation. Those are the 3 little aerodynamic surfaces that help to point the booster upon boost back and return, which in the case of today's flight will be a splash down landing, a soft water landing, as SpaceX like to call it, in the Gulf of Mexico. JW is asking, should we be scared by the amount of small private planes on the way to Starbase? Now, Adrian, the NOTAMs, and also for boats, the Not Mars and the exclusion zones, they've kind of been in preparation for a while now. So, fingers crossed, pilots and mariners should know about the exclusion zone.
Yeah, I'm very much not expecting that as right now. They have been very much notices. They have been clear about that, and yeah, I can look quickly, but at least from my perspective, I cannot see anything that looks like a range violation right now.
And a reminder, we still are a little ways away from the liftoff. So, I mean, yes, the window is in place. A lot of the restrictions are now in place. So, if there are planes that end up in the restricted zone in the next couple of minutes or so, it's not the end of the world, and there is still time to get them out of the range and continue for liftoff.
And Ian informing me in the back channel, the WB-57 is now over halfway to Starbase. So how long? It took off about just over half an hour ago, about 40-ish minutes ago, maybe just under that. So yeah, it's taken about half an hour to get to this point. It looks as if it will only take about 20 minutes to get to Starbase, and then I presume it will begin doing the kind of the holding patterns that we saw on the flight plan a little while ago. So yeah, that is now getting close, and it's getting exciting.
You can see the sunrise approaching as well too here at Starbase.
Yeah, you can see the sky is a lot lighter than it was even 10 minutes ago now. The sun is approaching. Local sunrise, I believe, is 3 minutes past 7, or like technically it's like 2 minutes and 38 seconds past 7 or something like that. But it's about 3 minutes past 7, I think. Sawyer, is that correct?
I believe 7:03 or 7:05, somewhere within those couple minutes. But yeah, a little after 7 local time.
Sounds good. And fingers crossed, if this is, I think it's safe to call this as a hold in the count, because that OEM vent should have stopped a few, many minutes ago now. But fingers crossed it'll turn off shortly. So a delayed T0 time, probably looking around roughly 8:15 if it stopped like right now, which it won't. Or I'm just some kind of genie, but that is what we're expecting. That should also mean that the sky will be lighter for the launch, which means everybody down there, such as Adrian, will be able to get a better look at it. And yeah, so Adrian, how's the feeling now? As the a little bit of a hold in the count, but what's the feeling like at the moment?
Excitement. It's pure excitement. I'm just staring at this vent right now. I'm very, very happy to be here, and I'm just like, we are waiting. We are ready, and it's cool that now the light is coming up a bit, so we can actually see more now. That's nice. So, but the crazy thing is also in front of me, like Isolvenka Park. It's full, and you can always. There's still people in queue. They're still waiting to get in. It's like, wow. Everything here is crowded.
Sounds great. Sounds like it's a very popular event, and yeah, that's Isolvenka Park at the south point of South Padre Island. So yeah, seems like a very, very exciting event. I mean, why would you not want to see this, right? It's going to be an incredible event when this happens. It's just going to be incredible.
Oh, it's exciting.
Yeah. So Sawyer, you've been on for a little bit now. We're going to give you a little bit of a break. So thanks for coming in, Sawyer, and
It's been my
hanging out with
absolute
us.
It has been my absolute pleasure. I will still be here watching, excited, and on standby to bring you guys replays as soon as we have liftoff. So thank you everyone for having me on, and go Starship.
And in Sawyer's place, we are going to have Jack coming in Sawyer's place. I'm not sure if he's ready to come in just yet, but Jack will be joining us in a moment. Hello, Jack. There we go. We can hear you.
Hooray! What's
That's
up?
good.
I've been running around and sort of getting things set up on my end. I
I
haven't
have
really been
breaking
listening-
news. I'm sorry. We have a new T0. The new T0 now confirmed. Is that confirmed?
I'm not sure, but it is
8:20.
being sent
Okay.
in the back channel. Yes,
Yeah.
8:20 a.m.
8:20. The new T0 is 8:20. So
SpaceX tweet.
Yep.
So that
All right.
is the first confirmation since the 8 a.m. tweets a few hours ago before we even spooled up this dedicated live stream. There you go. 8:20 a.m. Central Daylight Time is the official time being targeted now by SpaceX. So that gives us a little bit of confirmation that this was indeed a bit of a hold. Looks like a 20-minute hold with the OLM vent still going. So there's a few questions here that are waiting, but first I'm just going to quickly run through some super chats whilst we're waiting this OLM vent to disengage. We've got a few super chats here. We've got a new member, and we've got 10 Australian dollars, 10 euros. Thank you, everybody. A few euros here. 5 Red Team memberships being gifted. We've got a super chat with no message, but thank you still. Thank you, everybody who has been contributing. And we've got some store messages coming in as well. Thank you, everybody who's been purchasing off of the store. So not only do you get to help contribute to the channel, but you also get to receive some cool swag in return, such as the new patch, which was restocked a few days ago, and the pre-order plushie, which is now available on the shop. You know how to get it, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There's so many store messages and messages of contribution in here. The list keeps going and going. I'm going to try and get through as many of these as possible. But in the meantime, Jack, I'm going to look for a question and see if we can get your expertise at answering it. Whilst on the right there, we can see a live feed of the channel, which leads from the Gulf into the port of Brownsville. We should see some mariners, the 2 mariner safe zones around there, aren't they, Jack, if I'm correct?
Yep, sure enough. That is, we're looking right now at Isla Blanca Park at the beach and the jetties, and you can see looks like a security vehicle on the other side of the channel, on the Boca Chica side, and looks like a lot of people are hanging out and getting ready to watch the launch.
And there's a question here, a good question from Lisa, asking, sorry if this is obvious, no need to apologise, but what is the white fog coming from Starship? So Jack, what exactly is coming out of or no longer coming out of the OLM vent, as the OLM vent has stopped, which means that propellant load has begun. So Jack, what was actually coming out of the OLM vent before it just stopped just now?
Yeah, that would have been gaseous nitrogen, which they use nitrogen to chill down the propellant lines and condition them to be prepared for propellant load. You don't want to pump cryogenic propellants through hot pipes. That's just not... Go ahead.
Did you already comment that it stopped venting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was running away.
Yep,
no worries,
it stopped venting. So when it is venting, it means they're chilling the lines. Or when it stops venting, it means the lines have been sufficiently chilled down so that they are ready to begin flowing propellant through them.
And you can see here that the cooled kind of pool of gaseous nitrogen on the ground there is starting to die down. That's just kind of leftovers from the OLM vent, if I am correct. And it also seems like the propellant load will now be starting because of that, and the new T0 has been put up into the clock, into the top left, so that is now T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes and 20 seconds until the new launch time of 8:20 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Going to take 5 hours, add 5 hours onto that, so that is 13:20 Universal Time. You can do your own time zone conversions there, Jack.
I can't believe how close we are. An hour and 35 minutes. This is absolutely wild. As the sun begins to rise, and we get this beautiful lighting. Just wow. So now they are flowing propellants through the lines. They are starting to load the propellants into the vehicle. We're into the flow, and we're hearing also from SpaceX that AFTS checkouts are complete and nominal. So everything was looking good.
Very, very exciting. Just over 90 minutes now to the new revised T0 time of 8:20 local. Adrian, so now we've seen the OLM vent stop. What kind of events can we expect to happen from this point all the way down to T0? And we are being told by SpaceX mission controllers saying liquid methane is now being loaded into the booster, which is very exciting. So that's officially being confirmed. And so, Adrian, what can we expect between now and T0?
Yes. Yet to zero, the next very, very cool thing will be frost rings appearing, which might happen any second now, which will indicate that we have cryogenics in the tanks. After that, we will at some point see the Raptors being chilled for ignition, which means they're being prepared to be in contact with cryogenics. They're being chilled down, you basically could precondition them. Then, at the end, and that will be kind of like the final situation, is we will see the fire X system spool up, I'm not even calling it water suppression, the fire X system spooling up for a bit of fire extinguishing, and then we will see the Raptor starting to ignite at about 8 seconds. And then we want to see 33 Raptor engines spooling up to 90%. If we get there, then we might see a liftoff of Starship in about 90 minutes from now.
Very, very, very exciting. I'm just going to quickly run over some big contributions that have come in the last few minutes here, starting off with a $75 contribution here. Where's it gone? We've got so much kindness coming in that I've actually lost.
You want me to get it? I can click it. The one from Crafty
I got it. There we go.
All right, cool.
75 from Crafty Geek. Thank you very much for that contribution. Asking, will the booster soft splashdown zone in the Gulf be visible from beach cameras, or is it well beyond the horizon? Now, Jack, you're on site just a little bit north of Starbase. Yeah, I guess we won't really know until the flight if the booster will be visible. But do you think you could possibly try and gauge how far out to sea you can see, or is that kind of impossible?
For me right now, I can't actually see the ocean, but for people like Adrian and the rest of our team that are on top of the Margaritaville, that is definitely something that they might be able to see. So fingers crossed we have a visual on the booster coming back down. That'd be a really, really cool thing to see, and something we're hoping to see.
And there are a couple of other massive contributions we've gotten, such as this $250 tip from Jawar. That's from tips.nasaspaceflight.com, a bit more of a more direct way to help out the channel. So thank you so much. $250 is a massive amount to be contributing. Seriously, thank you so much for that. It goes such a long way to help fund what we do. And it just means that more and more epic spaceflight content can come out of the team. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That is a really, really, really kind contribution there. It helps so much. Yeah.
And Jerwa contributes like that on a regular basis. So thank you so much, Jerwa. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Sanity Bites with 150 Great British pounds. Saying hello from Yorkshire, let's light this candle. Thank you very much for that as well. That's another huge contribution. Thank you so much for that. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. I can't really say anything else, and I know I sound a bit like a broken record, but it really helps so much to keep things operating here. And
we have frost on Starship.
There we go. You can see it building up now.
Yep.
From the bottom. Look at that. It's getting frosty, everybody.
Okay, we are about 90 minutes away from liftoff. From here on out. So what we will now
90 minutes now, exactly.
Yep, we will now see the rings rising, the tanks getting filled, and then, then it's go time. Suddenly it's there.
Wow, suddenly we're here. Wow. There's frost forming on the boot. There's propellants in both tanks. We're in 90 minutes. Less than 90 minutes away. Hopefully.
Can you believe it?
Flight. This is surreal. This is absolutely wild. I cannot believe we've finally gotten to this day. Oh my gosh. Let's hope everything goes smoothly and we can progress through the count without any issues. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. It's not the most eloquent commentary, but holy cow, this is actually happening. This feels real.
I feel like that's something that will happen over the next 90 minutes. You will slowly, we will also get excited more and more. So you will see us and hear us slowly making less and less coherent statements, it seems like.
And now we're going to go to Jack so he can just scream maniacally into the microphone. Ah!
To be honest, at liftoff, I think that is the most appropriate commentary that we can have. Just absolute mayhem. It's just going to be absolutely incredible. I think every single person here is going to be absolutely yelling their hearts out to see this thing finally depart the pad for a orbital-ish trajectory. And Ian is confirming in the back channel that the WB-57 is nearly overhead Boca Chica. It looks as if...
I think I can see it. Is that the WB-57? There we go. We can see it.
I don't want to try and put anyone on the spot here, but if we could get a camera angle of that would be great. But of course not. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but we are confirming that the WB-57 is nearly arrived.
I see the contrail. I see it.
There you go. And we have 2 visual confirmations that it is here. So yet another point towards the countdown still continuing. And this could actually happen. Like, this could actually happen. It feels weird to say that, but it could actually happen. Yeah. We've got a few more questions in here. If you have a question, put it in chat. Tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer. And yeah, so I'm going to try and get to as many of these questions as possible before we hit the final stages of count, where all of our attention will be focused on the first the end of fueling, then the ignition, and then fingers crossed the liftoff of Booster 7 and Ship 24. That coming up in just under 90 minutes time, as the current schedule suggests. So this question here from Casey Fulton is asking, what is the loud aircraft engine-like noises we can hear over the stream? So Adrian, what are the noises we can currently hear from the launch site?
This is literally the tank farm that you can hear how it is basically spooling up. You have liquids flying through all kinds of vents, all kinds of little sounds, how like pipes are being used. It's literally the tank farm doing a flow to push all of these needed propellants into the vehicle. That's what you're hearing right now. It's producing all kinds of sounds that are all leading up to propellants reaching the vehicle.
And we've got another contribution here from Obsidian saying, Godspeed B7S24, thanks for the excellent coverage and elegant commentary. Thanks very much for that, Obsidian, alongside a $100 tip over on tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you again so much for that. These big contributions that we're getting, it's incredible to see, and we are so grateful for it. Honestly, it is just incredible to see, and I know I say that every time, but it's the truth. It's just we're so grateful for all of the support that we're getting from everybody who's contributing financially, everybody who's just watching the stream, everybody who's commenting, and everything along those lines. It's just, we're so thankful, and it's great to see so many other people sharing this fantastic hobby in an interest for aerospace in this way. I mean, we're literally, Jack, we're about to see the world's most powerful rocket lift off from a launch site that didn't exist 4 years ago. Like, that's just bonkers to think about.
Largest, most powerful ever created, and I like to repeatedly point out, forgive me, it's the most powerful that will be created in the foreseeable future. Literally nobody is attempting to create a rocket this big. Not even close. And, you know, that's a big deal. This will be, for the majority of our lifetimes, most likely, the largest rocket that exists, by far. And it will hopefully enable some amazing things to happen. And like you said, Ryan, this launch site didn't exist a couple years ago. I mean, it's absolutely wild. That I know we all say, like, it's finally happening. We've been waiting for this to happen for so long, etc. But in the grand scheme of things, especially in the aerospace grand scheme of things, This has been an extremely.
I'm
Jack,
sorry,
sorry
I
to
have-
interrupt
yeah.
you. Yeah, there's the methane fuel frost ring, which is now starting to appear. So we have confirmation that methane is starting to be loaded into the booster because we can literally see the cryogenic propellants inside forming ice around the outside of the booster. So yeah, that is confirmation. We have now LOX and methane both being loaded into the vehicle, and you can also see reflecting off the right of the booster there every couple of seconds the beacons that are flashing as the sunlight increases and it gets brighter down in South Texas. That will eventually become they'll be turned off so you can't see them. So yeah, just in case anyone was wondering why the booster was flashing, it's because of the beacons in the launch tower. I know a few days ago we got some questions about light
Tower
reflections
vent.
and such.
Tower vent. We got the tower vent. That is the equivalent of the mount vent that we were talking about earlier. That means they are chilling down the lines for the ship and getting ready to load propellant into the ship itself. Is that correct, Adrian?
Let me. Basically, this will go on and off. If it's on, they're not loading right now. If it's, it will go on and off again. It's a very good sign. It very much lines up with the propellant loading. This yeah, T-122. This is start of ship loading right now.
Excellent.
They are loading the upper stage.
Excellent.
So yeah, we are loading both stages now.
We are going
It's starting to get real. It's
load the rocket with
exciting.
propellants.
Just look at this. Just look at this. It's incredible. I don't really know what else to say at the moment apart from it's actually happening.
Yep.
It's just.
I think, Ryan, incredible is a fantastic word to use. It's like it's one of those words that can be used, like for example, awesome, and it can get overused, and the meaning can kind of come out of the word a little bit. But truly, this is incredible. This is awesome. This inspires awe. For SpaceX to be going into this flow at sunrise is really something special. It's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful right now, and to think that we are finally here at a point where this thing is getting ready to launch in just over an hour and 20 minutes is utterly bonkers in the best way.
So exciting. And for anyone just wondering, I have had a look at the WB-57 that is in the air at the moment. It's still flying south. It's missed Boca Chica, but I presume yes, it's now turning left again. So it will be orbiting just over the border between the US and Mexico. So we can see there, we can't see there, but I can see that it is beginning that kind of holding pattern above Starbase, which means, fingers crossed.
Here we go. There it is.
There is the WB-57. Look at that.
It's trying to. It will now start to turn over Starbase and start to circle around.
There you go. So we're ready. NASA's aircraft are ready. I think the only people we're waiting on now is SpaceX to get this super massive vehicle filled up to the brim with some lovely liquid oxygen and some lovely liquid methane. You can see the oxygen tank on the booster now is starting. I'd say that's probably about 1/5 of the way full up now. So yeah, we are getting proper frosty now, all the way starting to fill up with the ship fueling meant to have begun at 1 hour and 22 minutes. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes. Alex saying in the back channel that the vent looks healthy. So yeah, fingers crossed, we're still on for a launch in just 1 hour and 20 minutes time, which sounds astounding to say, considering how long we've been waiting for this. It is so exciting and also quite nerve-wracking because we really want this to go well, don't we, Jack?
Yeah, nerve-wracking is absolutely correct. Oh man, when you're dealing with the amount of propellants that are going to be loaded into this vehicle, it's no joke. If they went stoichiometric and combined in just the wrong way and found an ignition source, you have one of the largest, if not the largest, non-nuclear explosion in all of history. So that's something to consider. Oh wow, look at that shot. We're all very excited and we're all sort of reveling in the moment here, rightfully so. At the same time, I think it's good that you point that out, Ryan, that this is in fact nerve-wracking. Obviously, SpaceX is extremely capable and is doing things with an utmost of caution. So it's not like we're riding the bleeding edge here or anything, but it's serious business. We're launching the world's largest and most powerful rocket. We're dealing with huge amounts of liquid oxygen, huge amounts of liquid methane, and it's not to be trifled with. It's not to be taken lightly. As much fun as we are all having, and will continue to have, rest assured, this is quite an operation here. And just one thing I do want to point out really quick, just take a moment and like wrap your head around the scale of things you're seeing. Like Starhopper is 60 feet high. The vehicle is massive. And yet, look how massive that vent is. Like, that is a huge vent.
It's crazy. I'm all the way over at SPI, and I can see the vehicle, I can see the vent so clearly. It's such a big vehicle. And we are how much away?
Hour 18.
Hour 18.
We can hear an increase in venting noise now. There you go. And yeah, the LOX is filling up at the speed we would expect on the booster there. Nearly, in this shot at least, nearly the LOX is fully encasing the booster there. Adrian, I'm going to throw this one to you quickly. Now, we were talking about the frost and the ice. What is the estimated weight of the ice formed on Starship during fueling, and how does this affect the launch?
I don't know the exact kilograms or tons of ice that are on Starship, I have to admit that. However, most of it will fall down as soon as the engines ignite. So it will basically have A, not that much of an effect, and B, it's very much calculated. So yeah, I don't the exact like kilograms or tons amount. I'm sorry.
And we also have a question here from Astro Turtle. This is from a little while ago, whilst the pipe kind of conditioning was still going on, Jack. But why does SpaceX actually have to cool down the plumbing in stage 0 before they can start loading the fuel?
Yeah, so the deal with that is the fuel, both the fuel and the oxidizer, the methane and the oxygen, are extremely cold liquids, I guess, is the right word. They're cryogenic liquids. And if you think about it, when you are going to flow that cryogenic liquid through a pipe, you don't want that pipe to be warm or hot, because if it is, you're going to essentially start to boil some of that propellant, and that can cause issues with, I'm sure there's a variety of issues.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jack, but Mission Control is confirming that the liquid oxygen load has started on the ship. So that means that the liquid oxygen tank should start to be getting frosty on the ship as well in the next few minutes here. So we should also be keeping an eye on pretty much the full stack now. So the full stack should be starting to get frosty with methane on the booster, liquid oxygen on the booster, and ship.
Excellent.
Sorry, Jack, if you want to continue.
No, don't be sorry. Anytime there is a development with this vehicle and there's a flow going on or some sort of change in what's happening, please interrupt me. No one cares what I'm saying. We all want to know what's going on with the vehicle. No worries at all. But yeah, basically you don't want to flow really, really cold liquid through a warm pipe that causes issues with the liquid. It heats it up. You are taking a lot of time and energy to condition that liquid into a state that the vehicle and the engines are going to expect. It's going to be the right temperature and all of that. So if you flow it through warm pipes, that's going to change the situation and change the nature of the fluids that you're flowing into the vehicle. Could heat it up maybe even beyond the limit that you want it to be at. So you're going to chill those pipes down, and once they're chilled down, then when you flow the cryogenic propellants through them, you're not going to get that change in temperature. You're not going to get any sort of issues with boil off or what have you. Hopefully that's a succinct enough answer there.
Thanks very much, Jack. And a question here from Veer, which I believe there's a little bit busy right now on top of the Margaritaville getting all set up and stuff. So I'll throw this one to you again, Jack.
Sure.
Is the next Starship going to be 10 meters longer?
Well, define next Starship. Basically, there's been multiple times where Elon has sort of oh, there we go, on the ship. You can see some frost.
There we go. Condensation on the ship.
Excellent.
They are progressing.
So yeah, there has been multiple times where Elon has said like, "Oh, we'll change the flaps on the ship," or things of that nature. He has recently said they're going to stretch the ship by 10 meters. Certainly, that's something that could happen. But if you look at what vehicles have been built so far, Ship 24 is the same as Ship 25. Ship 26 and 27 are virtually the same, at least tankage-wise. The tank section and the nose cone, they don't have 26 and 27 don't have flaps and they don't have thermal tiles. However, 28 is a return to thermal tiles and flaps, and I believe 29 is as well. Although I could be mistaken there on 29. All that is to say, they have a assembly line going on here in Boca Chica, and part of what they're doing here, Elon has said, is they're building the machine that builds the machines. And periodically, that assembly line does make a shift over to a new variant of a vehicle, and we've seen that many times over. So as of right now, we have not seen any indications that there is a Starship coming down the pipe on the assembly line that is 10 meters longer. At some point, we will see that, but as of right now, we are dealing with sort of either, if you want to think about it, starships that are re-entry capable and starships that are not. And they're basically all based off of the same tankage section, and they are all the same height. So at some point, I wouldn't be surprised to see Starship get stretched to like 10 meters longer. Of course, another thing Elon has hinted at is adding 3 additional Raptor vacuum engines for a total of 9 engines on the ship. But as of right now, none of the hardware that we've seen at the production site, the assembly line that's building these things, none of the hardware we've seen has either changed flaps, additional engines, stretched tanks. Those are all things that certainly, seems like they will happen at some point. It's something SpaceX is certainly thinking about, but so far, not yet.
Yeah. The development timeline for SpaceX, it changes very quickly, for Starship at least.
It's kind of
And,
wild. If you think about it, the vehicle we're looking at right now is obsolete.
Yes, that is a very fair point.
Which is a wild thing to say and think about, but truly, Booster 7 in particular is obsolete. It has an outmoded thrust vector control actuation system. That's the system that moves the engines around. The Booster 7 uses a hydraulic system. Booster 9 and beyond uses an electric system, and that's just one aspect. And there's many things that we don't see or don't know about that I'm sure are changing between boosters. There are a few things that we do see and we do know about, and that is one of them, the electric versus hydraulic. But all that is to say, this vehicle is about a year old, and you gotta figure SpaceX is planning ahead and doing the design work and doing the engineering for all sorts of things, whether it's the human landing system variant that will go to the moon, whether it's a Martian variant that's going to need, I almost said shoes, that's going to need legs. I guess the legs might have shoes on them. So yeah, this is an outdated vehicle, even though it's still a big deal that it's going to fly, and it's still going to give them a significant amount of good data, at least we hope so. It's an outdated vehicle. And so, yes, there are things that are coming down the pipe, and that will happen in due course.
I'm just going to quickly throw it over to the merch store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, because our patches, if you didn't already know, we've got some patches out for this flight. So if you want to get an actual patch, which you can, sew onto your jacket or sew into your bag or put some Velcro on, stickers places. That is available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a wonderful design by Pauline, so if you want to get that in patch form, you can. There's also stickers, there's mugs, there's t-shirts, there's hoodies, jumpers, and there's even a banner if you want to put it up on your wall or something like that. So that patch is available, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And with that, I'm going to wrap up my second stint for today. I won't be back with you before T0, but I am going to hand it over to Jack, and we should also have a Sawyer chiming in from now and again as well. So thanks, everybody, and good luck with the final hour to go. It's getting really exciting now.
Thanks, Ryan. It's getting really real, to use a trite phrase. It's really getting real. I mean, holy cow, this is really happening.
Yeah, right, Jack. I mean, looking at this vehicle, it suddenly is there. We are there, and I hope this goes well. I mean, just to set expectations here again, they still have to ignite 33 Raptor engine, and they have to work before we see a liftoff. There's still hurdles on the way here. They can clear them. They have a shot here, but don't be prepared that something might change. It's normal.
Yeah, that's a really good, really good point, Adrian. I would like to underscore that here momentarily. Just really quickly, John buying some stuff from the store saying, "Happy birthday, James." I just wanted to throw that out there. I am cycling through some of these messages and some of the super chats that are coming through because we are 40 minutes behind right now, and I want to make sure everyone appreciates or knows that we appreciate the support. So thank you so much to everybody who is throwing $1 in the hat or $5 or becoming a member and supporting the channel in that way. Look at that ship glistening in the sunlight, nice and frosty. That is exactly what we want to see.
What a beautiful shot. It's like the perfect, even the light is like, it's perfect for this. Everything is perfect.
If we get a launch today, we're all very, very, very lucky because we all remember serial number 11 when it was fog. Even serial number 15, the one that landed, the final ship that was that conducted a high altitude flight test. That day was pretty gray and foggy. I mean, honestly, it was barely visible, which compared to SN8, SN9, and SN10, it was a dreary day. So if we get a nice, beautiful, clear, crisp day like this for launch, I mean, you really can't ask for much more. Speaking of not asking for much more, Russell Snodgrass, buddy, thank you, with a $500 super chat. Russell, that's another one of those names we've seen pop up many times with the high dollar support. Thank you so much, Russell. I mean, it's so much money. That is so much money. It's absolutely just wild that somebody would want to contribute that much to what we do. And I want you to know that we appreciate that support so much. We're going to take that money and do what we always do, which is plow it right back into NASA spaceflight, right back into NSF cameras, NSF feeds, NSF perks for our members, just NSF content. That's what we're going to do. Thank you so much, Russell. That is absolutely outstanding. Russell's message says, so excited for this. Been watching and enjoying your streams since Starhopper. Thanks to Chris B, Jack, Doss, Adrian, Alex, Michael B, Mary, and the whole crew. Your coverage entertains and informs. Enjoy the day. Thank you, Russell. We will absolutely enjoy the day. We will 100% do what we can to do right by your contribution and honor it, because holy cow, thank you. That is a truly outstanding amount of support.
Thank you from all of us, absolutely.
Wow. Oh, hey, Sawyer.
Hi, I'm here. And we are keeping an eye on the ship. We should hopefully be seeing frost any moment on the liquid oxygen tank on board Ship 24.
Sweet.
It's insane. I still try to cope with what is happening here right now.
Yeah, Adrian, you're here. You have flown here from Germany. You took a risk getting a plane flight here before we knew that this was even going to be the day. I mean, you are truly have taken a gamble, and hopefully, my friend, today is the day that your gamble pays off. Absolutely way to go.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to this. It's insane. I hope we see this in an hour. That's yeah.
Yeah, me too. Rocket Fella, thank you for becoming a launch director member. That's one of the higher levels of member support there.
I do just want to
Let's
remind everyone and point it out the fact that the window does extend until 9:30 a.m. Central Time, so there is the potential that it may be a little over an hour, but we're hoping 60 minutes from now or so.
Right. So before Russell Snodgrass blew my mind with that absolutely outstanding amount of support, I did want to underscore that while things are progressing rapidly and exactly how we want them to, it is important to note that there are things that could come up in the flow. They could have an issue with loading propellant. They could have an issue in the terminal count. They could get all the way or very close to T0 and have an issue with the Raptors or with any number of things. So we're all very excited and we all want to see this rocket go today, but it's important to keep in mind that today could not be the day. We all hope it is, but it could be not the day. And so just have that have that in your mind. If something does happen to cause a hold, don't fret. They'll hopefully be able to
There
recycle.
is a frost line. There is a frost line on the ship.
Yes, that's what we want to see. Excellent.
Jack, what is going on here?
A lot of things, Das. Also, hey, what's up?
I figured I'd stop in and see if there's launching any rockets today.
I mean, maybe a little bit. We'll see.
There's a frost line on the Starship, and they're cleared for launch.
Yep. They have the launch license. There's nothing left to do except for kick the tires, light the fires, and send this thing into space. That's what I said in the update video this morning.
Nice.
Yesterday morning.
So nice.
I guess it's the
You said it
morning
twice.
again. Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, don't let me interrupt. I wanted to jump in all of a sudden because it's getting serious over here. The sun is coming up. It is a beautiful day. There is not a cloud in the sky in any direction right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're not interrupting. It's really good to hear your voice, actually. I know you've been sort of running around and getting things stowed away and everything working and whatnot. So thank you for all that you've been doing this morning.
Hey, we've been having a lot of fun, and we are ready to see what's going to happen. I think it's excitement guaranteed, right?
Yep, excitement is indeed guaranteed.
I would need to interrupt here for a quick second. There's something that we just need to point out. We are aware of what's going on in chat, and Crispy really didn't want to do it, but with over 170,000 people on the stream and chat being unreadable for all due to how fast it was moving, including some people not speaking English, we did have to make it members only just for the key part of this countdown. We promise it will be back to normal afterwards.
Holy cow. Beth Sanders with a $300 super chat. Thank you so much, Beth. Beth says, thank you guys for covering this moment in space history. Beth, thank you for putting your confidence and faith into what we do. Thank you for watching, and thank you so much for that extremely generous amount of support. Rest assured, like I just told Russell, we will take that money, plow it back into the NSF fields, and grow y'all some amazing frickin' content. I hope you have been seeing the work that has gone into this stream. Go ahead.
I have to interrupt. That's the ship engine chill vent.
Excellent.
We have the first signs of engine chills. So they are now preparing some of the Raptors. It's not the full engine chill, but it's like they are getting ready. They're preparing the engines. We are 1 hour and 36 seconds. We are 1 hour away from Starship launching. Maybe.
Hopefully, we think so. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, stand on one leg and touch your nose while you rub your stomach. I don't know. You get it. Hopefully. But Beth, thank you, Beth, so much. Here's a deal. There's a balance that has to be struck here because we're commentating. We're trying to tell you guys what's going on. We're trying to make sure everybody knows what's happening. We're trying to keep the hype train rolling here. At the same time, Beth, that is a huge amount of support. So thank you. I want to underscore the fact that we appreciate that. Also, Russell, thank you. Thank you to everybody, whether it's $1, $5, whether you're buying a patch from the store, whatever it is, thank you so much. But at the same time as I want to show sincere appreciation for this amount of support, I know you don't want me to hear me just talk about that this entire time. So let's move on and start talking again about what we expect to see next. Adrian, what is next up in the flow here?
Oh, let me get that timeline. Well, that is the timeline here. I love this timeline, by the way. The next thing that will happen is that the engines, the 33 Raptor engines below the Super Heavy booster, will start to chill down in preparation for the ignition sequence. That's basically one of the final steps where they make sure the engines are very well conditioned, prepared for their cryogenic fluids, going through them, and once that is happening, they can get ready for ignition.
We're under an hour. We are under an hour away. Oh, and we have a tweet from Elon.
Oh.
We might not be set up to show it yet. I'm sorry, production team. Elon is just confirming that propellant load for Starship is underway. Liftoff in T-1 hour. So that is the status. We are under an hour.
That was at 7:18 a.m. Central Time. So just for reference there, 8:18 a.m. Central Time appears to be the T0.
Excellent. All right, let's see. Let's do some more questions. How about? Here's one. Julian is asking, does engine chill on Ship 24 start while it's on the pad or when it is in flight already? I mean, we just talked about it. It has started while it's on the pad. Adrian, that's how that works, right?
Yeah, you don't have the time to do it in the short amount of time while you go to space. They usually condition these engines while they are still on the ground. That makes they basically have two pipes at the side of the ship where they vent out the at the booster you can vent it out at the bottom and you can vent it out to ground pipes. What they are doing on the ship, you need to vent it out at the side because otherwise you would have a buildup of gas in the interstage. So that's why they make sure that they get that out. That's what we just saw.
Cool deal.
Jack, do you hear the excitement in Adrian's voice?
I do, and I've heard Adrian excited many times, but I've never heard him quite this excited, and it's rightfully so.
I'm standing here behind him, and he's been on commentary for so long, and he had to stand up to get some of his energy out so he could see the rocket. He was just looking at the laptop, right? And then he had to stand up, and he's dancing around actually right now. Adrian, you good? I think he's good.
I'm good in the most positive way.
In the most positive way.
It's nerve-wracking. It's insane to watch, and I'm really looking forward to this. And yes, at some point you don't want to sit anymore because when I sit on this desk here, I cannot see Starbase. So at some point I just wanted to stand up so I can constantly, while commentating, look at Starbase.
Yeah,
it's a good problem to have.
It's quite hard to sit still. I mean, I think we're all entering sort of pace mode, where we just kind of walk back and forth and sort of anticipate the launch of this massive machine. I mean, holy cow! Really quickly, just Abriana with a store message that says, "For my boyfriend Ryan, who sets midnight alarms just to watch rockets fly. Enjoy the launch." Oh, that's sweet. Okay. I kind of need to go set up a camera and get that working as we are getting very close to launch here. So I think I'm going to leave you guys in the capable hands of
Would you like me to take over?
Yeah, Sawyer, it's all you, buddy. There's so many super chats. There's so many messages. I don't even... good luck. Good luck keeping up with it all. To everybody watching right now from around the world, thank you so much for tuning in to NSF's coverage of the very first Starship test flight. Just thank you so much for putting your faith in us to deliver you the news. We're doing the very best we can, and I hope and I suspect that shows. So I'm going to jump off, get my camera rig set up, and perhaps I'll jump back on as I get that set up and can step away from it. But I need to get prepared for launch because we're just about 55 minutes away. And Chris Bergen said it best in chat, my brain can't deal with this. Yeah, I am suspending disbelief, and I'm going to just accept that this is real and get my camera set up. So, holy cow, I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jack. And again, thank you everyone who's already been giving us your support so far. We now are planning, it appears, like a T0 of 8:18 a.m. Central Time per the latest tweet from Elon Musk. So, Adrian, where are we at, by the way, in the fueling process? So, what propellants are being loaded up right now?
Basically everything. They are loading on both 4 tanks propellants, as we can see right now. We can see frost rings on everything. So yeah, everything looks good so far. Looks progressing. They're a bit for more ahead in the booster, of course, because that started earlier. But the ship's tanks are smaller, so they will catch up. And right now, the tank farm is exactly what it's supposed to do, which is providing as much cryogenic fluids as they can.
Exactly. And it is interesting to point out there. So what you're seeing there with that looks like smoke coming off of it, that is just the super chilled outside of the vehicle as those super cooled propellants are loaded inside the ship and inside the booster. And it's also interesting that you can see the distinct lines of the individual tanks. So you can tell which one is liquid methane and which one is oxygen. What is the breakdown of that, by the way? Which tank is which? Go ahead, Adrian.
The smaller tanks are the methane tanks. The bigger ones are the liquid oxygen tanks. That's the general rule. And yeah, I'm always lost when oh, there's ice breaking from the top tank a bit. There was a bit of ice just falling down while they are tanking this.
And again, that is completely normal. The
Yeah,
ice is expected to fall off. And a reminder for those who are taking a look on both, the liquid oxygen tank is on the bottom and the liquid methane tank is on top, and that is both for the booster and for ship 24 as well. Continuing to just go through all of your support here. It's really appreciated. We have some immense support. Eric Ramey here with a $100 tip. Thank you very much for that. So excited for this launch. Really happy how far NSFs have come. We very much appreciate that and the support and the love from everyone out there who's watching and helping here. We've got Stephen J with the $300 super chat. No message there, just the kind support. Stephen J, thank you very much. It's from people like you that we can actually continue to do what we do and provide this to everyone, as well as from Fatimore with a $100 saying, awesome quality, guys and gals. Keep up the excellence. We appreciate it. And Fizz with $120. Thank you for such great coverage. Go Starship. We are completely on board with you with that. And Andy Good with the €100. Thanks, Chris and all the team, for years of incredible coverage. Let's go. I am definitely on board with that. Let's go indeed. As we're getting closer now into the countdown here, we are continuing to see fueling going on at this moment. There is a great view where you can see the distinct lines of the liquid oxygen and liquid methane being loaded into both the booster and ship 24 at the very top there. And that is expected to continue for a little while now, as we approach that T0, though. Let's see if we have any quick questions from you guys that we can go through while we keep an eye on the fuel load here. Adrian, I'll pose this one to you. While we're looking at the vehicle in the bottom left there's that large black clamp at the base of the rocket. What exactly is that, and will it move prior to launch?
Yeah, that is the booster quick disconnect. So basically there are two parts of this vehicle, how they fuel it. You can see the arm on the ship. The arm on the ship is providing the liquids to the upper stage, and at the bottom there is the booster quick disconnect, which is providing all of the liquids that are needed to the first stage. At close to liftoff, they will both retract. The ship QD will move to the side, while the booster QD will retract to itself, like in this protective shell, to protect all the lines in there and the electronics from the energy of the Raptors passing by. So you don't have to build that up every single launch. So yeah, that's basically part of the infrastructure to fuel these rockets.
Exactly, and it's very similar to the quick disconnect arm, which is up near the top. That's at ship 24. Again, that is also expected to pull away at T0, and is currently doing its best to provide all the services that the booster or that the ship needs, just like the hold down there. Uh, let's see. We are continuing to keep an eye on the engine chill here. Thank you everyone for all the support. And I do want to point out that we do have someone else that is joining us here to help out with some of these questions and all the support and launch coverage, and that is Ian Atkinson. Ian, how are you?
Hey guys, anything interesting happening today?
I don't know if there's anything happening.
I don't know. All right, I'll see you guys later then. This sounds pretty boring.
Very funny.
I kid.
It is good to have you here, and we are getting so many questions and support here from everyone. We really appreciate it. Uh, Feels like we've got some more questions that we can take care of here. And Ian, I'm going to send one over to you. And that is going to be, is the rocket standing on top of the orbital launch mount, or is it encapsulated inside? And is there a risk of the booster colliding with the inner ring or walls? And that's from Decade.
Yeah, so it is kind of inside the orbital launch mount, only partially. So the engine section, or the aft skirt of Super Heavy, is within the orbital launch mount. Now, any risk of collision at liftoff really would only be if it went laterally, if it somehow went left to right, forward to backwards. There will be a good bit of clearance between the inner edge of the orbital mount and the sides of the booster itself. And that will only be any risk of collision for like a half second at most. There's pretty much no risk of collision. So it is resting on 20 quick disconnect umbilicals, or sorry, 20 hold down points that will rapidly disconnect and retract into the mount right at liftoff. So there is.
Ian, I'm going to take over from there for you a quick sec. It sounded a bit robotic. Apologies for that. But we'll give you a second to get that taken a look at. In the meantime, there you can see ship 24. As we progress, again, 8:18 a.m. Central Time is what we're looking at. We should be seeing, it looks like a vent there on the ship. We can see that to the right, just underneath the chopstick arms. And a reminder, those chopstick arms are currently open, which is in the position it is expected to be for launch. We are progressing now with that timeline. We'll be able to run you through here what else we can continue to expect in this timeline as we progress. So as we mentioned, the fueling is underway on both the ship and the booster. That includes liquid oxygen and liquid methane. As we continue along with the countdown, we will expect to see Raptor engine chill begin on the booster a little under 17 minutes or so before T0. And again, that is getting them cooled down and prepared for the thermal shock that they will experience once those engines completely ignite. Then the next major procedure will be at T-minus 40 seconds when the fluid interfaces begin their vent down sequence before the Raptor engines start 8 seconds before liftoff. And again, I just do want to point out that vent that we saw is completely normal. Those vents typically are used to help even out the pressure inside all of the fuel tanks in both the ship and the booster, so there is nothing to worry about when you see those. Just wanted to point that out.
Hey, Sawyer.
Hi, Das. How's it going?
Oh, I am in and out. I am all over the place. We are firing on more cylinders than we actually have right now. But just checking in from the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island over here, it continues to be a beautiful day. There are people down on the beach. Again, still not a cloud in the sky. The sun is coming up. I actually forgot my sunglasses in the truck, so we're just going to have to deal with that. But I don't think that we could have asked for a nicer day to watch this.
Exactly. Thank you for chiming in with that. Yeah, the weather looks absolutely gorgeous. Perfectly clear skies, and like we mentioned before, it's unlike SN11 or SN15, who those remember where it was quite foggy, especially SN11. We've got gorgeously clear skies, and we can see everything beautifully happening to the booster and the ship right now. And a reminder... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you're on top of the hotel right now, which we have a camera up there, which you can see in our multi-view, which you can access for all of our members who are Red Team and above.
Sawyer says we have a camera up here. Sawyer.
Do we?
We bought out the camera store. We have so many cameras up here. It took us like 15 trips up to carry all the cameras we have. We've got a fiber line up here. We've got wireless infrastructure up here. We're controlling all of the different sites from our command post here on the, well, I say on the roof of the hotel. It really relays through the hotel. And all the remote folks, the production team, are really knocking it out of the park today. But I got to say really quickly, massive thanks to the folks here at the hotel. It's the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island, and they set us up with not just a place to watch the lunch from. We've got a room downstairs. They just renovated the whole place. We've actually got a fiber line, and we worked with a hotel to run a fiber line from the server room downstairs all the way to the roof. But they have been absolutely fantastic to us over here. So I hope that this isn't the last time we see a Starship launch from here. And if anybody ever ends up coming down this way, check out the Margaritaville Resort. It's a ridiculously nice. They're good people. And a lot of what you are seeing on the screen right now is because they worked with us and they helped us make all this happen. Sorry, I had to jump in. This is just a wonderful place. This is a wonderful day.
No, thank you for jumping in, and again, thank you to the people over at the Margaritaville Resort there for allowing us to get all of that set up and bring you guys this extra coverage. Really, really appreciate it. And again, you can see link in chat right now as well to that.
Nice.
And again, reminder, you have that multi-view for Red Team and above. It cycles through 9 boxes worth of cameras all the time, so you keep getting more and more views, some that you might not even get to see on stream. So.
Yeah. We've got a big vent on the ship there, Sawyer. Did I see that right?
Yeah, it looks like we just had a big vent there, and so far, everything looking good. A reminder, those vents are normal. That is the pressures evening out as we continue in the count at about T-minus 43 minutes and counting. Unbelievable there.
At this point, this feels kind of... So we are now in the range where this is basically our normal Falcon 9 streams. We are now in the range where we usually would go live for Falcon 9. It's
Yeah, except there is no T-minus 20-minute vent. We've already had quite a big vent here so far with all the ships and the boosters. So there we go. Continuing along here, I do want to, again, thank some of the people with some tremendous support here. Justin Davenport, sounds familiar, with a $150 tip. Here's a little addition to Jack's Bacon Fund. Go Starship. I'm sure Jack appreciates that. Cameron with the 160 Australian dollars. Frank Green, drink bottles are hard to drink from. Thank you very much for the message and for all of the support there as well. So many of you being so kind and so generous. It's really appreciated. New Black with a €200 tip, which is another way you can support us, tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Amazing stream, guys. 20 TVs in our office tuned in. Special shout out to Adrian as your SME. We love the detailed info. New Black, thank you. And Adrian, we love having your commentary as well, especially as we get closer to your first ever launch. And it just so happens to be the most powerful rocket in the world. Stock Garden with more support, another $100 super chat. Let's go. Artificial Reef incoming, which, yes, that's actually a very good point that we should probably address there. So, Adrian, what is going to happen with this booster after it flies and does its kind of boost back burn? What are we expecting to have off the coast right near you?
Yeah, what we will see is a partial boost back burn, where it will come a bit more towards us as it was if it just wouldn't perform that. But it will not go all the way to our spec, where you would, for example, go if you would wanted to catch this booster using the chopsticks. It will only use a partial boost back and then perform a landing burn. That landing burn is about 20 seconds long, and after that they will perform it will be a soft splashdown in the best case in the Gulf of Mexico, where the booster will splash down in the water, and then they will try, based on FAA documentation, different ways to sink the booster. They will try to open vents, and then, if that doesn't work, try to change the orientation of the booster so the water flows into the booster so that booster sinks. And if these two things don't work, they will shoot it to sink it. So they have a backup plan for a backup plan.
Yes, the launch license specifically states that they can use firearms if needed to sink it. But a reminder, when it does sink, it is not the it's not like we're polluting the waters or anything there. That is actually intentionally designed, and many former rocket stages and boosters that are at the bottom of the Gulf or of oceans are now used as artificial reefs for the local wildlife. So just wanted to make a note of that, and also the reference in that tip there to the reefs as well. And also a support here from Peter Shaw with the $50 tip saying, I missed SN15's flight by 15 minutes. 2 years later, get to see my first live Starship launch. Thanks to all of NSF for fostering the interest and knowledge in aerospace. Ad Astra, ad Historia. Absolutely, yes. Thank you as well for your support and for everyone who is coming through as we continue to count down below T minus 40 minutes now until the scheduled T0 time. So we do have a window that we are currently in. Ian, do we have you back? And if so, what is the remaining launch window? So how long could they continue to go if something were to come up?
Yeah, I hope you do have me back now. The window is going to be going until 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So given that the time right now is 7:41 Central Time, we have just under 2 hours until the window closes. So even if they do need to hold a little bit here, so we're coming up now, excuse me, so we're coming up now on T minus 38 minutes. Even if they do have to hold a little bit, they still have a little bit of margin and a little bit of wiggle room to work with within this launch window. So still plenty of time to, in case they come in with any issues.
All right. Which again, hopefully they don't, but considering that this is a test flight and this is the first time that we have gone into an actual attempt at a liftoff, it is possible that we could see holds of even just a couple of minutes. So just want to make people aware that that is possible. Um, all right, let's see what else we have. Some other questions that we can get answered here for you. Uh, let's see. What is the plan for the splashdown for the ship? We talked a little bit about the booster coming back near Starbase. What about the ship itself, and what can we expect there?
Yeah, so the ship will perform a bit of a hard splashdown because there will not be like the belly flop and then re-end, like they will not perform a horizontal flip maneuver, and they will just let the ship splash down into the Pacific Ocean. And yeah, that will be, if they get to that point, amazing. But there will we will not see a move where the ship will be used. This ship will for sure not survive this mission. That's the sad reality.
Right, and it is important to note that is planned. It is not that we are expecting that it's unexpected that it might crash or anything. This is part of SpaceX's plan and part of the license plan that they have approved with the FAA that both the booster and the ship will splash down with no attempt at recovery. Uh, Continuing along here with more questions, let's get one over to you, Ian. Are they still expected to perform the belly flop?
Yes, so according to SpaceX documentation, they are performing a belly flop. Now, they are not performing the engine reignition to do the flip and burn. They're just going to belly flop straight into the Pacific. So that is if they make it through reentry. So if they make it through reentry, they're just going to continue on the horizontal descent, much like they did with early ships, but without any form of landing. So that's what we should be expecting about an hour and a half after liftoff.
All right, and that is something we'll absolutely keep an eye on. And a reminder that, as you said, there is no entry burn, right? It's just going to come back down because of the trajectory.
Yeah, there is no deorbit burn. There's no, after the Raptors shut off at Seco about 9 minutes after liftoff, there is no more burns. There are no more burns of the Raptors during flight.
That is good and important to note there as we continue along here. So the vehicle itself, though, it does have those heat shield tiles on one side. That is the black side, right, Adrian? And that's part of the ship.
Yes, the black side is that's the shielded side for the for the protection system. The whole black side is basically for re-entry. That's the way how the ship would reorient itself during re-entry to survive the re-entry. These tiles are for these heat protection. But again, we'll see how that holds up. We saw on previous static fires and also on previous flights, like these shorter flights, that sometimes some of these tiles came off. So we'll see if they learned from that, if the tiles will all stick on, if some of them might be loose. So that's also a watch item that not only we have, but I bet SpaceX also has, because it's very interesting for them to see how the heat shield performs. It's very crucial that the heat shield performs well over the long period of time, as it is kind of necessary to achieve the reusability goals of Starship.
Exactly. That is one of the significant test milestones that, if they get that far, that they hope to accomplish. And a reminder that as of right now, their goal is to get to T-0, which according to the official timeline says excitement guaranteed, and emphasizes that anything beyond that is, quote, best case scenario. So that's what they would be hoping for. Elon Musk has said in the past that the main goal, of course, is to not destroy Stage 0, which is all the ground infrastructure. But one of the key milestones to keep an eye out for is Max Q. Ian, can you explain what Max Q is and why that's so important?
Yeah, so max Q is the moment of maximum dynamic stress on the vehicle. Basically, the moment where it's going through the peak aerodynamic stresses that it will experience during flight. Now, this is happening today at around T plus 55 seconds. And so, what's going to happen at that point is basically the vehicle is pushing so hard against the atmosphere, it can't get the atmosphere out of the way quickly enough. So, it's getting maximum aerodynamic pressure on it. And that's a really, really big milestone in any rocket launch, especially a test launch like Starship today, because it is a major validation of the structure of the vehicle. Now, if the vehicle passes through max Q, that means that they did their structural calculations correctly. And it is really, really, really a significant moment in a test flight. I think that if they make it through max Q today, it will be a treasure trove of data for them to go through. So max Q is a major milestone in flight.
Exactly. So that's why we're keeping an eye out for that significant milestone there as well. And that's why it's such a major part of that timeline. Of course, one of the big things would be getting to stage separation as well, which, Adrian, do we know how the stage separation is expected to work on this flight?
Yeah, based on information that Elon shared with Tim Dodd in an interview, it will appear that they will perform some sort of kick maneuver where they basically bring the ship and the booster on different kind of rotations. So it's very similar to actually how they deploy Starlinks right now. It's more about movement and rotation than about any sort of explosive or any sort of piston that drives the stages out of each other. So yeah, it will be mostly based on a probably like kick rotation movement, but we will see how that exactly works. I'm very curious how this maneuver will play out.
Exactly. I think all of us are. That'll be exciting to watch. And I do want to acknowledge some impressive support coming in here from Justin with the $500 super chat, saying, "Been watching NSF since SN8. Thanks for everything you do and all the great content. Can't wait to see this giant fly. Bacon's on me." We are so appreciative, Justin. The support that everyone has given us is unbelievably insane and unbelievably appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is with the support from people like you that we can do what we are able to do every day and provide you 24/7 camera feeds from Starbase, to provide you multi-views, and to provide you this coverage today. So thank you so much, and we genuinely, genuinely mean that. Thank you. And to everyone who's watching, we appreciate your support as well. Just watching, liking, and sharing is a major support for the channel as well. Getting some really good views here of the booster getting frosty. I did see a question from one of the members asking, how much fuel are we expected to see loaded into the vehicle, Ian?
Yes, we're expecting a nearly maximum propellant load. Now, in every launch vehicle, there's going to be a little bit of, I guess, void space above the liquid propellant. That's to account for boil off and things like that. So we should be expecting a full, if not nearly full, propellant load. Now, during the wet dress rehearsal, it didn't look like it was completely filled. Again, this could be that void space I was talking about that is present on every launch vehicle, or they could be slightly underfilling the tanks just for a bit of safety and have a little bit of margin there as they're learning to work with this new launch vehicle.
Exactly. And also important that they have the vehicle fully fueled, because as of now, we do not know, and there is not expected to be any payload on board, right?
Yeah, there's no payload on board that we know of. There could be like little mementos, little like trinkets that they added on, but there's nothing official that we've heard of, and absolutely no useful payloads, like no satellites on board.
And just to point out this time milestone, we are now below 30 minutes to the launch of Starship.
Unbelievable. I cannot wait.
I can't believe the time is finally here. It is getting that much closer, and it is feeling real. So let's take a quick look while we have a second then at the timeline of what still remains in the countdown. Next up, we are expecting the Booster Raptor engine chill coming up. T-minus 16 minutes and 40 seconds, so about 13 minutes from right now. That is, again, chilling down the 33 Raptor V2 engines at the bottom of the vehicle, and that is getting them cooled down so that once you get the fuel going through it, they don't experience insane thermal shock and are able to get that thrust up and running. After that will be the fluid interface vent down sequence at T-minus 40 seconds, getting everything pressurized ahead of flight there, which we then should get the go for launch shortly after, ending with the liftoff at T0. Now, of interesting note is that the engine ignition sequence is at T-minus 8 seconds. So why is it taking 8 seconds, and what is the process of the ignition sequence, Adrian?
Yeah, based on what we saw with the static fire, they will not ignite all Raptor engines at the same moment. What they will do instead is ignite them in stages. They will basically power them up, not one by one, but more in groups. And then at the end, since this is also still a long sequence, they will probably perform basically a static fire. It will basically be a situation where they will have the hold down still active, throttle the engines up to 90%, and then once the launch commit criteria are all green, once the engines are all looking good, then they will command the launch clamps to release. And yeah, after that, there's no way back.
Yeah, once it lifts off, hopefully it will continue on its flight. Now, there is another vent, it looks like, coming from the top of Ship 24, right in between the chopsticks there, which we talk about those metal things there, calling them the chopsticks. For those who don't know, Ian, what are chopsticks?
Yes, the chopsticks are those two grabby arms they just pointed out there, Sawyer. Now, those are actually multi-purpose. So first off, the only purpose we've seen them perform so far is stacking of the vehicles on the orbital launch mount. So first off, they will grab the booster, stack the booster on the orbital pad, grab the Starship, and then stack Starship on top of the booster. We've seen them do that multiple times, and they seem to be great at it. It's a very effective system that doesn't have people at the pad required to stack the vehicles. Now, also what they're going to be doing in the future, this will likely be several orbital flights down the line, actually, they will attempt to catch the booster. Now, what will happen there is the chopsticks will become almost fully closed, and the booster will basically attempt to land on the chopsticks. Now, there are two grabbing points on the top of the booster that are used for lifting it. Those will also be the catch points. And we will likely not see a booster catch attempt for several flights, but we will definitely be on the lookout for that, and that will be very exciting to see.
Oh, yes. That will be down the line, as you mentioned, way down the line, but not expected to be attempted in any way, shape, or form on today's test flight. Chardy, with the very generous support of 50 euro, thank you very much. Watching since Starhopper until Static Fire Test 1. Appreciate you watching, and yes, perfectly said. Enjoy this moment, everyone. Enjoy this moment. Let's rock and roll. And Martin with the $200 support as well, saying thank you for all you do. Super excited for a SpaceX launch this morning. And we are just as excited as you are, in case you can't tell, as the countdown is continuing and proceeding. As of right now, the scheduled T0, 8:18 a.m. Central Time, with the window extending until 9:30 a.m. Central Time if needed. Paul coming in as well here with a $200 super chat. My first NSF Live was Hopper's Flight. It's been a fun ride. Thank you guys. And thank you for sticking with us for all that time. We appreciate everyone that is continuing to join us here. And I do want to point out we are getting word from SpaceX Mission Control that as of now, all remains go in their current countdown.
I mean, just to talk about this countdown, because we are right now in a situation where we shortly have that time. They just, even if they abort now, this was a incredibly clean attempt up until this point. Like this is the first time they are trying to launch this, and they are all the way through already to 25 minutes. This is very clean so far. They are doing
Exactly.
great.
And a very important update as well, we are hearing that weather is currently green or go. At this point, the winds may pick up a little bit later on, but it is currently within limits. Again, this is according to SpaceX, not to the official range itself. We are hearing that the range is almost clear, though. There is currently a boat that is within the violation zone, but is in the process of being cleared, and we are hoping that that is cleared by the schedule T0. So
Really
as
hope
of now,
so.
we're hearing that it seems like it's not a big deal at the moment. As mentioned, also again, all continues to be go so far. I still can't believe that all is go at this point. While we're
Yeah.
talking about those keep out zones, Ian, what exactly are note Mars and note Tams, and why is it so important that we're keeping these ranges clear?
Yeah, so like you said, sorry, these are absolutely critical. So note Mars, which are notices to mariners, are basically outlines of ocean area where they're saying, hey, do not go here. If you do go here, you are going to get fined and probably get your boating license revoked. Now, those keep out areas are certain areas where SpaceX and the FAA and the Coast Guard all agree, hey, in a worst case scenario, if the vehicle goes off course or if, worst case scenario, it explodes, this is where the debris is going to fall in a worst case scenario. So they clear out all that area, and there's no boaters in there. There's also NOTAMs filed, notices to air missions, which are basically Note Mars but for planes. So it's airspace that they clear out. No planes are allowed in there, and the FAA is responsible for dealing with those. Now, like you said, Sawyer, there is a boat in the range that is a violation of the Note Mar, so the Coast Guard is taking care of that right now. That boater will probably face a significant fine, and that's why those are essential to keep people safe. You don't want to have any debris risking impact on a plane, on a boat, anything like that. You want no risks to human lives at all during this mission.
Exactly, you're getting a look at some of those restricted areas before, and now a look at the current planned flight path, as we are now hearing that the Ship 24 methane header tank load is underway. Adrian, what are the header tanks on Ship 24?
Yeah, the header tanks will down the line be used for de-landing burns because they will prevent, for example, splashing around in the tanks. Because if you have, imagine if you all put all your propellant only in one tank, then you will have a situation that during the flip burn maneuver, you will have propellants flying around in the ship, which means they're not there where you need them to ignite the engines or keep them fed with propellants. That's why you have the header tanks. It's basically a way to have compressed, non-flying around propellants for the support of the landing burns. They are filling them here probably because it's part of the flow. Again, they will not need them as they are not performing a landing burn, but they're probably still wanted to test them, still wanted to make that part of this this whole test.
Right, that is important to note that while it may not be used, they are progressing with everything that you would expect in a full Starship integrated flight countdown. So that will hopefully be used, as you mentioned, down the line. For now, though, it seems like it might just be to help balance out the mass of the vehicle and get basically an idea of once you do load propellants on board and plan to try and land it, what are the aerodynamics, how will it fly, and what we can expect to see. Uh, we are continuing along now with the countdown as we are approaching T minus 21 minutes now and counting. This is not like Falcon 9 where we have a T minus 20-minute vent. Uh, at this point, though, we do occasionally see some vents coming from either the ship or the booster. Ian, why would we be seeing vents, little vents here and there?
Yes, you're seeing little vents here and there to stabilize the tank pressure. So, like we said before, the Starship is filled with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Now, those are very, very, very cold propellants. They don't like being liquid, so they will boil off naturally. Now, as they boil off, they turn, of course, into gas, which is a much higher pressure than the liquid is. Now, in order to keep the tanks at a stable pressure so they don't burst or leak or anything. They vent pressure every now and then, and that's those little puffs of gas that you see coming out of the vehicle. It's just venting off normal amounts of gaseous propellants that boil off. It's totally normal, something we're going to see up until the last few moments of the countdown. So something to keep an eye on there.
Yeah, speaking of that kind of boiling off and the gas that we're seeing there, you can see the frost continuing to build on both the booster on the bottom there and ship 24 at the top. Adrian, for those who don't know, what is that frost that we see on the outside of the vehicle, and why are we seeing two distinct frost lines?
Yeah, so the booster is basically has two tanks. One is for methane, one is for liquid oxygen. Both are cryo-cooled, which means they are very, very cold. As soon as they come out in contact with the tank wall, because on Starship the tank wall, the tank wall is the wall. Like there's no tank inside of this. It's just this tank wall. As soon as basically they come in contact with them on the inner side, it creates frost on the outer side as they are getting so cool. Basically the atmosphere cools on them and they start to freeze up. And that's what we see. And we see both tanks right now being freezed up, and you can basically see the level where the oxygen and the methane are right now. You can see it rise as it comes in contact with the tank wall.
And we are expecting to see that fully frosty, especially there on Booster 7 at the bottom. So that'll give you a good idea as well as we continue to progress with the fueling about how far along we are as we continue to count down to an approximate T0 of 8:18 a.m. Central Time, which is just about 18 and a half minutes from now, which is still hard to believe.
Yeah, we are under 20 minutes of this attempt.
Right, I can't believe it.
How is this real?
We are. Believe it.
It's so close.
Yeah, and along those lines, Crafty Geek with the $125 tip saying sit/stand desk fund for Adrian. Excitement is palpable over audio. How does it feel that now we're T-minus 20-ish minutes away from what could be your first ever launch?
Yeah, I want to thank Das for ordering me a headset with an extra long cable. It is really needed so far. It gives me the mobility that is needed here. It's it's insane. I am so excited for this. I hope it goes. I hope it goes.
You're welcome, Adrian.
Thank you.
Again, Adrian, if this goes off, you are going to have the best first launch experience ever among anyone.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. How's it going? It looks like everything continues to tick along here, huh, y'all?
Yes, Das. Everything's continuing to go pretty well so far up to this point. Everything appears to be on time. The last that we've heard from SpaceX is that everything is proceeding as planned.
Excellent. We're up here monitoring everything that's going on. We still have all the cameras going. I know we keep switching around from all these fantastic shots, but y'all are doing great. I will not detract from all the thanks and all the commentary y'all are doing.
Well, we appreciate you jumping in and helping to keep all of the cameras and everything up and running so we can get it both for the people watching right now as well as the Red Team and Above members who can watch the multi-view with all the different cameras that we're cycling through. And also want to thank Spambot for their $100 super chat as well, saying go Starship. So appreciate that as we continue to get into the count. We are now hearing from SpaceX that booster teams are working a pressurization issue at this point. Those are the only details that we have at the moment. Waiting to see if we get any more updates on that. So we are keeping an ear out and an eye out for that, and if that will affect our T0. But I do want to say in the meantime, as this is all getting super frosty and we have the full stack getting closer to liftoff, you too can own your version of a full stack in the form of a plushie. You have the ship and the booster full stack plushies that are available now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's perfect to point out that they are Velcro together so you can separate them, and you'll be able to have your own separation of the ship and booster. You see all the engines on the bottom there. Again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
And we are getting another update from SpaceX that they just said that if the teams cannot resolve this issue with the booster, they will treat this as a wet dress rehearsal. But they are working a booster issue right now, and basically it sounds like they will go all the way through. and then if they solve it, they will go for it. If they don't solve it, this will be a WDR.
Yes, and a reminder that this window does continue until 9:30 a.m. Central Time, which is currently 8:04 a.m. Central Time. So they still have about an hour and a half to work this and any other issues that may continue to come up in the count. We are being told, though, that the orbital launch mount clamps and the quick disconnect are being configured for liftoff, which Ian, I'll pass this to you. What are the OLM clamps and this QD that we're talking about?
Yeah, so first off, the OLM clamps are the things physically holding Starship and Super Heavy to the pad right now. So there are 20 different hold down clamps around the inner edge of the orbital launch mount. Now, those are connected to the base of the Super Heavy booster, and they're holding up the weight of Starship and Super Heavy right now. Now, right at liftoff, those are going to disconnect and rapidly retract into the orbital launch mount to give the booster some clearance to get away. Now, these quick disconnects that they're talking about, those are the booster and ship quick disconnects. Now, the ship the ship quick disconnect, you can see right at the bottom of your screen. That is supplying the ship with liquid methane and liquid oxygen right now. But right down there on the orbital launch mount itself, you can see the booster quick disconnect, and that is also doing the same for the booster, supplying it with liquid oxygen, liquid methane, electricity, some data relays, and things like that. Now, those right at liftoff are going to disconnect. The booster quick disconnect will retract into that hood you can see, and it'll shut, while the ship quick disconnect will, of course, disconnect from the ship and then rapidly swing away on the launch tower. So we're going to be looking for that right at liftoff, and that is where we're sitting right now.
Yes, as you mentioned, those will retract away from the vehicle, releasing essentially any connection to the ground support equipment in the ground systems, or as it's sometimes called, Stage 0, before hopefully lifting off and continuing on the trajectory of the scheduled flight. Which, while we're waiting here as they continue to work on a pressurization issue, now might be a good time to go over, if we do get to a T0 today, what is the expected flight plan for the rest of this vehicle? Ian, do you want to take that?
I was just looking at some things in the back channel real quick.
All right. Adrian, do you have a moment then? If you want, we can go over the look at what's expected after T0, which, again, we are waiting an official T0 time as they continue to work this pressurization issue.
Sure, we can go over the timeline. So basically, after the booster and the ship lift off, they will have reach max Q at about 55 seconds, which is the maximum mechanical stress on the rocket. At 2 minutes and 49 seconds, we will have booster main engine cutoff, hopefully, and stage separation. And then at 2 minutes and 57 seconds, we will have Starship ignition for a burn all the way over so they can get to Hawaii. That burn would last until 9 minutes and 20 seconds. And after 90 minutes, that's the plan, Starship would reach the Pacific Ocean.
Very good. We saw a little vent there coming out the side, evening out the pressurization within the tanks on board Booster 7, which you have the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane tanks that are being filled. A reminder, that is being filled on both the ship and the booster currently. You can see the levels based off of where that frost line is currently. Now, we talked about how the booster is going to be coming back and returning at some point. We did have a question that came in that was asking, there are grid fins on the vehicle that they kind of look like waffles, is the way I describe it, similar to what's used on Falcon 9 to help steer it, but why are they extended right now, and are they expected to fold? You can see them right there underneath Ship 24.
Yes, so those are not going to fold in. So the grid fins on Super Heavy, partially because they're so large and partially because they don't want the complications that would be added by folding them in, the grid fins are extended for the entire flight process. In fact, they're extended from the moment they're installed until the moment it lands. Now, that is because, of course, like I said, the grid fins are very large, they're very heavy, but the main thing is SpaceX is trying to simplify this vehicle as much as possible. Having folding grid fins is not only something that can break, but also that is just added mass, and you really don't want to have any unnecessary mass. So that, along with the fact that the grid fins are in the center of the vehicle, means they don't really have any aerodynamic effects during flight. So it really doesn't have any major effects on the vehicle anyway. So just losing a bit of complication, bit of added mass, and that's why there's no folding grid fins.
All right. Yes. Good to note there. And we will expect to see that, hopefully, if it takes off. Again, at this very moment, we are currently awaiting SpaceX working to fix a pressurization issue at this point. We do not have exactly how long that is going to take or a new T0 yet. The window does extend until 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So another hour and 20 minutes from now. So there is still time to work on it and still time to fix it. We will continue to keep you updated as we get more details of the nature of the pressurization issue.
Well, for your awareness, now Dot's done it.
Also important to note here is that we have heard from John Innsbrucker with SpaceX that if for some reason they are unable to resolve, they will count this as a wet dress rehearsal and go with all the rest of the procedures that they would go through a countdown, just basically without the final T0 without actually lifting off. So we will continue to watch and hope, though, that they will have time to resolve this within the window. Which, here's an interesting question that we've had a couple times. I do want to bring up again. If they're not targeting a specific orbit or a specific rendezvous point, why do we have a launch window? Why can't they go all day? Adrian?
Well, it takes effort and time to completely close a range. Basically, if they would be able to go all day, that would mean you have to clear the airspace here all day. That would mean you have to clear that marine path all day, not only here, but also in the Pacific. So you basically have a lot of implications on a lot of different areas. So there's probably a middle ground where they're like, you get this window, but we cannot just reserve this all for you for just 12 hours straight. And
we have official word.
We have an update. If I may, we have a scrub.
Yes, according to SpaceX, the flight director has called a scrub on the liftoff portion of today's attempt. But again, they are going to proceed and continue this as a wet dress rehearsal. So that means they will continue with the countdown as if they were going to a T0, but there is not going to be a liftoff today.
Yep, no liftoff. They will just do a wet dress rehearsal and then stop the clocks before the engines ignite. But they got close. They got close. So, next time.
Right, and it is important to note that this is not a failure of any kind. This is not a bad thing. It's actually it can be a good thing. And if nothing else, it's definitely a learning experience, right, Ian?
Oh yeah, for sure. They just took, they got very far in the process. Now we of course have to wait and see how much of the propellant can they get, how big is the issue they had, how fast can this be fixed before they probably will confirm a new day where they target all of this. But they got close. It was only minutes away before they called the scrub here, and yeah, we will see how the week plans out from here on.
Yeah, I mean, for a first flight of a pretty much brand new rocket, I'd say this was a good first attempt. Of course, it's not the outcome that we're looking for or we were hoping for, but teams are still getting a phenomenal amount of data on how the ground support worked, how the ship and booster system worked, of course, how their assets worked, of course, like the mission control, the Coast Guard, the FAA, the WB-57 all coming together for this. So it was a great, great test of everything, and I'm sure the next attempt is going to be even better.
Exactly. Up note, the launch license for this particular one had launch dates available of the 17th, 18th, and 19th. That does not mean that those are the next dates that they will take, so that does not mean that we have a guaranteed attempt on the 18th, and that doesn't rule out future launch dates, such as the highly anticipated 20th, which I know Elon has teased before. We are getting told from SpaceX that teams will hold, and again, as we mentioned, go for the scrub at T-minus 10 seconds, which is normal for a wet dress rehearsal, excuse me. The only issue was a pressurization issue. So this will be a good way to test all of the rest of the procedures. And again, that is the update from SpaceX, that they're going to continue to test the rest of the procedures until T-minus 10 seconds, and that up to this point, the only issue they encountered was this pressurization issue. And we will also keep an ear out to see if there is any update on when we might get a new launch date, and that is all dependent as well on the exact nature of this pressurization issue. Excuse me. Right? There's a lot of factors that will go into determining this next date. Correct?
Yes,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
there are many things what can influence the next date. And just to point it out again, like they need this pressurization because there's usually like a certain pressure in a certain operating way, how you start up a rocket, how it works, how you feed the engines. And if that is not correct, you cannot go. It's just it's a very minor thing in the end, but today it was the reason that Starship will not go to space.
Yes, and a reminder, even though we may not be launching right now, the test is ongoing. They will continue, we are told, to the T-minus 10-second mark. Normally they would hold at T-minus 40 seconds during the wet dress rehearsal. They are not going to do that today, so they will continue through to T-minus 10 seconds and scrub, which will likely be followed by detanking. So Ian, what would be the rest of the procedure if we were continuing to, what should we expect, I guess, until T-minus 10 seconds?
Yeah, so there's going to be a few things coming up. Basically, just getting the vehicle situated and ready for flight. So at 16 minutes, which we have passed already, we would begin the Raptor chill on the booster. That's likely underway right now as well. T-minus 40 seconds would be the next major milestone. That's when they begin to vent down all the fluids on board the vehicle. So final vents of the tanks, final vents of the GSE, get everything then sealed up and ready for flight. Coming down to T-minus 8 seconds, which will not happen today, they would have began starting up the Raptor engines. Now, this would be a staggered ignition, meaning they don't ignite all 33 at once, because that would be a very, very sudden acceleration and very sudden force on the base of the vehicle. So instead, they ignite the engines one at a time, several milliseconds apart. It's pretty tough to tell with your own eye. But so that'd be 8 seconds right before liftoff, they would begin igniting the engines. They will begin ramping up to full thrust ahead of liftoff, and if everything looked good on the vehicle, they would have lifted off at T0. But unfortunately, like we said, they are scrubbing for the day due to a pressurization issue on the vehicle. And we'll keep you all updated if we hear anything on future launch dates.
Yeah, as well as they continue on this test, we'll keep an ear out to see if any other potential issues may pop up. But again, regardless, they are not going to launch today. So, in terms of emptying the vehicle, which right now we see that it is still very frosty and very full of these propellants, so it is still a very active vehicle right now. But what is the deal with detanking, and what is the deal as well in terms of the amount of fuel that they would be able to save and what they have as a backup for a future attempt? Adrian?
Sorry, there were people moving around here on the roof. Could you repeat that question for me quickly, please?
Sure. While right now the vehicle, of course, is cold and fueled still, once that's done, what will the detank procedure look like, and can any of this fuel be saved?
They will try to save a lot of this fuel. That's why they have the recondenser mechanism. The recondenser is basically exactly that. It tries to recondense some of the big, too hot gases again into
I'm sorry to
the
interrupt for
liquid.
one quick second. I will let you finish that in just a second. We have a tweet from Elon saying a pressurant valve appears to be frozen. So unless it starts operating, no launch today. So it appears that a valve was frozen was the issue. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there. Just wanted to give that update. As for the wet dress rehearsal portion, the booster propellant load is complete, and the ship propellant load is wrapping up as they top off the header tanks. Excuse me.
And that's a very good reason to interrupt me, because we need these updates. And again, it was a good attempt. And yes, they will try to save as much fuel as they possibly can, and because it's not easy to get fuel here. And once that is done, they then will probably perform one final big vent where they release all the gaseous part of, for example, the liquid oxygen, which is there's like a part which you can no longer save. There's a part that is just you need to let that out as gas, and once that is done, the vehicle will be depressurized and then probably repressurized with ambient pressure to have complete structural stability, and then it's completely safe.
So, Adrian, hey, I got a question. How many tankers do they need to roll out there to replenish the tank farm, what they use today?
I know there's people that have the exact number, but if I remember correctly, it was about 120 tankers.
120 tankers.
Depending on the liquid,
Exactly
of course.
what they did and what they reclaimed and stuff, yeah. Good grief. How are we looking, Sawyer?
As of right now, they are in the T-minus 40-second and holding mark of the wet dress rehearsal. Again, the launch portion of today appears to have been scrubbed, although the latest tweet from Elon Musk, again, saying a pressurant valve appears to be frozen, so unless it starts operating soon, no launch today. And they had originally stated they would not be holding at T-minus 40 seconds, but we are being told now from SpaceX that they are in a T-minus 40-second hold. So we are continuing to keep an eye on these latest updates that we are still getting. Again, the vehicle still fully frosty and almost fully fueled. We are now getting the update that we will hold here for a bit, according to SpaceX, and run to T-minus 10 seconds. So we will take this countdown to T-minus 10 seconds. Engine ignition is somewhere between T-minus 8 and 6 seconds, so we will not get to that point. Again, making this a wet dress rehearsal.
Did anybody say the line, Sawyer?
Which one? It's better to be...
Scrubs, not Ruds?
Yeah.
No, Sawyer's got it. Sawyer's got it.
It's better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground.
Bingo! There we go.
It is a true statement, unfortunately. Fortunately, unfortunately.
Fortunately, unfortunately. I mean, everybody up here was so excited. Like, literally, Adrian was jumping around. It feels like a big letdown. I know everybody was so excited to see this thing go, but this is still progress for SpaceX. They've never launched this vehicle before. Look at the frost on the side. We've seen the frost on the side, but every time they do this, they learn about it. This isn't like, oh, we're going to spend 20 years before we ever try to launch it. SpaceX loves to get real data, and that's what they did today. Now, is the data going to say that somebody needs to go out there and bang on that valve with a hammer? Hopefully not. But SpaceX is going to turn this around into actionable information. And the next time we see this, maybe something else, but this rocket is going to go at some point.
Oh, we are excited for this rocket to go. And again, we will keep an ear out for any potential updates on when a T0 might be. And look at this view that we have here. This fantastic view on the top of the Margaritaville Hotel there, which, Das, I believe you're over there as well at the moment, right?
It is. We're all up here on the roof. We've been over here for weeks now working with the hotel, installing a bunch of infrastructure, not just for this launch, but here to stay. We've got a lot of permanent things that we put over here to support everything that's happening at Starbase. But it really is like the reason we chose this hotel is because you can see Starbase. And it has a ton of rooms that are sort of the south-facing rooms. So if you want to come and see a launch, you can get a south-facing room. And we even have, like if you ask, there's a map of the rooms that can see Starbase. And most of the rooms above the 5th floor have a direct line of sight over to the launch pad. So anyways, it's Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island. They just renovated it. Actually, there's some floors that aren't even done being renovated yet. Even if you get a room on the other side, and you can't see it. You're looking north. You can go down and hang out at the pool, and then when it's T-minus 10 minutes because you're listening to our stream, which we appreciate, you can walk over to the beach and you can see the rocket, the launch pad right up the beach. So, anyways, one more time, do that exclamation point hotel in chat for the fine folks at Margaritaville, South Padre Island, the place where we are right now, literally, probably the place you want to be too.
Exactly, hosting our entire team there as well as Michael's tracking rig. Which you saw in the shot there. So all of that, thanks again to the people at the Margaritaville Hotel there. We have some more amazing support that has come in, even with the scrub here. We have Canch with the 100 Australian dollars saying, awesome coverage as always. Thank you, NSF. Been watching Starship since Starhopper. Go SpaceX, go Starship. We absolutely appreciate that. Mark Rented coming in here with a very specific $477 super chat here, which immensely generous, saying Godspeed Starship and thank you NSF for providing this indispensable service from the X7 finance community. Mark Renton, thank you again very much for the support. It really is appreciated, and it goes to helping us set up the infrastructure that we now have on top of the Margaritaville Hotel, to the people that we have now at the sites, to all of this content that we're able to bring you, including our multi-view of all of our different cameras that we have there for members that are Capcom and above. Thank you. That's how we are able to do this, is with support like that. So,
Sawyer, we
yes.
need to name the camera up here on the hotel, right?
Oh, yes, we do. You're
like
right.
a contest. We need some ideas in chat on what we could actually name the camera, because I can't say Margaritaville Resort South Padre Island camera every time we talk about the camera. We need like a Margaritaville themed camera name. Toss some ideas in chat for me. The marketing
Jimmy
guy was
Buffett
over here
cam?
like, yeah, something like that. I don't know if I want to call it the Jimmy Buffett cam.
No,
The 5
definitely
o'clock
not.
cam, the parrot cam, the somewhere cam. I don't know.
Ooh, somewhere cam.
Paradise Cam for Cheeseburger in Paradise.
There you, or just the cheeseburger cam. I'm hungry right now.
Oh, I haven't had breakfast. Don't make me hungry.
I wonder if this, by the way, will now result in Elon getting his favorite day as the potential next day. I mean, it's not impossible. Just saying.
The day's coming up. I mean, it's there on the calendar. It's just right there to be launched on.
Also seeing Salted Rim Cam, by the way.
Oh, Salted Rim Cam. Interesting.
Couple more messages. Couple of messages of support here that I do want to hit before we continue on as well. Juan Lambers with the €50 super chat. Thank you very much for that. As we were talking about the pressure valve that's frozen, he's asking any ideas what might have caused that now and not during the last wet dress rehearsal. Any idea what that might be? What could have happened? Because when was the last wet dress rehearsal anyway? Out of remembrance here.
Oh, it was about a month ago. I don't know the exact date, unless Adrian or Doss does, but
not the exact date, but yeah, the thing is, the weather might be different, the temperature might be different. You might have a bit of different conditions, and that already can move things in a different direction during the countdown. And in the end, it only takes one valve. It only takes one little valve that doesn't work, or one thing that is slightly off. Because yeah, if these things don't work, you are not going to space. You will probably lose your vehicle. So better safe than sorry.
I'm telling you, these hydrogen rockets are just so complicated. Wait, what?
Wait,
It's a
hang on,
methane
what?
rocket? Wait a second. You mean rockets are just complicated all around? Sorry, I had to.
It's not the fuel. It's the rocket.
It's not the fuel.
As much as we make fun of Hydrolox, which is liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, which does tend to leak occasionally, we'll say, for example, on a big orange rocket, it is still rocket science. As much as we try and simplify it for you and bring it to all of you, it is not rocket science. It is rocket science.
It is rocket
me.
science.
Yes. So things can go wrong and do go wrong, and most importantly, though, we learn from it and we identify it before we start flying.
Yeah, and remember, Sawyer, it's not the rocket science that's hard. I mean, rocket science is hard, but it's the rocket engineering that's hard. It's
that looks like
building a rocket.
Deluge.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
deluge test.
Nice.
Or FireX.
Yes,
That's the
that was
FireX, yeah.
That was a test of the FireX system. They do not have a full deluge system, but the FireX is kind of like basically a very large fire extinguisher in a way that's meant to assist ahead of liftoff, correct? Is that a good way of explaining it?
Yeah, yep. And given that the FireX went off and now it has shut down, I think that kind of brings us to the end of the wet dress rehearsal. So it seems like they've had a good conclusion to their test. They got out of the T-minus 40-second hold and made it down to T-minus 10 seconds.
Exactly. We were not expecting ignition there. As you can see, this was scrubbed, but we were expecting them to take the countdown to T-minus 10 seconds, and that is in line with getting down to the T-minus 10 second mark with the activation of the FireX system.
Yep, and again, if we were going ahead for a launch today, which again, it has been scrubbed today, but if we were going ahead with the launch, we would expect to have Raptor engine ignition beginning at T-minus 8 seconds. So about 2 seconds after the test ended today, we would have expected to have engine startup. Again, of course, that has been scrubbed due to a valve issue, and we look forward to finding out future dates.
Yes, which, by the way, Adrian, what exactly is the Fire-X system? Because we're used to just seeing rainbirds pour down water on something like a Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy.
It's some water spraying down from the OLM. It's that there's a reason why they are probably still working on installing a deluge system in the future. Basically, it's a system that will help them extinguish a bit of fire, suppress probably a bit of power from the engines, but not
Adrian,
that much.
sorry to interrupt. We have a tweet from Elon, a new tweet saying they learned a lot today, but they're now offloading propellant and are retrying in a few days. So
a few days, he says.
That's our current next timeline is a few days. Now, what that means, we don't really know yet.
You know what that means for me?
Yeah,
I'm gonna pack
I know.
up some gear and get some sleep.
Yep, that sounds good.
What do you mean? We got plenty tonight.
Yeah, okay, Adrian.
Yes, definitely get some sleep to the team that's over there at Starbase. They will now begin the offload procedure of fuel, which, as we were talking about before, there are some recondensers that will attempt to try and save some of the propellant to be used again, but that is a lot of propellant on the vehicle.
And also, another thing to mention too is that, like you said, Sawyer, they're going to lose some of the propellant, the liquid oxygen and liquid methane, to boil off over time, as expected. And they're going to need to replenish that in the tank farm. But over the past few days, we've been seeing some tankers dropping off propellants at the suborbital test site. So it seems that they're using that as a bit of a staging site to have some propellant on standby if needed. I would not be surprised over the coming days to start seeing trucks transferring propellant from the suborbital site to the orbital launch site if they are truly using that as a staging ground. So that's something to keep our eyes out on over the next coming days.
Exactly. And again, we will keep an eye out for when exactly that few days may be and what is necessary in terms of refilling the fuel farms and getting them ready for another attempt. I do also want to thank Ali Demirci here for the 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Really appreciate it. If you did get a gifted membership at any point in this stream, definitely make sure you thank them. And if you do have a Red Team membership or above, whether gifted or that you got yourself, you can still check out our multi-view camera just for those members. And in it, you'll be able to see all the different angles as they detank and complete their testing here today. So lots of excitement still going on down there at Starbase despite the scrub. And there's some of those views right now from that multi-view. So that's your little teaser preview of what you can see. And it wipes through. You see we've got 9 cameras on each screen and continuing to cycle through all of the different views, some of which we don't show on air, some of which we don't even show on Starbase Live, which is our 24/7 feed. Oh man, I know it's a little disappointing. Adrian, this was your first in-person launch attempt here, as well as your first in-person scrub, I guess. So first off, welcome to the launch family. Second off, how are you feeling still, even at this point? Speechless, I tell. He's muted at the moment, maybe a little busy with people where he is. There you go.
Yeah, it's a busy roof. So what was the question again, Sawyer?
First off, welcome to the launch scrub family. You've now seen a launch scrub, which I think most of us have at this point. But how are you feeling after the scrub anyway about getting this far in the count?
I mean, it was still a great experience so far. I really being here all day and then in the morning basically rolling out, preparing everything, and well, then don't get any sleep and be here all night on the roof and then commentating this live is an experience that, like, no scrub will destroy that. It's still amazing, and I look forward to do all of that again.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I gotta jump in real quick here. Adrian has been running all over Starbase before, or with me actually, in the truck, out on the beach, to every one of our sites, and Adrian has been an absolute trooper out here. You know, so he didn't come out and just like oh, sit around on the beach or anything. Like, he's carrying stuff and helping us put things in it every single time that we had something that we needed help with. Adrian, you have done a fantastic job. So thank you so much for all the hard work out here.
Thanks for the words, and I can say that I think for everyone here that we are walking basically so many kilometers every day, and yes, I use kilometers. It's really something that it's so much effort that you don't see at first. Like if you're not here and just watch these cameras, there's so much effort that goes into this all day, every day. That you cannot really see if you only see it from the distance. And huge shout outs to especially our people here that do this every day. To Nick, to Mary. It is really sometimes a very hard place to walk around.
So if you want to give a little wave while you're up on the roof. There we go. Yes. So tired and all, he still seemed to be enjoying yourself and enjoying the procedure. Continuing along here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's never going to actually match up because that was like that was one of the tracking cameras. We had multiple tracking cameras up on the roof, and I pointed it towards Adrian so everybody could see the huge grin on his face. Sorry about the mic. That was my fault, y'all. I do have to say, though, Sawyer, again, this was a massive broadcast for us to do. And the entire team, like so many people worked on so many things that it used to be that one of us would have to do. And now we have entire teams of people working on the behind the scenes, the servers, all the graphics that you've seen, right? All coming across the screen, the new countdown things that happen, even the little animations that come across. You've even seen the improvements in our videos too. But there have been so many improvements, and these things are improving because it's a big team of people working on it. So everybody at NASA Spaceflight, whatever you do, whether you're writing articles or whether you're working on graphics or whatever it is, writing scripts for videos, everybody has been doing such a fantastic job out here. And we're able to do it because y'all keep showing up. There's still 181,000 people watching what we're doing here. And we are able to do this because y'all show up. So you know what to do. If you want to get back to this channel for the next attempt, we're going to be here. We're going to roll out every asset that we have at our disposal to cover this for you, to share this experience with you. Click the button to sub to the channel, ring the bell or whatever. You know, you don't have to do that or whatever, but you know how to get back to channels on YouTube that you want to find. And that is what we do here at NSF. These are the experiences we help share. And I'm going to stop talking because I'm not even supposed to be the host right now. Sawyer, back to you.
Thank you, Toss. No, I'm so glad you said that. It really is important. I've only been with this team now for about 9 months, and they've been some of the best 9 months I've ever had here. It is such a phenomenal team that works at NASA Spaceflight round the clock to get you updated on everything going on in the space world, from US to China, from Florida to Starbase to California. Can't forget about the West Coast as well. It's an amazing team effort, so a huge thank you to the entire team. And in particular, I have to give a special shout out to Chris B. Official, who is the brainchild behind this amazing channel here, and for all the work that he continues to do to make it as amazing as it is. And sappy over. Continuing along here, so right now the chopsticks are out or open, those metal lattice-like structures there attached to the tower. I'm sure at some point we'll expect those to go back in. What will happen when those go back in, and how is it being supported at the moment right now, the whole vehicle?
Yeah, so right now Starship is being supported solely from the orbital launch mount. So we talked about them earlier, the 20 launch clamps. They are holding up the super heavy booster from the base. Now, it is basically resting on those clamps. Now, if we were going for a launch today, right at T0, those would disconnect and retract. However, of course, we really don't want that to happen right now because we're not launching today. So those are holding up the weight of the vehicle right now. Now, eventually, when we're going for propellant offloading, the chopsticks are going to come back into place and grab the top of the ship. Now they're going to do that to not only stabilize the stack, but provide a little bit of support here as well, because propellant detanking is a very dynamic time. A lot is changing, a lot is happening, a lot could go wrong at that point. So they give a little bit more support to the ship. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but that will really signify kind of the end of this wet dress rehearsal and the end of this test overall.
Exactly. Yeah, it is important to note that part of the test is also the detanking procedures here, as unfortunately it is rocketry. Rockets will scrub, as was the case today. As we take a look at the people coming back off of one of the boats, I believe, who were out in the approved range to try and watch the launch there. At least they got a good day out on the water, it looks like. So, if nothing else, and we got, again, a frosty rocket. That is absolutely impressive. But as we were mentioning, this is rocketry. Scrubs will happen, so it's also a good test of the procedures, once again, for detanking, safing the vehicle, and for turnaround time of when we'll be able to try to launch this again next, which, again, the word from Elon has been in, quote, the next few days, close quote.
So that will definitely be something to keep on the lookout for.
Exactly. And I do want to mention that I do want to appreciate the people that are with me on air at the moment. That's Ian, Das, and Adrian are the commentators who are joining me, Sawyer, on air. So thank you guys as well for being with me here as we continue to track the first launch attempt of the Starship vehicle that was scrubbed, which turned into a wet dress rehearsal.
Always a pleasure to be here, Sawyer, and I will probably be here for the next launch attempt, so...
Yep, we're not leaving yet. We are continuing to track the procedure. We are waiting for signs of detanking. So, what can we expect to see once detanking begins? What are we looking for?
Yeah, so the first real sign, honestly, is the frost lines going down. So you want to look at the top of the frost on all 4 tanks of the vehicle. Now, they likely will start detanking around the same time. The ship might be a little bit earlier than the booster. So what you're going to notice is the frost lines beginning to slowly go down and melt. That's because, of course, the propellants are being offloaded. There's nothing super cryogenic behind those tank walls to cause that frost to form. That will be the first sign of detanking. We should see a little bit of spooling up from the tank farm as it prepares to accept the detanked propellants and recondense them back into the tanks. And that is basically what we're going to be watching for. Now, of course, the detanking is going to continue. The frost lines will continue to go down. If I'm looking correctly, it looks like the frost line on the ship might be going down a little bit.
I was looking at that near the flap. Yeah, near the top flap there by the chopstick arms.
Yeah, my eyes might be deceiving me. It might be a bit of an uneven frost line to begin with, but it looks like that might be changing. Same with the topmost frost line on the booster. Again, that could just be lighting or a trick of the eyes, but that looks like that might be going down as well. And Alex was saying here in the back channel, yeah, it looks like detanking is currently underway based on the tank farm activity. So seems like we are beginning to finish up for the day, beginning to wrap up on the Starship side. You can see some venting on the top of the ship. Those are coming from the header tanks. Now, the header tanks are likely some of the first parts of the vehicle to detank, given that they're up at the top. So it's good to see some venting from those as well. Continuing to see some venting from the booster itself, along with the tank farm. So detanking is already underway right now.
Yes, and again, the simple reason for top to bottom, gravity. Just don't want to make it any more difficult than you have to in terms of your detanking procedures. Just keeping everything as simple as possible, essentially, to offload it and prepare to try again in a few days.
Exactly.
About how long does it take? We've seen a couple of wet dress rehearsals, essentially, in a few detanks. About how long does this take, keeping in mind that it can fluctuate?
I'm not sure if we can get a camera on this, but I have to tell you this. There's a beach here on SPI to the left side of us, basically to the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see all the people who walked up that beach earlier to basically now... There you see basically a stream of people walking. There we go. You can just see them all walking.
Yeah, we got
down.
Wow.
It looks so crazy.
That's one of the tracking cameras there.
Yeah, but that shows you, like, there was a crowd for this attempt. There was quite so, and the Isla Blanca Park is also completely full.
Yep.
It's There was some people around for this, and
Word-
they were ready.
Word gets around. My mom came out to see it. Mom, I don't know if you're watching right now, but sorry, I don't have the button to press to launch the rocket. I think my aunts and uncles came down too, but such is chasing rockets. You don't always get a launch, but when you don't, it's for good reason. So
I believe my father's watching as well. Hi, Dad, if you're watching.
round and round with all the NSF folks who have family watching right now.
Yeah, hello.
My mom's sleeping, my dad's playing golf, so they're probably not yet. They'll watch the replay. Anyway.
Listen to it as a podcast, right?
Yes, exactly. But yeah, you could see the people departing there. This is also a good dress rehearsal in a way for the people that are going there, that are going to the beach and are going to view it. So it's a good chance to learn that. And if you do come out for the next attempt, don't forget that we have merch that you can wear in the shop with all of the Starship Orbital Flight Test logo with the amazing patch and sticker and logo that Pauline created there for this particular one. And even better, you can pre-order one of our plushies, which is the full stack plushie. So that includes the ship and the booster, which you can actually separate them with the Velcro, so you can recreate the stage separation that we didn't get today. So make sure you can get that at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And there is that patch that is unbelievable. So you can order the commemorative Starship patch to remember this. And also, if it continues to keep scrubbing, who knows? You may get your merch in time before it flies.
Is there a frozen
no.
valve in the plushie that you can hit with a wrench or something?
You can pretend that it's there.
You can pretend that it's there.
We should do a special thing. If you order, more than 2, you get a free valve. Put it in your freezer, and boom, you can replicate it.
Nice.
There you go. All the plushie love out there. So that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just wanted to point that out as the people are moving away. But again, the vehicle itself continuing its detank procedure. A reminder for those who are just joining in, there was a scrub today after a pressure valve froze. They still continued anyway with a wet dress rehearsal, which is filling up all the tanks and going through the standard countdown procedure, however stopping at T-minus 10 seconds instead of continuing with engine ignition between T-minus 8 and T-minus 6 seconds, which would have hopefully led to a liftoff. It did not happen, but according to a tweet from Elon, they are going to try again in, quote, a few days. So that is the latest update currently as we watch the detanking procedure here at Starbase. Ian, how's it looking in terms of the detank procedure at the moment?
Yeah,
I
so
know
I
you're
just
doing
did.
some A/B testing.
Yep, I'm the I guess the professional A/B tester here, and there is no major sign of change over the past few minutes for Starship in terms of detanking. Similar on the booster, so it seems like they may be either very very slowly detanking or still in the preparation process for detanking. Also got a nice shot of a blimp there. Very interesting. I don't know the backstory on that, but that is cool to see as always.
I believe that belongs to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, is my understanding.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Beyond that, I believe the rest is not public knowledge or not anything space
Yeah.
related.
It's being identified as a rocket body by Michael's auto track software. So
Hey, we
like,
get some auto track testing.
That's actually what I'm doing. I've been tracking boats going in and out, and I tried to see if I could acquire the blimp, which is way up, the dirigible, whatever it's called, that's up above me. But now's a good time for us to get practice as well. I guarantee you the NSF team has lots of improvements we will make. Oh,
okay, that's an interesting shot.
That camera is very shaky because of the wind right now. But anyways.
Hopefully that is a legal view, yes.
We love you, because, I mean, every person here on the beach can see this, and if you have good enough eyes, you can see it that way, I guess.
Very true, yes. But yes, now that the skies appear to be clear over that, the ranges are open again from this, at least for air and sea. It seems like road closures and all those still remain in effect as the vehicle remains frosty. Also want to give a shout out here to Timothy, who says, thanks Go Starship with buying so many different items in the store. We really appreciate the support there at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and we hope you enjoy all of the different items that you've got as well. So just wanted to mention Timothy there with the 11 items, I believe it is. Yes, so we are continuing along now. We appreciate everyone that's been tuning in and watching up until this point as we continue to await the detank procedures. The chopsticks, are those still open or are those starting to close in?
Those still look open. They don't look changed at all. Let me do some A/B testing here.
By the way, for those wondering, when we say we're doing A/B testing, what we're doing is we are going backwards in time by a couple of minutes in the video to see if we can see any major changes or difference between parts and then jump back to real time. So that's the A/B testing.
Yep, and can confirm no difference in the chopsticks.
All right. But appears that the booster methane tank is starting to defrost a bit. You can see that kind of towards the top of that methane tank there, from what we can see from our cameras. Also, Silly String Parfait. We're still trying to come up with a name for the Margaritaville Hotel camera. Salt Shaker. We can always go with the Lost Shaker of Salt up there.
Oh man.
Maybe just simply salt can.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right,
What?
and Alex in the back channel is saying that the methane tank is beginning to defrost, so showing some active signs of detanking there.
Hey, look at that gorgeous view of
Sorry.
the nature area around Starbase, and that's okay, Dust. We know you're working up there on the roof of the hotel. It's all good.
I'm trying to do a good job of juggling, like mic on, mic off, mic on, mic off. I feel like somebody's teaching me to paint the fence or whatever over here. But I apologize for that. I didn't say anything
Oh, you're
embarrassing,
good.
did I?
I don't think so.
Except that one thing that we won't repeat.
Oh, okay. I'll go watch the VOD and see what happens. I'm sure somebody would tag me on Twitter if I really messed up.
No, it's all good. There's a look now at the bottom part of the booster on the orbital launch mount. Again, that is booster 7. A reminder for those who are just kind of tuning in and looking at that, what is that black box and is that being used in the detanking procedure?
So first off, to answer your second question, yes, that is absolutely essential in the detanking procedure. So that black box is the hood that's covering the booster quick disconnect umbilical. Now that quick disconnect is loading and now currently unloading the booster with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Now that black structure around it is a protective shell, and if you look at the top of it, you see a bit of like a cover thing that's attached to it. That is a cover that will rapidly move into place right at liftoff. Now, the quick disconnect right now is connected to the booster, but right at T0, right as the booster lifts off, the quick disconnect will obviously quickly disconnect. It will retract into that hood, and then the hatch will close rapidly over it. That's to protect it from the booster exhaust, because 33 Raptor engines will not be nice to any delicate umbilicals. So that is that, and that's why it has that large black hood over it.
Exactly. So that will close quick. And we've seen in some of our Starbase dailies and Starbase update videos just how quick that thing can actually close down when it comes to liftoff. And so for the ship, what is that equivalent then for Ship 24?
Yeah, so its equivalent is the ship quick disconnect. Now that is actually on an umbilical arm, a separate arm, on the launch tower itself. Now that is, of course, still currently connected to the ship, and it's detanking that with its own propellants. But right at liftoff, that will rapidly rotate away onto the opposite side of the launch tower. Now, of course, just like with the booster quick disconnect, that retraction is to protect it from the rapidly rising rocket. But in this case, is not only to protect it from the engine exhaust, it's also to protect the rocket, because if the rocket hit that going on the way up, it would be not a good day. So they get it out of the way to avoid any impacts, avoid any damage, and that is that quick disconnect arm. You can see it right there at the bottom, servicing the bottom of Ship 24.
Yes, and swing arms like that are very common on launch towers. In fact, if you take a look at 39A, when you see a crewed Falcon 9 launch, or even for that matter, a cargo resupply launch from the Cape, you have that crew access arm that goes there that will start to move away and then swings away really quickly ahead of launch. You also have the strong back that throws back very quickly. So it's no stranger to having parts that need to move away from the rocket extremely quickly ahead of liftoff so that they don't make contact.
Exactly. They were used on the Saturn V, used on the space shuttle, very, very commonly used in the launch industry. Used of course, with SLS with Delta IV. They're all over. It's a very, very common practice to have.
Space shuttle.
I did say space shuttle, Sawyer,
I
but if you
had
want
to
to say it twice.
re-emphasize it.
Saturn V.
There you go. All right, fair enough. Uh, re-emphasizing the favorites there. Continuing along, you can see the tank at the top there of the booster, as we mentioned before. You can see more of the silver again, so that is the frost going away, which, a reminder, this vehicle is not painted white, correct? None of this vehicle at all is painted white.
Yep, none of it. All the white on there is just frost. It's pure ice, really. That is from the humidity. Of course, you're literally right next to the Gulf of Mexico. It is going to be humid because you're right next to the ocean. That humidity freezes onto the side of the vehicle because the cryogenic propellants inside those tanks are so cold. It's basically a more extreme version of water condensation on the side of a glass. So that's what we're seeing there. And you can see on the top of the booster, the frost lines are going down. That is visual confirmation that detanking is underway. Again, ending today's wet dress rehearsal, which was hoping to be a launch, but because of a propellant pressurization issue on the booster, that had to be scrubbed. But SpaceX still got an excellent trove of data from what is now a wet dress rehearsal. So going into the next few days, going tonight, there's probably going to be like a bit of celebration that, hey, we did pretty well today, and going through that data to make the next launch attempt even better.
Yes, and a reminder that is a frozen valve was the exact reason that we're aware of, according to Elon himself, for the scrub today that turned this launch attempt into a wet dress rehearsal. Again, to quote Elon from earlier, he said a pressurant valve appears to be frozen. Adding on later, learned a lot today, now offloading propellant, retrying in a few days. All of that, close quote.
Excellent. And SpaceX did say on the webcast, adding a little tidbit in here, that it is a minimum of 48 hours for a turnaround. That is likely to safe the pad, refill any propellants in the tank farm, because, as we had mentioned earlier in the webcast, the tank farm can only hold around 1.2 full vehicle loads of propellant. Now, you need to have a little bit of extra margin in there. You can't have just one vehicle load because you need to account for propellant boiling off over time. And now they're going to need to resupply that over the next few days to get it back up to full capacity, because some boiled off during the test and some will boil out during detanking. So that'll be something to keep an eye on, and that will be an indicator probably when our next launch date will be. So at the moment, the absolute earliest they could launch again is Wednesday morning. But again, there is nothing official right now in terms of a launch date.
Right, that would be the 19th at the earliest. And again, a reminder, the initial launch license that we saw had them with range dates for the 17th, 18th, and 19th, although it is very likely that they will be able to extend that beyond the 19th. So they will just have to coordinate that. And we just saw that fantastic pan. Shout out again to the team working behind the scenes with all the cameras that help out with Starbase Live and are helping out with the stream today and all the operators there. So just wanted to give them a shout out on that great work.
Yeah, got a ton of excellent, very talented people behind the scenes. We got, of course, Kevin and Patrick working directly on the stream. We got Doss, Michael, Jack, Nick, Adrian, everyone really pulling their own load today, doing great work.
Yes, the one load that we are currently experiencing, though, is the offload of propellants.
Good one.
Thank you. As we take a look at then and now, I love this view. You've got Hoppy there, the Star Hopper, the one that started it all, and to the right, a Frosty Booster 7, which almost lifted off today. We came very close to an actual liftoff of the future of rocketry. I just think that's really poetic. I had to just mention that while that view is up.
No, I agree. It's a great shot, and it really takes me back to the Starhopper days. And visually comparing Starhopper to the booster behind it, you can literally see the advancement of technology in the Starship program. That was a tremendous shot right there.
Yeah, again, we hear it in the intro. Water towers can fly. Look at what we're about to fly now.
Exactly.
So.
We would not be here without Starhopper. That is for sure.
Exactly. And it's amazing to see how much it's grown. And a reminder again, we got down technically to T minus 10 seconds in the count, while the scrub was called before that point, at about T minus 20 minutes in or so. They did technically take the countdown to T minus 10 seconds before they called the official scrub. So that was 10 seconds away from that first flight of Starship. And a reminder, Starship is super important, not just for the future of humanity here in terms of getting more Starlink satellites up and future missions like Dear Moon and things like that. This is so important on getting humans onto the surface of the moon as well. Sometimes people forget that the NASA human landing services is super intertwined here with Starship, in that you are looking at what will eventually be, once it's improved more, the lander on the lunar surface for Artemis 3, our first return to the moon since December of 1972. Starship will be the lunar lander. So this is major progress, even getting to this point, major progress in our return to the moon. And once we get that down, that's when we focus on Mars.
Exactly. And yeah, it seems that SpaceX has put Mars a bit on the back burner. They said early 2030s is when they're expecting to have their first crewed missions to Mars. However, they are very much focusing on the moon now. Of course, like you said, Dear Moon, there are some other moon trips that they're working on right now, private customers. But of course, Artemis 3 and Artemis 4, they're two contracted missions to land 2 people each on the surface of the moon. So very, very big here. Starship is an Artemis rocket. I'd say it's got about as even of a share as SLS does. So very, very critical part of America's space program right here sitting on the pad.
Exactly. So sometimes people say, oh, it's NASA or it's SpaceX. In this case, it's a little bit of both. And yeah, what happens with this next test and all future tests will greatly impact humanity's journey outwards to return to the moon, to settle on the moon, and eventually, as Elon has always dreamed of, getting people onto Mars.
Absolutely. Well said.
So we do have a couple of questions from people here saying, why is it not totally unfrosted yet? Why is it not fully detanked? So what's going on with that? Why are we not detanked yet?
Yeah, it takes... Oh, Adrian, you back?
Yeah.
Yeah, take this one, please.
It takes several hours. This is this is about 5,000 tons of propellant that are loaded into this vehicle right now, and as you just saw, it takes some time not only to load it but also to unload it. So yeah, they need to do this very carefully. They also need to, while doing this, still make sure the pressure balance between the tanks and everything is good, so they don't by accident overload some tank or have the weight in a wrong way distributed. There's still some things they need to be careful here. So that's why they are going slowly, step by step, as they are saving this vehicle.
And these tanks are still pressurized to some extent, correct?
Oh yeah, these tanks are very much under pressure still.
Yes, and so while they're still under pressure, there's always a risk of dangers. So the big indications will also be vents as we continue to see the detanking procedure. So besides the frost going down, one of the biggest indicators will be a very large, loud vent, which is helping to, again, even out the pressure in these tanks as the propellants are removed.
Yep, and unfortunately, you can't just open the valves and let gravity force them down. You have to do this in a controlled manner, or else you'll damage your tank farm. So basically, just shift the pumps into reverse and begin to unload propellant. It should take about as long as it takes to load propellant, so it will be here for a little while longer for detank.
Exactly, and you can see the people that came out to the beach nearby to watch the launch attempt. The exodus outward continues. You still see a lot of people leaving the beach, although some, it seems like, are staying to either watch the detank or, enjoy a day at the beach. Seems like the seas can be a little bit rough at the moment, but otherwise, yeah, the people that were there, it appeared to be extremely busy and extremely crowded for this launch attempt. So if you are planning on going for whenever the next attempt may be, everything seemed to get pretty full pretty quick. Adrian, any idea of when things started to get busy from what you could see, at least of the park near you?
From the when to get here perspective.
Yes, yeah, from what you could see when the park was getting full and things like
I
that.
think around 1 to 2, I saw really cars standing. I'm not sure if that's like maybe a bit too early. I guess you're probably still fine if you're going at 3, but after that it exploded very rapidly in terms of how many people were here. It got worse very quick.
So it sounds like you don't want to be there later than 4 or 5 a.m. at that
Yeah,
point.
if they go for the similar window as they did today, but to be fair, I'm not there, so I have a hard time making a complete call about this. But overall, I would say 2 or 3 sounds more close to what you probably should do.
Yes, so important to keep that in mind if you are planning now that it scrubbed to go for the next attempt. And before you do as well, make sure you watch our practical guide to Starbase so you know everything you need before you head out there too. Let's see. We are continuing along here. And we do want to point out and clarify that the population of people that were there exploded. No hardware or anything related to Starship had that happen to it. Just want to make sure we clarify that, just for everyone out there.
And doing some quick A/B testing, I can confirm that the ship now is in detanking as well. The frost line's starting to go down on that vehicle, so confirming that both Starship and Super Heavy are now in active detanking.
Exactly. And a reminder that you can continue to see all of our different camera angles for the detanking if you are a Red Team member or above with our members multi-view. So again, Red Team member or above, one of your perks for this is you get the multi-view taking a look at all 9 of our cameras that continue to rotate through, so you get all of the different views there. So just want to emphasize that and point it out that that is still there. At this point, again, we are continuing to watch the detank procedure after a frozen valve ended up scrubbing today's attempt, turning our launch attempt into a wet dress rehearsal, meaning that they had it fully fueled and took it all the way down to T-minus 10 seconds before officially calling the scrub there. It's a bit of a shame, but again, as we talked about, scrubs not ruds, right?
Oh, exactly. You really don't want to fly when you are not completely confident in everything. We don't know exactly what this booster pressurization valve was for. It could be a minor system or this could be a major system. Either way, you really do not want to have a, I don't know, it might be okay. You don't want to be like that on launch day because that is how you end up with a failure. And so SpaceX chose the very safe and steady route, and they're like, hey, let's just do a wet dress rehearsal. We can't get everything working today, so let's just grab some data while we're here and come back when we are fully ready and confident in all the systems. So good move there from them, and it just means they're going to be even more prepared for the next launch day. They now have 2 Starship wet dress rehearsals under their belt. Sorry, I should say 2 successful Starship wet dress rehearsals under their belt. So tons of great data to sort through there.
Exactly. And we have been getting some fantastic support from all of you out there, including people getting things in the store. I do want to mention Colin's message here on his store purchases saying, although a scrub is disappointing, better safe than sorry. That is true. And thank you for the dedication to bringing us this launch. Go Starship. And that is true. Again, the dedication to this from this team is unbelievable here. And Adam passing this along as well to the entire team here saying, you guys rock it. Have been watching NSF for years. Sorry to say, we're hoping for Scrub to launch next week because that's when we'll be down there. Well, whenever it does go, we will be here to bring it to you as well. So just want to say that and also thank all of the people that became members during this stream, Red Team and above. All of you have been fantastic with your support, and we really hope you enjoy the perks that come along with it, especially when we go again for another attempt in the days to come. And again, once we know that exact launch date, we will be sure to share that with you on every platform that we can think of, basically, from social media to the website to the forums. So you will have plenty of ways to know when that next attempt will be, and of course we will update you on our coverage once we know that as well. But expect us to still be out there every day bringing you whatever we can from from Starbase. All right. Looks like we are continuing to still see that detanking and awaiting that big vent so far, right?
Yeah, so yeah, one of the next big signs should be major venting from the vehicle. Oh, my mind is so tired right now. But yeah, that would be one of the next major steps right now, being able to depressurize the vehicle. We know they are actively in detanking, but it seems to be a more slow and steady one, at least on the ship. So we should be getting to see some big venting coming up in momentarily, really. That'll be another good sign that they're continuing through detanking.
Exactly. And you know where you'll be able to see that vent? On our 24/7 feed Starbase Live. So even for those of you who don't have Red Team and above and don't have the multicam view, you still have Starbase Live, which will bring you live views 24/7 of everything going on at Starbase, including this detanking procedure. So that is where we are going to send you now. I just want to, on behalf of the entire team here at NASA Spaceflight, give a huge thank you to all of the viewers who watched today, supported, liked, subscribed, all of that. We do this for you, and we cannot do it without you. So from all of us, thank you so very much. We will see you at the next attempt for sure, and in the meantime, we will all continue to watch the D-Tank over at Starbase Live. Go Starship!